Althusser. The Detour of Theory. By Gregory Elliott. Foreword. In the international renaissance of Marxist theory in the 1960s and early 1970s, few projects generated as much excitement, or aroused such controversy, as the return to Marx conducted by the French philosopher Louis Althusser. One of the most ambitious and influential enterprises in the post-war history of Marxism, Althusser's systematic reconstruction of dialectical and historical materialism from within the French Communist Party, PCF, was heralded as a renewal of Marxism in some quarters, dismissed as a specimen of Stalinism in others. Today, more than 20 years after the publication of his major works, For Marx and Reading Capital, 1965, and amid the profound contemporary crisis of Marxism, Althusser is the victim, rather than the beneficiary, of philosophical fashion and political circumstance, a symbol for many of an era of vain, or at any rate disappointed, hopes, to be interred alongside them. The contrast is arresting. Nowadays it is as common disdainfully to eschew, as it was once de rigueur uncritically to espouse, the extraordinary retheorization of Marxism, and Leninism, known by the name of Althusserianism. In his own country, scene of his succès de scandale 2 decades ago, Althusser is practically a dead dog. One Althusserianism, to quote a recent critique of modern French philosophy, seems very dated and, like the Beatles' music or Goddard's RSTLMS, inevitably evokes a recent but vanished past. 2 Brie, it is to the settled anti-Marxist consensus among the majority of the French intelligentsia, to the indifference of an embattled PCF, whose official philosopher Althusser never was, 3 and to the understandable demoralization of the remaining Althusserian Marxists, that we must look for an explanation of the virtual collective amnesia surrounding his work, despite its wide diffusion. By the end of the 1970s, an anti-Marxist turn in France was complete, part and parcel of a recessive pattern in Southern Europe generally, whose matrix lay in contemporary political history, the discrediting of alternatives to Soviet real socialism abroad, above all, in Maoist China, and the momentous defeat of the European workers' movement at home, in France and Italy, in Portugal, Greece, and Spain. And it was not to be reversed thereafter, the debacle of Gallo-communism rapidly being compounded by the ignominy of French Euro-socialism. Since 1975, the whole intellectual landscape of France has undergone alteration. Under the impact of its own undoubted weaknesses, an inclement history, philosophical challenges, and a concerted ideological campaign, Marxism, a paradigm which had enjoyed enormous prestige since the liberation, has been reduced to marginal status. There are signal exceptions to the rule of apostasy in these years. One thinks of Henry Lefebvre, Maurice Godelier, Etienne Balibar. Yet they prove it as, one after another, 1960s rebels have succumbed to disillusionment, bidding adieu to failed gods, bonjour to new ones. André Glucksmann, Bernard Henry Levy and co., reinforced by that unlikely Cold War troubadour Yves Montand, have won high marks of late for being neither red nor dead and defending the open society against its enemies, if necessary, at the cost of support for imperialist terror against Nicaragua. Such has been the depth of the transformation that, in his 1983 report on historical materialism since the mid-1970s, Perry Anderson could write, "Paris today is the capital of European intellectual reaction." For there, at any rate, Althusser is a non-person, his career only one instance, however blatant, of the intellectual's baleful irritation with political totalitarianism and its philosophical concentrate, totalizing theory. What of Althusser across the channel? Here too, the anti-Althusser bandwagon 5 has been rolling in the changed political conjuncture of the last decade. First introduced by New Left Review in 1967, 6 Althusser's reception in Britain following the appearance in translation of For Marx, 1969, and Reading Capital, 1970, was initially quite favorable. Indeed, his work temporarily enjoyed something of a vogue, having a considerable impact on the sizable Marxist intelligentsia thrown up by the contemporary radicalization. Yet this, in turn, prompted a counter-reaction when the heady days of the late 1960s gave way to the doldrums, then the depression, of subsequent years. The domestic controversy caused by Althusserian Marxism reached a peak in 1978, when E.P. Thompson, veteran of the RST New Left and one of the foremost Marxist historians in the world, came to bury Althusser and his Frunglophone progeny in the poverty of theory. Memorably accentuating the indictments of the Frenchman's anti-humanism, anti-historicism, and anti-empiricism drafted by continental critics of all persuasions, 7. Thompson excoriated Althusser's philosophy as an idealism, his social theory as bourgeois ideology, his politics as Stalinist. For him, Althusser was little more than a Kremlin amanuensis. Althusserianism, he declared, is Stalinism reduced to the paradigm of theory. It is Stalinism at last, theorized as ideology. It is a manifestation of a general police action within ideology launched to counteract the socialist humanist rebellion against the Soviet intervention in Hungary in 1956, part of an operation designed to reimpose the disciplinary controls of state and party, to re-establish ideological orthodoxy, in effect, to reconstruct, within changed circumstances, Stalinism without Stalinate. Thompson's is the most celebrated example in English of vehement repudiation of Althusser's Marxism, and it proved inutiile. In his assault, he passed, as he once remarked of an interlocutor, from irony to caricature, or to mere abuse. 9. Though directed at the French philosopher, his animus was probably primarily provoked by the distinctive brand of English Althusserianism associated with the sociologists Barry Hindus and Paul Hirst. Their early work had represented an attempt to domesticate a version of Althusser's system, to the exclusion of almost everything else, as the apogee of scienticity. Via two journals, Theoretical Practice, 1971-3, and Economy and Society, 1972-4, Hindus, Hirst and their colleagues castigated the theoretical poverty of British Marxism and social science, a state of affairs they proposed to rectify by the importation of Althusser's problematic. By 1975, however, they were criticizing their philosopher general for his attachment to the project of a science of history. More Althusserian than Althusser, they condently proceeded to an anti-historical reconstruction of Marxist theory, only to discover 2 years later that Marxism per se was vulgar and revolutionary socialism utopian. 10. Arguably, Thompson read Althusser's over through the distorting lens of Hindus and Hirst's, overlooking the fact that their incessant admonitions against empiricism and historicism in pre-capitalist modes of production were often as not addressed to Althusser, and that they were in transit from hyper to post-Althusserianism. In any event, 1978 saw the publication not only of Thompson's polemic, but of the second volume of Marx's Capital and Capitalism Today, wherein the reformist political implications of the incineration of historical materialism, Althusserian or otherwise, conducted in the RST were spelt out. Even as Thompson was excommunicating the French reprobate and his English familiars, the latter were announcing their reconciliation with the Broad Church. Thus, unlike the revolt of some of Althusser's French disciples in the later 1960s, the British equivalent of the second half of the 1970s was a right, not a left, critique of Althusserianism Marxism, a deconstructive initiative which coalesced with other efforts to plot a reformist course for Britain in a period marked by the retreat of social democracy and the rise of the new right. Not surprisingly, especially given his express attachment to Leninism, Althusser's reputation has further declined with the ensuing anti- or post-Marxist turn among left-wing intellectuals induced by the installation, not to mention persistence, of Thatcherism, and the perplexity of its socialist opponents. Albeit an extreme example, Ecobedo Laca and Chantal Mouffe's Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, 1985, is representative in this regard. If Althusserianism has found itself relegated politically, often in favor of a particular appropriation of the Gramscian legacy, simultaneously its academic luster has been dimmed. First, by the paramountcy in progressive circles of various forms of post-structuralism, a non-Marxist constellation encompassing the work of Roland Barthes, Gilles Deleuze, Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, Jacques Lacan, and others, descended from, and soon supplanting, the structuralism with which Althusser's system had some liaison. Secondly, by the initiation and consolidation of an Anglo-American Marxian paradigm, analytical Marxism, whose founding document, G.A. Cohen's Karl Marx's Theory of History, A Defense, was likewise published in 1978. In a powerful challenge to the whole Western Marxist tradition, Cohen propounded a reconstruction of historical materialism which, in its reinstatement of the explanatory primacy of the productive forces and centrality of human nature, was antithetical to Althusser's, and professed itself to be 11. Nevertheless, the French theoretician's work remained a major, if largely implicit, and negative, point of reference for Cohen, as it had for the majority of British Marxists, whatever their evaluation of it, in the 1970s. Yet, having contributed to the revival of Marxism in Britain, and having stimulated a widespread discussion of historical materialism, Althusser is largely absent from current Marxist debate, the high ground of which is occupied by an analytical current that has declined critical engagement with him, and whose attitude to Marx's doctrine is very different from what it was 10 years ago. 12. At its hands, Althusser, but not only him, is treated by simple preterition or with passing hauteur. 13. Thus perpetuating a practice in which he and his followers all too often indulged at the expense of their peers, and whose termination is a necessary, if insufficient, condition of fruitful exchange and real progress in Marxism. The back cover of the Poverty of Theory had invoked Marx's consignment of Proudhon to oblivion in the 1847 polemic whose title Thompson's own echoed. It may be doubted whether Thompson is single-handedly responsible, but, in the intervening years, Althusser has indeed become something of a historical curiosity, his work consigned, whether by humanist, post- or analytical Marxists, to what one historian of French Marxism calls the trough of oblivion which accommodates old news before it is resurrected as history. 14. Unjust though it is, paradoxically this fate affords an opportunity, the resurrection of Althusser's intellectual and political career as history. In other words, one advantage of Althusser's disappearance from the scene is that it makes possible a reassessment which advances beyond the adulation, Althusserianism, meridian of Marxism, and anathemas, Althusserianism, apotheosis of Stalinism, or grand theory for little minds. 15. Characteristic of many responses to the philosopher's advent and ascendancy. A more equitable presentation and appraisal of an over simultaneously, if differentially, affiliated to the communist, Western Marxist and Maoist traditions may not be without interest at a time when all three, to varying degrees, are in a critical state. A return to, and reconsideration of, Althusser may aid a fuller appreciation not only of his enterprise but, via an account of its rise and eclipse, of some of the background to the present acute crisis of Marxism. With hindsight, one can judge things better. Althusser once wrote in connection with his Project 16, the ambition of my historical retrospect, taking Althusser not at his word but at his work, is precisely that. It is not without precedent, of course. For if much ink, and some vitriol, has been spilt on Althusser, more balanced reactions than those cited earlier have not been wanting. In particular, judicious studies by Norman Garros, Alex Kallinikis and, most recently, Ted Benton have defended his Marxism against many of the accusations leveled against it, without ignoring its many inadequacies. 17. My debt to them will be obvious. Yet none can be said to have pursued in detail the investigation counterposed to Thompson's requisitory by Anderson, in the course of his scrupulous sounding of the differences between the British historian and the French philosopher in arguments within English Marxism. Rebutting Thompson's wilder allegations and misrepresentations, Anderson reminded him that any historian, Marxist or non-Marxist, should know that the political character of a body of thought can only be established by a responsible study of its texts and context. 18. The intention of Althusser, the detour of theory, is twofold, rst. to extend the commentaries of such authors as Garas, Callinicus, and Benton and, in particular, to attend at greater length to the later, more directly political phase of Althusser's career. Secondly, to elaborate the research program signaled by Anderson, that is, respecting Althusser's own request, 19 to study his texts in their contexts as the prerequisite for an evaluation of them. To these ends, I draw on writings unavailable to, or neglected by, other English commentators, and on information derived from interviews. Hence, it is intended as an essay in the history of ideas. At the risk of what Althusser would call historicism, the reduction of a theoretical discourse to its historical conditions of production, the politics of theory will be my focus, the reconstruction, so far as is possible, of the contexts and subtext of Althusser's work my aim. If emphasis on the non-theoretical conditions of existence of theory and analysis of its subspecie temporis are historicist, then this book willingly stands condemned. For although much of it is given over to textual exposition and criticism, it proceeds in accordance with the view that a Marxism of Althusser's, as of any other Marxism, requires the kind of conjointment external and internal history whose protocols have been set out by Anderson. 20. A historical critical account, it at least aims to avoid two common approaches, hierophantic theoreticism and virulent travesty. So much for what this book is, or hopes to be. A word is also in order regarding what it is not. No reader already acquainted with the subject will fail to notice that it is a far from exhaustive survey. Aside from space constraints, its incompleteness can in part be explained by the simple fact that it is still too soon to write a definitive study of Althusser's career from 1945 to 1980. Too much information is lacking, too many texts remain unpublished, for such a project to be feasible. Yet even were it to be, I would not be qualified to execute it. For the imperfections of my study are also attributable to authorial failings, an inability to cover Spanish, Italian, and German debates, for instance, which inevitably renders my account partial. Accordingly, Althusser, the detour of theory is offered for what is, a provisional work, an interim report on research in progress. It will have served its purpose if it makes Althusser accessible and interesting to new readers, and if it encourages others to return to him, and remedy its shortcomings. Also falling outside its purview, appearing only the margins, is the private drama which accompanied, and affected, the intellectual and political endeavor analyzed here, and which cannot be totally passed over in silence. I refer to that war without memoirs or memorials, evoked by him, 21, which Louis Althusser had been fighting for so long against the severe manic-depressive illness that tormented him with ever greater frequency and intensity after May 1968, and which, in the autumn of 1980, issued in the desperate act that ended Hélène Althusser's life and terminated her husband's career. Reticence is dictated on several accounts, not least insufficient information and the danger of crude psychologising. Yet this is a lacuna. For that recurrent illness contributed, for example, to Althusser's failure to produce anything comparable to For Marx and Reading Capital after 1965, a failure which, in turn, exacerbated the illness, cannot be doubted. It is useless speculating on what he might have achieved over and above the essays, seminars, conference papers, interviews, and notes that we possess, had his career been less tedious. Had other things been equal, they never were. For Althusser, at least, it was scarcely simple to be a Marxist in philosophy. The only wonder, perhaps, is that he should have managed for some 30 years. The austere theoretician who read Capital spoke of the workers' movement as our only hope and our destiny. 22. Deprived of that hope, Louis Althusser's destiny was to be a tragic one. But that is another story, for a different teller. 23. Before concluding, I will observe an Althusserian custom and lay my cards on the table, in the shape of some bald generalities. Although the present work is concerned less to press claims on Althusser's behalf than to situate his interventions historically, and to examine them theoretically and politically, to explain, not excuse, Althusser, its position is one that I would characterize as anti-Althusser. Thus, whilst not an advocacy, it is an attempt at a redressment of the balance. My own view, akin to those of Callinicus and the French Marxist Robert Linhart, 24, is that Althusser is among the most significant Marxist thinkers this century, that his return to Marx has strong claims to be considered the most original enterprise in communist, if not Marxist, philosophy since Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, and superior to it, and the most fruitful development of historical materialism since Gramsci's Prison Notebooks, though not superior to them, and that his work remains of relevance today. Nevertheless, there is no question of recommending a reversion to this Marxism per et dir 25 for three reasons. First, because of its inherent inadequacy, the numerous intrinsic defects, considered in the pages that follow, which render it unsustainable. Secondly, because of its exclusivity vis-a-vis the rest of the Marxist tradition, with the exception of Marx, Lenin, and Mao, now being no time to indulge any of its representatives in an ultimately self-subversive certitude in the exclusive superiority of their own optic and idiom. This is not to recommend indiscriminate, uncritical approbation, or synthetic, superficial reconciliation, but a practice of discrimination and evaluation that are conducive to a common socialist culture, rather than a set of competing intellectual sectarianisms. The third reason is Althusserian absolutism. The cause defended by Althusser some 20 years ago, the axiomatic scienticity of Marxism, cannot be championed today. My conviction is that Marxism can and should be defended against those detractors for whom it is a useless passion, or worse, that, to take the case of France, Goldman is innately preferable to Glucksmann, Lefebvre to Levy, Sartre to Sollers, and that we still have more to learn from Marxism, classical and post-classical, than from current maîtres penseurs. Yet the crisis of Marxism, and concomitant twilight of Western Marxist idols, cannot be attributed solely to panic reactions among fashion-conscious intellectuals to the vicissitudes of contemporary history, as if its status was unaffected by them. For Marxism has precisely proven fallible in the face of the intractable questions and tests posed it by the 20th century. Theory proposes, history disposes. Not exactly. Historical materialism will only be superseded as a research program when it has been improved upon, and it has not been thus improved upon. But if recent deconstructions of it have often been sheerly destructive, both politically, reinventing capitalism in the act of reconstructing socialism, and intellectually, mistaking a pseudo-radicalism for a déance of Western metaphysics, Marxism is in need of renovation and substantial development if it is to aid the socialist project in the future. Pending their outcome, which cannot be predicted, Jean-Paul Sartre's sometime Marxisme faute de mieux 26 is a more salutary maxim than the omnipotence of Marx's doctrine proclaimed contemporaneously by Louis Althusser. The structure of this book is as follows. Chapter 1 is concerned to delineate the conjunctures in the international communist movement, the French Communist Party, Marxist theory, and French philosophy in which Althusser conceived the project executed in For Marx and Reading Capital, offering a preliminary definition of that project. In chapters 2 and 3, the nature of the Marxism developed in these works is examined in detail, the former being devoted to Althusser's novel version of Marxist philosophy, the latter to his rereading of Marx and reconstruction of historical materialism. Althusser's subsequent evolution is charted in Chapter 4, which analyzes the labor of autocritique and rectification undertaken by him in relation to its external and internal logics. The philosopher's response to contemporary events, especially the Cultural Revolution in China and May 68 in France, raises the question of his relation to the Stalinist legacy, and this will occupy us in Chapter 5, where the critique of Stalinism he sketched in 1972 will be employed as a springboard for a wider discussion. Chapter 6 highlights and investigates the changed political and theoretical direction of the last years of Althusser's career, the transition from quasi-Maoist to centrist politics, the adoption of a more forthright anti-Stalinist position, and the conviction of a crisis of Marxism. Finally, in the conclusion, a provisional balance sheet of Althusser's contribution to Marxism will be attempted. It only remains to acknowledge the enormous contribution made by others over the last VE years, no mere formality this, since without it the book would likely as not never have been started, still less finished. Doubtless bearing the scar of these circumstances, Althusser, the detour of theory, began life as a doctoral thesis at Oxford. I am grateful to my various supervisors, Terry Eagleton, Tony Ude, and especially Stephen Lukes and Alan Montior, for their encouragement and for guiding it to a conclusion, to Tony Dodd and Alex Kalinikas for their invaluable support in the early stages, and to Professors G.A. Cohen and Douglas Johnson for the sympathy with which they examined it, and me. In the course of the research, I had the good fortune to meet and/or correspond with several participants in the history it treats: Etienne Balibar, Maurice Godelier, Jean-Jacques Le Cercle, Robert Linhart, Graham Locke, and Peter Schüttler. All of them gave generously of their time and expertise, patiently answering my many questions, and some made available source material difficult, if not impossible, to nd elsewhere. Throughout I was able to call upon the great erudition and generosity of Perry Anderson, to my end, I hope, the text spinet. A second draft completed, I was lucky to nd in Norman Guerra's and particularly Michael Sprinker meticulous readers, whose kind advice has been of considerable assistance in revising the manuscript for publication. And I am also indebted to Paul Kamek, Bambina Carnwath, Rob Scrafton, and especially Jiangai Ivig Anderson for their respective translations of Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and Hungarian texts of Althusser's, to Patrick Camiller for making my own. From the French more presentable, to the staff at Verso, past and present, for all their help, to Chris Bertram for his painstaking work on the proofs, to Neil Belton for last-minute editorial reassurance, and to Pierre Macquarie for unwittingly supplying me with a subtitle. If, as is possible, I have inadvertently neglected to thank anyone, I apologize. One thing is certain: such demerits, errors, injustices, and so on as survive are solely my responsibility. Mine debt is difficult enough to calculate, impossible to repay. I hope Sarah Baxter will accept my heartfelt thanks instead. Last but not least of the things I owe her is that she will understand why this book is dedicated, in gratitude and solidarity, to a French communist, partisan, and artisan of Marxism, whom its author has never met. Gregory Elliott. London, June 1, 1987. Chapter 1. The Moment of Althusser. I would never have written anything were it not for the 20th Congress and Khrushchev's critique of Stalinism and the subsequent liberalization. But I would never have written these books if I had not seen this affair as a bungled de-Stalinization, a right-wing de-Stalinization which instead of analyses offered us only incantations, which instead of Marxist concepts had available only the poverty of bourgeois ideology. My target was therefore clear: these humanist ravings, these feeble dissertations on liberty, labor, or alienation which were the effects of all this among French party intellectuals. And my aim was equally clear: to make a start on the RST left-wing critique of Stalinism, a critique that would make it possible to wreak not only on Khrushchev and Stalin but also on Prague and Lin Piao, that would above all help put some substance back into the revolutionary project here in the West. Louis Althusser, 1975. A philosophy does not make its appearance in the world as Minerva appeared to the Society of Gods and Men, Louis Althusser declared in 1975. This RST chapter will be concerned with the four interrelated areas which formed the context and shaped the character of Althusser's original intervention: the crisis in the International Communist. After Stalin, the deluge. However recondite their subject matter, Althusser always insisted that his philosophical writings of 1960-5 were to be read and judged as complementary theoretical and political interventions in a particular conjuncture. On his own testimony, it was the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, which obliged me to throw myself into the battle. A decade after the publication of For Marx and Reading Capital, he characterized their purpose thus: these texts, are explicit interventions in a finite conjuncture, political interventions in the existing world of Marxist philosophy, directed at one and the same time against dogmatism and the rightist critique of dogmatism, also philosophical interventions in politics, against economism and its humanist appendix too. The context of Althusser's intervention, then, was simultaneously theoretical and political. Politically, it was dominated by the two great events signposted in the English introduction to For Marx, the 20th Congress and its aftermath, 1956, and the Sino-Soviet split in the international communist movement, 1960. Althusser's later statement to the effect that he would never have written anything were it not for the 20th Congress and Khrushchev's critique of Stalinism, for crucial as it is, can be deceptive. For the stress on the centrality of 1956 and all that can obscure the equivalent significance of the breach between Moscow and Peking. It is essential to understand that Althusser intervened on some of the questions raised by 1956 in the light and under the influence of the debates and divisions of 1960-3. Accordingly, Anderson is quite right to argue that the founding moment of Althusser's work was this entirely different connect. The Sino-Soviet dispute is the real political background to the writing of For Marx and reading Capital. 5. Failure to appreciate this point can lead to errors of interpretation. It is therefore necessary to review some of the most important developments in the international communist movement in these years. The 20th Congress of the CPSU opened on February 14, 1956. 11 days later, Khrushchev delivered what is known as his secret speech, on the cult of personality and its consequences, to a closed session. Comrades, he exhorted the delegates at its conclusion, we must abolish the cult of the individual decisively, once and for all, we must draw the proper conclusions concerning both ideological, theoretical and practical work. 6. There ensued what Roy and Boris Medvedev have described as an off-again on-again policy 7 of de-Stalinization, which was criticized from two quarters, by those in the CPSU and the international movement opposed to the exposure, however limited, of the reality of Stalin's regime, and, conversely, by those for whom the anticipated process of revelation and renovation did not go far enough. It is these contrasting pressures, intensified by the volatile situation in Eastern Europe and internationally, which influenced Khrushchev's oscillations in the years that followed. The Soviet intervention in Hungary in the autumn of 1956 induced two reactions in the communist world, a revolt in the non-East European parties that remained minoritarian, but which ended with the exodus of many of the rebels, and support from every affiliate of the international movement and a rallying around the socialist mother country. The Communist Party of China, CPC, ultimately one of the most strident supporters of the suppression of the Hungarian rebellion, had read a warning shot to the Soviets when, on April 5, it published a response to the initiatives of the 20th Congress, on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, in which it signaled a certain fidelity to Stalin's memory. Nevertheless, for the time being, it towed the Russian line of controlled de-Stalinization. Indeed, for a year or so, during the 100 Flowers campaign, summer 1956, summer 1957, the CPC went further along the road of liberalization than the CPSU. The rectification campaign foreshadowed in on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, February 1957, led one contemporary observer, Isaac Deutscher, to deem Mao's text by far the most radical repudiation of Stalinism that has come out of any communist country so far. Yet, by the time it was published in June of the same year, a new anti-rightist campaign had been undertaken. Soon, China was in the throes of the unsuccessful Great Leap Forward and on a collision course with its socialist neighbor. Henceforth, Mao's face was to be set against any gesture of de-Stalinization. A tempestuous meeting in November 1957 of representatives of the Communist and Workers' parties concluded with an anal declaration which endorsed the positions proposed by the CPSU, rather than assenting to Mao's reactions on paper tigers, although it included the Chinese thesis that revisionism or right-wing opportunism was the main danger facing international communism. In December 1960, after a conference of 81 parties in Moscow, the Chinese delegation again signed a joint statement celebrating the unity of the socialist camp. Yet both of these gatherings were largely exercises in papering over the cracks. On the 90th anniversary of Lenin's birth, April 1960, the Chinese had published in Hunky the broadside "Long Live Leninism," in defense of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy against certain persons. Explicitly rebuking Tito, but in reality dressing down Khrushchev, the article suggested that one may oppose dogmatism in the interests of Marxism-Leninism, or one may actually oppose Marxism-Leninism in the name of opposing dogmatism. 9. The Russians, aware that they were the real addressee and taking advantage of the fortuitous 40th anniversary of the publication of Lenin's left-wing Communism, an infantile disorder, responded with fulsome extracts from that work. It was against the background of this public shadowboxing that the results of the 22nd Congress of the CPSU in October 1961 were to be condemned as revisionist by the CPC. It objected to two main aspects of the proceedings, which it considered to be related. First, Khrushchev's critique of Stalin was renewed. Secondly, the program adopted by the CPSU confirmed the line of peaceful coexistence and competition pursued by Khrushchev since he had assumed full control in the USSR. Khrushchev dubbed the Congress a Congress of the Builders of Communism and the party program a document of true communist humanism. Referred to as the New Communist Manifesto, it set as the USSR's target the construction of communism within 20 years. The Soviet state was now declared to be a state of the whole people and the CPSU a party of the whole people. Everything in the name of man, for the bayonet of man became the ideological watchword of Khrushchevism at home and abroad. 10. Translated out of the Russian context, what these perspectives meant for the communist parties and the socialist camp was the prioritization of the struggle for peace. This had been the burden of the Peace Manifesto agreed by them in 1957. The objective was for the USSR to outstrip the USA in industrial and technological prowess, hence the vaunting of the Sputnik launch in October 1957 and Gagarin's orbit of the Earth in April 1961, thereby demonstrating the inherent superiority of the rational, planned socialist system over the anarchic, historically outdated capitalist system. Briefly put, the economic contest between the USSR and the USA was to be the main form of the class struggle. The duty of the communist parties was to secure the kind of peaceful international environment in which the USSR, enjoying a period of respite, could implement its ambitious program of communism in one country. This favored the adoption by them of a gradualist, constitutional and national strategy for the transition to socialism, which would not disrupt the post-war division of spheres of influence. Thus, once again, the strategy of the communist parties, even in the absence of any international ruling body, was to be aligned with Soviet horizons as represented by Khrushchev's detentisme, and symbolized by his repeated invocation of the Camp David spirit. An era of polycentrism may, as Italian Communist Party leader Palmiro Togliatti later claimed, have dawned. It was characterized by a struggle for the preservation of the status quo. While the Russian line appealed to many communist parties, anxious to return to the national road, the Chinese were simply not prepared to go along with it, because it was, so they believed, incompatible with their national interests and the construction of communism in their country. Still an outcast among imperialist nations, and locked in dispute with the USSR over economic aid, nuclear technology, and the Sino-Indian conflict, as well as the Cuban Missile Crisis and the socialist merits of Yugoslavia and Albania, they had reached breaking point. A meeting between delegations of the two parties scheduled for July 1963 was upstaged by the publication on June 14 of a proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement from the Central Committee of the CPC, and of an equally terse rejoinder from the CPSU 1 month later. The meeting got underway as planned, but, in this atmosphere of mutual recrimination, the talks made no progress and they were suspended on July 20. 5 days later, to the fury of the Chinese, the nuclear test ban treaty was initialed in Moscow. The RST casualty was the unity of the international communist movement. Whatever one's retrospective judgment of the importance and sincerity of the ideological content of these and subsequent polemics, there can be no doubt of their significance for communists at the time. Ultimately at issue for the Chinese was whether or not to accept the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism, whether or not to recognize the universal significance of the road of the October Revolution, whether or not to accept the fact that the people still living under the imperialist and capitalist system, who comprise 2/3 of the world's population, need to make revolution, and whether or not to accept the fact that people already on the socialist road, who comprise 1/3 of the world's population, need to carry their revolution forward to the end. 11. 9 comments formed the reply to the Russian open letter of July 14. Castigating Khrushchev's phony communism, they indicted the Soviets for collaboration with the Americans abroad and for abetting the restoration of capitalism at home. The famous On the Question of Stalin, by contrast, concluded that he was primarily correct, and his faults were secondary. Stalin was a great Marxist-Leninist and a great revolutionary. 12. 2 ideological disagreements recur in the Chinese polemics and were to be the doctrinal basis of the Eastern Schism in the international communist movement, the rejection of the Soviet conception of peaceful coexistence, considered to constitute an abandonment of anti-imperialism, and the repudiation of the perspective of a peaceful transition to socialism. Perceived to be a line imposed by the exigencies of Soviet raison d'etat rather than raison de la révolution, the reverse of a national strategy for socialism. The Russians stood accused of revisionism, in a word, of anti-Leninism. Khrushchev's dismissal in the autumn of 1964 made no difference. As the new leadership of the CPSU set about de-Khrushchevization, the Chinese began attacking Khrushchevism without Khrushchev. The battle lines in the communist world were drawn up for the next decade or more. Out of the ghetto? Inevitably, Althusser will have seen much of this through the prism of the PCF, the second largest and most thoroughly Bolshevized communist party in Western Europe. Our epoch, Sartre later remarked, obliged all men of letters to do a dissertation on French politics. 13. In common with many other intellectuals of his generation, Althusser had been rallied to socialism by the ignominious collapse of the Third Republic, the subsequent occupation, and the ensuing pattern of collaboration and resistance. The roles of the USSR and the PCF in the anti-fascist war had ensured that they emerged from the defeat of the Axis powers with enormous prestige. Boasting a membership of 500,000 in 1945, and commanding the loyalty of 1/4 of the French electorate, the PCF was, as Sartre would recall, our only pole. 14, the locus of effective action on the left. Given this, 2 basic options were open, exemplified by the trajectories of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty on the one hand, Althusser on the other. The founders of Les Temps Modernes balked at the monolithic organization, Petride doctrine, and authoritarian practice of the PCF, opting for comprehension without adherence. 15. Anti-communism. The party's transformation was a precondition for the realization of the aspirations borne by the resistance. But the task of elaborating the sui generis Marxist philosophy which would aid this process could only be conducted outside its bureaucratized structures, albeit in fraternal dialogue with it. The existentialist Marxist program fared badly. For a start, the PCF, unconditionally loyal to the USSR, rejected the very possibility of a third way between American capitalism and Soviet communism. And in any event, post-war political history delivered it its quietus, necessitating the stark choices which had earlier been refused in the name of a principled neutralism. Merleau-Ponty, persuaded by the Korean War of the imperialist nature of the Soviet Union and hence of the utopianism of Marxism, renounced it. For Sartre, by contrast, it was the end of idealism and the beginning of realism. In a Manichean political universe, he elected to persevere alongside the PCF. Althusser's choice was similarly unequivocal. Before the war a militant in the Jeunesse étudiante chrétienne, he had been radicalized RST by the Popular Front and then, decisively, by the experience of French defeat. Mobilized in September 1939, he was taken prisoner the following summer, spending the remainder of the war in a German camp. Similarly subjected to the terrible education of deeds, 16 unlike Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, he was led by the turbulent post-liberation years to join the PCF, his membership coinciding with deepening Cold War and intensifying class struggle. Althusser made his commitment in November 1948, just as a bitter, communist-led miners' strike was being crushed by riot police at the behest of socialist ministers. Indeed, by this time the revolutionary hopes aroused by the resistance had been conclusively dashed. The previous year, Le Parti de Fusiliers, having lowered the Red Ag before the Tricolore 17 and compromised with de Gaulle's France Libre at the war's close, had been ejected from Ramadier's government. The alliance between the USSR and the victorious capitalist powers was no more. The Pax Americana had descended with its twin arms of Truman Doctrine and Marshall Plan, soon to be followed by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The Cominform, established by Stalin in the autumn of 1947 to coordinate a unit communist response, criticized the French and Italian parties for their erstwhile policy of national unity, decreed the existence of two camps, the one socialist and wedded to peace, the other imperialist and bent on war, and dictated a left turn by the communist parties. With tripartism over at home, the PCF switched to the offensive, mobilizing its forces for the violent class struggles of the late 1940s. As French socialists were converted to Atlanticism, the communists reverted to a quasi-third-period rhetoric. Denounced as an arm of Russian totalitarianism, the PCF retreated into its Stalinist fortress, loyally executing Cominform demands as the Cold War worsened. Membership, which had risen from 545,000 in 1945 to 800,000 the following year, declined to little over 300,000 a decade later. Despite this, under the Fourth Republic, electoral support remained in the region of 20% and the PCF retained its position as the premier working-class party. Portraying opposition to American imperialism, and its Gaullist and socialist allies, as the continuation of the resistance, representing itself as the inheritor and defender of French revolutionary republicanism, and entrenching its position as the party of the working class, the embattled PCF remained a symbol of heroism for numerous intellectuals, the embodiment of indivisible socialist and national causes. Relations between the two were always strained, often tortured. Yet, if some were alienated in these years of Stalinist hard labor, 18 others, including Althusser, stayed the course. Sartre, an indefatigable polemicist throughout the Cold War, probably spoke for many when in 1952 he leapt to the PCF's defense, arguing that, in the current conjuncture, a defeat for Stalinism would, in reality, be a defeat of the working class. For, were the workers to abandon the sole unifying instance able to impart class being to them, the universe will be bourgeois. Left-wing intellectuals. Dystopia 19. For his part, Sartre determined that un anti-communist est un chien 20 and adopted the role of compagnant de route, essaying a theorization of the party's political practice form outside its ranks. For those inside, on the other hand, who likewise equated party and class, the 20th Congress came as an earthquake. 21. The dismay of the PCF's leaders was initially even greater. Ever accommodating to Stalin's dictates and reversals of line, they at RST found it difficult to accept Khrushchev's de-Stalinization. General Secretary Maurice Thorez opposed the Congress's limited initiatives on Stalin. He always referred to the alleged Khrushchev report, let alone speculations by Togliatti about systemic degenerescence, dissuaded Khrushchev from rehabilitating Bukharin and other victims of the Moscow trials, and, at the very least, was sympathetic to the anti-party plot of Malenkov, Molotov, and Kaganovich in June 1957 to oust the Soviet leader. Nevertheless, under his leadership, the PCF did adapt to the new line sponsored by the CPSU. Until his death in 1964, Thorez avowed that proletarian internationalism is solidarity with the Soviet Union. Peaceful coexistence had been endorsed at the party's 14th Congress in July 1956. A Central Committee meeting in November 1961 affirmed the universal significance of the CPSU's recent Congress. From the historic decisions of the 22nd Congress, the resolution read, French Communists draw new reasons and strength for the struggle against the fascist threat and personal power, for peace in Algeria, for the restoration and renovation of democracy, for peaceful coexistence and general disarmament, for socialism. 22 As regards the last, the 15th and 16th Congresses, 1959 and 1961, respectively, marked the PCF's official orientation to peaceful transition. By 1966, Thérèse's successor, Waldeck Rochaith, could announce on behalf of his colleagues that the position and desire of the PCF is clear, all its activity is directed to the goal of creating conditions favorable to a peaceful transition to socialism. 23 The PCF's adjustment to the Khrushchevite line arose not simply from fidelity to the bastion of world socialism, but because there was an underlying compatibility between the imperatives of internationalism and domestic horizons. Regardless of its official doctrine, the PCF had, in a sense, been pursuing an analogous line, in impeccably French colors, ever since the Popular Front. The sharp turn of 1947 issued in campaigns centered on the struggle for peace, not plans for an insurrectionary prise de pouvoir. Defense of the USSR demanded the fostering of patriotic anti-Americanism with the aim of fomenting inter-imperialist contradictions. Paradoxically, intransigent internationalism took the form of a truculent nationalism, for example, in the drive against German rearmament, which claimed la patrie for its own against a pretentious bourgeoisie. As the international situation eased after the Korean War, the PCF once again looked to a united front with the socialists. Anxious to demonstrate its solicitude for La France Eternelle, it was at best equivocal over the Algerian cause, as it had been over the Vietnamese. When the War of Independence erupted in 1954, the party must not be compromised, Thérèse proclaimed. As proof of its respectability, it called for peace and a genuine union, voting special powers to the Mollet administration in 1956, only to discover 2 years later that salvation from the Algerian imbroglio was generally anticipated not from left unity, but from the return of de Gaulle. Evasive over French colonialism, the PCF was reduced to passivity as the Fourth Republic was buried beneath the Gaullist Tréisme of 1958. That year, its vote fell to under 20% for the RST time since 1936. Thereafter, its sights were RMLYXED on the restoration and renovation of democracy as an intermediary stage in any transition to socialism, an end whose means were an electoral alliance with the socialists on a common democratic program. The consolidation of the Fifth Republic effected with the massive endorsement of le pouvoir personnel in the constitutional referendum of 1962 gave added impetus to the strategy of the outstretched hand. Henceforth, the PCF was effectively in electoral alliance with the socialists. The Great Schism was over, even if the Entente was not particularly cordial. In Althusser's Annus Mirabilis of 1965, the opening to the right extended to supporting François Mitterrand as the left's sole presidential candidate. The crisis provoked by the Russian intervention in Hungary in 1956 did not affect the PCF as badly as its Italian, or British, sister parties. To be sure, the combination of pugnacious pro-Sovietism over Eastern Europe, timid nationalism over Algeria, and outright resistance to the least democratization of the party's internal regime led not only to Sartre's break, announced in The Spectre of Stalin, but to an active inter-party opposition. Disappointed by the political and theoretical fruits of de-Stalinization, leading intellectuals like Henri Lefebvre and Jean Toussaint Desanti collaborated on oppositional bulletins, and were expelled for their pains in 1958. The Sorbonne Lettres cell was dissolved the same year for criticizing the leadership's stand on Algeria. 3 years later, Marcel Servin and Laurent Casanova were brought to book for their premature Eurocommunism. In each case, order was restored. Given the new crisis in the international communist movement from 1960 onwards, however, the most urgent counter-reformation was one against left, that is, Chinese, heresies. This the PCF excelled at. Mindful of the spread of the Maoist bacillus within its own cells, the party vigorously supported the USSR in the Sino-Soviet controversies, provoking the riposte from Peking that its new course was out of keeping with its oath of dedication to communism. 25 The critiques of 1956 inspired by the Stalinism without Stalin of that year were rapidly overtaken by this quite distinct development in the communist world. By the early 1960s, with the CPSU taking the lead, the normalist communist parties had repackaged much of the critique formerly directed at them by dissidents as the basis for their own programs. The Khrushchevites appropriated the arsenal of those who, through the smoke of Budapest, 26 had discerned the ghost of Stalin. The PCF's official intellectuals negotiated the passage from the ideological expediencies of Stalinism to those of Khrushchevism with relative facility. The party's leading philosopher was Roger Garaudy, Politburo member, editor of Cahiers du Communisme and director of the Centre d'études et de recherches Marxists. Formerly Witchender General, now dispenser of extreme unction, in quick succession champion of Stalin and defender of the Khrushchevite faith, Garaudy led the way, becoming the symbol, to borrow one of his own titles, of the transition from anathema to dialogue. Thus were the coordinates of debate and division fundamentally restructured from 1960 onwards. Althusser, who remained in the PCF after Hungary, played no part in the ideological suppression of critics. Indeed, we have no contemporary statement from him on the events of 1956. By then, he had only a few brief articles on Marxist philosophy, published in an academic journal and not a party organ, to his name. What was their character? The RST2, on Marxism and Note on Dialectical Materialism, 1953, formed a pair, being devoted to problems which would exercise Althusser throughout his career, the periodization of Marx's over and the nature of Marxism. Arguing that the importance attributed to the writings of the young Marx commanded the interpretation of Marxism, Althusser took his stand on Marx's own summary of his intellectual biography in the 1859 preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy. Accordingly, Marx's texts prior to 1845 were informed by the problematic of German idealism. The German ideology represented the critique of this philosophical consciousness. The Poverty of Philosophy was the RST entirely scientific text from his pen. If conceived as attempts to impart substance to the philosophical themes of his youth, The End of Alienation and The End of History, Marx's later works, and those of his followers, were only worth as much as those themes, very little. For therewith Marxism was converted from a science into a philosophy. 27 Marxism comprised historical and dialectical materialism. The former was the science of history, designated historical materialism in order to differentiate it from all the idealist conceptions of history coeval with it. It had been founded not on men's self-consciousness or teleological utopian principles, but on the material dialectic of the forces of production and relations of production, the motor that determines historical development in the null analysis. 28 And its most profound characteristic was that it not only inspires political action, but also seeks its verification in practice, developing and growing through political practice itself. 29 Passing in the second article to Marxist philosophy, Althusser commenced by noting that it had been developed by Engels, Lenin, and Stalin in particular. 30 Marx, Engels and their successors regarded the dialectic as the most advanced form of scientific method. They had reproached the Hegelian dialectic for a schematism whereby violence is done to reality in order to mold it to the a priori structure of the dialectic. Transforming the instrument inherited from Hegel, they had retained at its rational kernel, the general content of the dialectic, interaction, development, qualitative leaps, contradiction. This puts us in a position to specify the meaning of the famous inversion. It is neither reliance on a particular philosophical system, nor a sort of intrinsic virtue, an absolute logical necessity, that makes the dialectic indispensable to Marx and Engels. The dialectic is validated only by its concrete utilization, by its scientific fecundity. This scientific use is the sole criterion of the dialectic. It alone makes it possible to speak of the dialectic as method. 31. As Lenin had argued in What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, Marx and Engels' dialectical method was simply the scientific method in sociology. 32. Stalin had therefore been correct to excise the teleological negation of the negation from the laws of the dialectic, as had Mao to specify the concrete structure of its hitherto abstract notion of contradiction. The dialectic, Althusser proceeded, could only constitute a method of discovery if it expressed the structure of reality. 33. This did not amount to proof of the common charge of metaphysical materialism entered against Marxism, however, since for dialectical materialism it is not for a metaphysics of nature to deduce the structure of reality, it is the role of the sciences to discover it. 34. The object of Marxist materialism was not the object, of science, It was concerned with the fundamental epistemological question, primacy of matter or mind. Coming down RMLY on the side of the former, it supported the spontaneous materialism of the sciences, whose practice was the origin and criterion of all truth, a conclusion that had nothing in common with mere pragmatism, but which did invalidate the epistemological question endemic in classical philosophy. Marxist philosophy, Althusser argued, articulate and consciously draw out the implications of the spontaneous practice of the sciences, straightforwardly affirming the primacy of external reality. 35. Hence, the materialist theory of knowledge was utterly distinct from its idealist antecedents, for it was not some science of the sciences, de jure or de facto substituting itself for them. Nevertheless, it was varied by them and had therefore rightly been adjudged a scientific philosophical theory. 36. As such, materialism stood in a fundamental relation to the sciences, reminding them of their true nature. It ensures their survival and progress. To safeguard the endless development of the sciences, to preserve the sciences from all forms of dogmatism and idealism by reminding them of their fundamental reality, such is the aim of materialism, Althusser concluded. 37. A third early text, On the Objectivity of History, 1955, an open letter to Paul Ricoeur, also treated an issue which would preoccupy Althusser, the question of the foundation of a science of history. Reproving Raymond Aron for relativism, he argued that history possessed a similar rationality to that of the natural sciences. Ricoeur was to be commended for demonstrating that the level of history is not that of immediate experience, that history as science is not, and cannot be, a resurrection of the past, that historical science is a knowledge of history. It is at this level that it is possible to discover in history a rationality of the same species as that of the natural sciences. You clearly show that the moments of scientific practice in history, observation, abstraction, theory, correspond to the procedures of the experimental sciences, which are theoretical because experimental. 38. Yet Ricoeur had attempted to found the objectivity of the discipline of history on the historian's intention to objectivity, whereas it could only be rooted in the conformity, however approximate, of a theory of the historical object to the historical reality of which it aimed to produce objective knowledge. History, too, could be varied, confirmed as scientific, or falsified, refuted as ideological, in the same manner as the other sciences. Ricoeur had neglected the crucial moment of experimentation. For Althusser, by contrast, history likewise can only be a science if it is experimental, subject, in its case, to the fundamental critique of real history. 39. Likewise criticizing arguments for a methodological distinction between the natural and the human sciences predicated upon philosophical humanism, Althusser observed that history was arraigned for threatening men with the loss of the charms or dramas of immediate existence, because it understands their necessity and their laws. But this was quite mistaken, for just as knowledge of the laws of light has never prevented men from seeing, so knowledge of the laws that govern the development of societies does not prevent men from living, or take the place of labor, love, and struggle. On the contrary, knowledge of the laws of light has produced the glasses which have transformed men's sight, just as knowledge of the laws of social development has given rise to endeavors which have transformed and enlarged the horizon of human existence. The antinomy of history as science and lived history ends when we give up expecting from science anything other than what it imparts. It ends when we conceptualize the level at which scientific truths are established. It ends when we conceive the practical destination of science, which starts out from immediacy and ascends to generality, to laws, only in order to return to the concrete, not as the duplicate of immediacy, but as an active understanding of it. 40. Althusser's early works seem to have attracted little attention at the time, 41, and have not done so since either. Yet they are of considerable interest insofar as they give some indication of his stance in the 1950s and allow us to measure the distance traveled by the time of for Marx and reading capital. Thus, we shall see that the anti-Hegelianism, anti-historicism, and anti-humanism already evident in them was to assume more substantial shape thereafter, that Althusser's later versions of the institutionalist duo of historical and dialectical materialism were to take a quite different, much more original form, less dependent on discredited authority for a start, that some positive aspects of these short texts disappeared, for example, insistence on the empirical moment in historical science. While others were to reappear, the conception of Marxist philosophy is, in certain respects, a striking anticipation of Althusser's second definition of it. In any event, they set out an agenda for the attentive and meticulous study of Marxism invoked by Althusser. 42. However, his RST work of substance was a slender volume on Montesquieu in 1959-43. It was followed in 1960 by an edition of Feuerbach's writings of 1839 to 45-44. When Althusser's major writings began to appear in 1961, 8 years after Stalin's death and VE years after Khrushchev's secret speech, it was in what Anderson has called an altered historical landscape. 45. For now the interpretation of Marxism criticized by him had been granted droit de cite by the communist parties. His own philosophical manifestos were directed against the Russian line and the French replica of it, whilst intimating sympathy for the Chinese position. From Khrushchev's critique of Stalin, Althusser drew quite different conclusions from those of the Russian and French parties concerning both ideological, theoretical and practical work. Destalinization will destalinize the destalinizers, Sartre had condently predicted in 1956-46. It had not. What had happened, as Lucio Colletti put it, 10 years after his resignation from the PCI in 1964, was a process of renovation, in a patently rightward direction. 47. Althusser, bound by party discipline, was not at liberty to express divergent political opinions. As he pointed out in the introduction to the English edition, the essays collected in For Marx treated the theoretical problems posed in / by the period, not the political issues. 48. Implicit in them, however, is the conclusion that Khrushchev's report, far from initiating a genuine destalinization, had been a right-wing critique which hastened a rightwards evolution in the communist movement. The dogmatist Knight. 49, Althusser's expression for the Stalin era, he considered to be primarily an abandonment of the revolutionary legacy of Marx and Lenin. Equidistant from Stalinism and Khrushchevism, he was for destalinization but against social democratization, the regression of the communist parties to the positions of the Second International, or destalinization from the right. Unlike Colletti, Althusser still envisaged the possibility of return to revolutionary Marxism within the communist parties in the 1960s. Althusser's project, his wager, as one of his ex-collaborators was later to describe it, was the renovation of the political practice of the PCF by a restoration/renewal of Marxist theory. 50. Khrushchev's liberalization had opened up space for independent research after decades of stultifying orthodoxy, an opportunity. Simultaneously, it had stimulated revisionism and given the green light to reformism, a threat. Like the CPC, Althusser believed that Marxism and Leninism were being opposed in the name of opposing dogmatism. The requisite alternative was to return to the time before the Stalinist Ud, to that original purity of Marxism which had been corrupted in the period which bears Stalin's name. 10 years later, Althusser was to deem the political direction of his work as making a start on the RST left-wing critique of Stalinism. 51 Only ignorance of the work of Trotsky, among others, could allow Althusser to believe, in 1975, that, in the 1960s, he had embarked on the RST such critique. But, from a communist who had joined the PCF during the struggle against the Titoy Trotskyists, such negligence is less surprising. The fact is that Althusser's search for an alternative to the Khrushchevite status quo and the Stalinist status quo ante was circumscribed by the horizons of the international communist movement to which he was loyal. And his return to Marx presaged, over and above any theoretical prescription, a complementary turn to Peking. For it was there that vehement dissent from the moderate politics of the CPSU and PCF post-Stalin was to be found. Given that the Chinese contrasted the revolutionary Stalin with the treacherous Khrushchev, the resultant critique of Stalin was likely to be ambiguous. But China, proclaiming uninterrupted revolution and the victory of People's War, appeared to Althusser to offer the inspiration for the revolutionary project that was the raison d'être of the communist parties. In the communist movement too, the east wind was prevailing over the west. Naturally, Althusser made no public statements in support of the CPC, to do which would have incurred his immediate expulsion from the PCF. Nevertheless, signs of his orientation are present in the essays collected in For Marx. It is confirmed by the testimony of Rancière and others. 52 Above all, perhaps, it can be detected from the patent divergence between the direction of Althusser's thought and the evolution of his party. Two examples will be given at this stage. With contradiction and overdetermination, the gulf between Althusser's coded sympathies and the PCF's visceral anti-Maoism became apparent, earning him the attentions of the party's official philosophical spokesman. Published in La Pensée in 1962, Althusser's essay offered an explicitly anti-Hegelian account of Marxist theory at a time when the PCF was broadcasting the virtues of the Hegelian legacy. Not only did he reject the isomorphism of the Marxist and Hegelian dialectics, he did so by reference to Marxist political practice. And, if his novel theorization of Lenin's theory and practice of revolution had a bizarre ring in comparison with the Politburo's perspectives on Fifth Republic France, the acclaim accorded to Mao's on contradiction bore a political import which was not lost on Althusser's superiors. Ghirotti intervened to charge him with a perilous pluralism, which impaired the monist basis of Marxism. 53 Undeterred, Althusser renewed his attack and extended his research in an essay published the following August, on the materialist dialectic. 54 2 months later, the PCF Central Committee met at Ivory to ponder the Chinese threat. In the course of its deliberations, Lucien Sevey rebuked any irritation with Maoist categories by party intellectuals, singling out Althusser's writings on the dialectic for reprimand. The following month, November 1963, Althusser was summoned before the editorial board of La Pensée to explain himself. Arraigned for leftism, he was obliged to affirm the correctness of the PCF's own line. 55 Althusser's next major article, Marxism and Humanism, was written in October 1963. Published in June 1964, it followed hard on the PCF's 17th Congress, where agreement with the Soviet Party had been registered on all the important issues. Opening laconically enough, today, socialist humanism is on the agenda. 56 Its echoes of the Chinese polemics are unmistakable. In their assault on the CPSU's out-and-out revisionist program of 1961, the Chinese had laid the following charges against it. The program crudely revises the essence of Marxism-Leninism, namely, the teachings on proletarian revolution, on the dictatorship of the proletariat and on the party of the proletariat, declaring that the dictatorship of the proletariat is no longer needed in the Soviet Union and that the nature of the CPSU as the vanguard of the proletariat has changed, and advancing fallacies of a state of the whole people and a party of the whole people. It substitutes humanism for the Marxist-Leninist theory of class struggle and substitutes the bourgeois slogan of liberty, equality, fraternity for the ideals of communism. It is a revisionist program for the preservation and restoration of capitalism. 57. Whereas the Chinese directly attacked the abrogation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the promulgation of new slogans and so on, Althusser treated the Russian, and French, positions sardonically, conveying his incredulity sotto voce. The dictatorship of the proletariat, rejected by the Social Democrats in the name of bourgeois personal humanism, and which bitterly opposed them to the communists, has been superseded in the USSR. Even better, it is foreseeable that it might take peaceful and short-lived forms in the West. From here we can see in outline a sort of meeting between two personal humanisms, socialist humanism and Christian or bourgeois liberal humanism. The liberalization of the USSR reassures the latter. As for socialist humanism, it can see itself not only as a critique of the contradictions of bourgeois humanism, but also and above all as the consummation of its noblest aspirations. Humanity's millenarian dreams, pregeared in the drafts of past humanisms, Christian and bourgeois, will at last end derealization in it, in man and between men, the reign of man will at last begin. 58. Althusser proceeded to demonstrate to his own satisfaction that humanism was an ideological concept, emphasizing, however, that his purpose was not to dispute the reality that the concept of socialist humanism is supposed to designate, but to deem the theoretical value of the concept. 59. After an elliptical and provocative run-through of Marx's theoretical development, he concluded that one of the indissociable elements of Marx's break in 1845 was the definition of humanism as an ideology, and, moreover, that this rupture with every philosophical anthropology or humanism is no secondary detail, it is Marx's scientific discovery. The logical conclusion was that the theoretical value of the concept was nil. 60. Socialist humanism, masquerading as Marxism, was no more than the practical ideology of the USSR. It furnished a compelling ethical critique of the inhuman form taken by the dictatorship of the proletariat under Stalin, but was otherwise an imaginary treatment of real problems. 61. Characteristic of ideology. Any critique cast in its terms remained ideological. The cult of personality was said to be an unclassifiable concept in Marxist theory. 62. If Althusser, unlike the CPC, did not, publicly, doubt that the USSR, for all the deformations in its superstructure under Stalin, was a socialist country, he was effectively accusing the CPSU, and its supporters in the communist movement, of abandoning Marxism in favor of bourgeois ideology. 63. In their recourse to ideology, the Soviets were circumventing a materialist explanation, and genuine rectification, of what has not yet been completely superseded, in its effects or its misdeeds. Terror, repression, and dogmatism. 64. The retreat to humanism by the Soviets, their supporters, and their critics would not yield the requisite scientific analysis of Stalinism and thus obstructed the provision of a political strategy for a non-Stalinist socialism. 65. Althusser was not, then, an unregenerate Stalinist, and his writings were not those of an apparatchik. He opposed socialist/Marxist humanism insofar as this label theoretical current had become part of an apologetic orthodoxy which pointed to the USSR as the socialist utopia in demand. As he saw it, in conjunction with an economic evolutionism, the theory of state monopoly. Capitalism. 66. It was being employed pragmatically by the PCF as a theoretical garb for political opportunism. The distinct danger was that it would be used to license a social democratization of the communist parties. The PCF, it appeared, had emerged from the ghetto at the price of aid into democratic adventurism. The alternative to Stalinism and social democracy alike was a revival of Leninism. Althusser's Leninism may have been neo-Maoist, but Marxist/socialist humanism was, in general, anti-Leninist. To adhere to its positions, Althusser believed, was to wrench political practice from its orientation towards the class struggle and consecrate in theory the practical abandonment of the revolutionary project. The real danger was political. But its side for Althusser was theoretical. Was Marxism a humanism? In the theoretical conjuncture of Althusser's intervention, Most answers to this question were in the affirmative. An apparently Marxological issue, it was far from trivial in its practical implications. It was precisely the political content and effects of this theoretical position within the communist movement which determined the implacability of Althusser's opposition to it. In combating it theoretically, Althusser was contributing to a political cause. The Misadventures of Marxist Theory. Althusser's RST major essay on Marxist theory, On the Young Marx, was written in 1960 and published the following year. The opening shot in a concerted counterattack, 67. Its immediate target was a collection of essays, primarily by East European Marxists, devoted to the relation between the young Marx and the mature Marx. 68. Insisting that any discussion of Marx's early works was a political discussion, Althusser noted that throughout Europe, philosophers, ideologues, theologians have all launched into a gigantic enterprise of criticism and conversion. Let Marx be restored to his source, and let him admit at last that in him, the mature man is merely the young man in disguise. Or if he stubbornly insists on his age, let him admit the sins of his maturity, let him recognize that he sacrificed philosophy to economics, ethics to science, man to history. Let him consent to this or refuse it. His truth is contained in the early works. 69. Dissenting from the consensus he detected, Althusser retorted that Marx's youth pertained to Marxism only insofar as it was amenable to Marxist explanation. 70. His article might well have been entitled Against the Young Marx. The following year, one of the early works under discussion, the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, appeared under the imprint of the PCF's publishing house, Editions Sociales. Althusser greeted this theoretical event with a short review in La Pensée, February 1963, in which he characterized the author of the Paris manuscripts as the Marx furthest from Marx. 71. As Althusser was well aware, his conclusions, consonant with the Chinese position, were something of a contemporary scandal. For the late 1950s and early 1960s were characterized throughout the continent by a return to the young Marx among Marxist intellectuals, both communist and non-communist. If the communist movement was in political peril, Marxist theory was ostensibly experiencing a renaissance. But it was a humanist revival. In France, classics were rediscovered, new works produced. George Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, 1923, condemned by the Comintern the year after its publication and hitherto known to a French audience largely through Merleau-Ponty's Adventures of the Dialectic, was at last translated into French in 1960. Karl Korsch's contemporaneous Marxism and philosophy likewise emerged from oblivion courtesy of the Arguments series at Editions Diminuit. Works by the Frankfurt School thinker Herbert Marcuse began to appear in translation. Henry Lefebvre's Dialectical Materialism, 1939, a product of the RST encounter with the Paris manuscripts, was reprinted in 1961 with a new foreword in which the author asserted that amid the dissolution of dogmatism Marx's early writings became of the RST importance. 72 of new works, Lucien Goldman's The Hidden God had appeared in 1956, Sartre's Search for a Method and the monumental study it prefaced, Critique of Dialectical Reason, at the beginning of the decade. Not to be outdone by non- or ex-communists, Garotti contributed Humanisme Marxiste in 1957 and Perspective still home 2 years later. Rather than welcoming these developments, Althusser adduced them, or their analogues, as evidence of the deleterious effects of Khrushchev's critique. Flowers might be blooming and schools contending, but they were so many signs of the revisionist times. Surveying the eld of Marxist theory in the early 1960s, Althusser delineated two main paradigms, though with many variations on the themes what he called economism and humanism/historicism. The former, he contended, represented a Marxist version of technological determinism, the latter a species of Hegelianism. Both derived in the null analysis from ideologies which Marx had transformed in order to produce the science of historical materialism, English political economy and German idealist philosophy, and both led, by however devious a route, to another, and this was the political rub: utopian socialism. Althusser's conviction was that, irrespective of their intentions, they were alike pseudo and ultimately anti-Marxist. Neglecting the potentially critical effects of humanist Marxism on Stalinism, ignoring the humanist critiques of those who left the communist parties in 1956 but still remained Marxists, and attending to what he, and they, 73 regarded as the Stalinism with a human face of Garaudy et al., Althusser failed to engage in any depth with the humanist recasting of Marxism. Because the emperor's new clothes were socialist humanist, Althusser perfunctorily consigned all such theoretical positions to the camp of the right-wing critique of Stalinism, regardless of their actual stance towards the Kremlin, or place du Colonel Fabian. Whatever the danger of a turn to the right within socialist humanism after 1956, as opposed to an opening to the left, and the danger was not merely the figment of a Stalinist imagination 74, such an eventuality was by no means inevitable. In his monitoring of Marxism, Althusser thus failed to relate to the conjuncture and connaissance de cause. Yet it must be reiterated that his political suspicion of, and consequent animosity towards, such doctrines emanated from their conscation and instrumentalization by the communist parties. Having missed the moment of 1956, Althusser was confronted in the early 1960s by something approaching a transvaluation of values. Oblivious of the extent to which Marxism-Leninism, talisman of CPC and CPSU alike, was itself part of Stalin's legacy to the communist movement, he raised its banner, castigating the heresy he saw all around him, except in a Peking impervious to the blandishments of Marxist humanism. Socialist humanism was now being exploited by the communist parties in their ideological struggle with barracks, i.e. Chinese, communism. In the Manichean world of theoretical practice, there was science and there was ideology. Marxism was the former, socialist humanism, with its counterposition of the young Marx to Stalin and systematic neglect of Lenin, the latter. The pervasive siren song of bien-pensant humanism was not for Althusser. It represented, on the contrary, the main contemporary enemy. For such revisionism was the source of reformism, and only orthodoxy could effect a return to revolutionary rectitude. According to Althusser's theoretical typology, humanism and historicism constituted a return to Hegel by Marxist intellectuals when Marx had done hard theoretical labor to break with Hegel and the entire German ideology. As paradigms, they negated what he called the epistemological break which separated the science of history from any and every speculative philosophy of history. Humanism was precisely the specious theoretical formation with which Marx and Engels had decisively begun to part company in the German ideology in 1845. Its modern protagonists were consequently engaged not simply in an inaccurate exercise in Marxology, but in an erasure of the distinction between Marxism as science and Marxism as ideology, between Marx himself and his own ideological past, between Capital, the Marx that mattered, and the early works, most seductive of all the mirages in the post-Stalin theoretical desert. Above and beyond their accuracy as scholarly theses, Althusser's perspectives had these implications, that the truth of Marxism was not to be attenuated by any kind of pragmatism, that to be for Marx was to be for the preeminence and scienticity of his mature theory, historical materialism, that to deny or distort the scientific status of that theory was to oppose progress in Marxism, in theory and in politics. Althusser's essential thesis, the guiding principle of his whole intervention, was that Marx had founded a new science, the science of history. 75 Preparatory to any re-articulation of the scienticity of Marxism was a critique of the 57 varieties of alleged impostor now occupying center stage. One would expect at the minimum an extended discussion by Althusser of Sartre's attempt to rejuvenate Marxism as the philosophy of our time. 76 As it is, one of the most salient features of his writing in this, and subsequent, periods is their lack of detailed attention to other contemporary versions of Marxism. Whilst this may be a structural trait of the Western Marxist tradition, 77 it is particularly reprehensible in his case since he was conversant with, among others, Sartre, Lefebvre and Politzer on the national stage, and Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Della Volpe and Coletti on the international scene. 78 Also to be regretted, yet underscored, is the mode of Althusser's critique of these writers. Despite elements of a historical and comparative analysis, all too often he essayed a reading in which authors, despite the enormous differences between them, are distributed to common problematics and for which the location of a putatively non-Marxist element is sufficient to disqualify their claims, sometimes even to be a Marxist. What, Brie, was the underlying logic of Althusser's Marxism of Marxism? Both economism and Hegelianism had a long history. For the Second International, the ontological version of dialectical materialism extracted from Hegel's logic by Engels, and of which historical materialism was in effect merely a subset, acted as a guarantor of the inevitability of socialist revolution. The auto-development of the economic base, motored by the contradiction between socialized forces of production and restrictive relations of production, private property, would terminate the crisis-ridden capitalist system. Natural necessity and the guarantees of history thus exonerated the reformist strategy of, for example, the German SPD. After the Great Betrayal of 1914 and the Russian Revolution of 1917, that revolution against capital a la Koskay and Plekhanov, 79 a new generation of Marxist philosophers, the founders of Western Marxism, had sought to rescue Marxist theory, compromised by its association with imperialist carnage, vindicated by revolution in a backward country, by an anti-naturalist reaction against Second International orthodoxy. In the case of Korsch and Lukács at least, this further involved rejection of the supposedly debilitating philosophical legacy of the late Engels. The redemption of Marxist theory, namely, its rediscovery of its revolutionary vocation, was to be achieved by reinterpreting Marxism as the supersession of classical German philosophy. This amounted to converting Marxism into a close cousin of the Hegelianism of the young Hegelians, an anthropological version of Hegel's phenomenology. For the poor man's Hegelianism 80, economic evolutionism, which was official Marxism, they substituted the richer fare of the young Marx. Lined up against the Hegel of the logic and the Marx of capital were the younger Hegel of Jena and the young Marx of Paris. The proletariat, Lukács avowed in 1919, is the sole legitimate heir to classical German philosophy and its true executor. 81 In this perspective, theoretical Stalinism was, as Althusser later put it, a kind of posthumous revenge of the Second International. 82 Hostile to Marx's early works, it liquidated the overtly Hegelian heritage from Marxism and reimposed a mechanical materialism of the productive forces as unquestionable orthodoxy within the international communist movement. From 1938 onwards, this version of Marxism was enshrined in Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism, which was to serve as a catechism for all communists. Therewith, Sartre reacted 20 years later, Marxism had come to a stop. 83 If this spurious and sclerotic doctrine was what counted as Marxist theory, it seemed an obvious and beneficial move to many Marxist intellectuals after Stalin's death to go back to the beginning, to the young Marx, to pose once more the question of Marx's relation to Hegel in the light of the newly available early works, to search for a Marxism shorn of its Cold War rigidities. The renewal of Marxism after a quarter of a century's virtual stagnation demanded drastic surgery. Redemption from Stalinist Marxism seemed to require one or all of, revocation of any scientistic pretensions to scienticity, positive re-evaluation of the young Marx, recasting of the whole of Marx's oeuvre along the lines of the early works, or, alternatively, demotion of almost everything after the Communist Manifesto. At the very least, Engels had to go. In general, one can say that, where the 1859 preface had been, there the 1844 manuscripts would be. Where once the centerpiece of Marxism had been the productive forces, now it was to be alienation, Reichation, and cognate themes. This philosophical strategy was accelerated by Khrushchev's critique of Stalinism's inhumanity and the subsequent cultural thaw. The thaw of the ice cap, writes Eric Hobsbawm, watered the numerous plants of heterodoxy, schism, or mere unofficial growth which had survived on the margin of, or under, the giant glacier. 84 By the early 1960s, the disposition of forces was clear, the young Marx against Stalin. The irony of theoretical history, according to Althusser, was that the Trotskyist-Stalinist rendition of Marxism and its intended rectification, the Hegelian, were, in their conceptual structures at least, mirror images. 85 Brie put, Althusser argued that, in the Hegelian scheme of things, history is a process with a subject, man or the working class, and an end, communism. History is the journey of this subject, and its praxis, through the triadic, teleological structures of the Hegelian dialectic, or Marx's own variation thereon, from original unity via self-estrangement to the eventual reappropriation of, and reconciliation with, the alienated human essence. Human liberation is the realization of a potential present at the origin. Economic evolutionism exhibits an analogous teleological structure, but with the productive forces occupying the central position and the negation of the negation or the transformation of quantity into quality securing the transition from one mode of production to another, superior mode via the intermediary of the class struggle. In this schema, history is no longer the odyssey of humanity, but an epic of the productive forces, the linear progression in strict order of modes of production, wherein the potential of the productive forces developed by humanity is realized in the course of historical time within the integument of corresponding social forms. Communism is the appointed destination of history, the realm of material abundance and collective appropriation vouchsafed man by the forward march of the productive forces, from primitive communism via class society to communism. It was the isomorphism of these otherwise quite distinct conceptions of historical materialism that supposedly facilitated their amalgamation. Each paradigm had two moments. Accrued economism and evolutionism were common to Trotskyism, the Second International before the First World War, and Stalinism, the Third International after Lenin, alike. The second current, the reversion to Hegelianism, had been the root out of positivism for the Western Marxist tradition and from Stalinist dogmatism for the class of 1956. There is, however, an important nuance to Althusser's position. Whereas the Hegelian Marxism of those whom he categorized as theoretical leftists, Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, had erred in a commendable political direction, its resurrection under any guise was retrograde, a rightist phenomenon. 86 Whatever, neither schema, economism or historicism/humanism, offered a viable basis for scrupulous scientific analysis of the real world, for an investigation and explanation of the complexities of concrete socio-historical processes, a theoretical demerit with practical, political implications. Althusser's typology borders on travesty, assimilating as it does disparators in Western Marxism, Lukács, Korsch and Gramsci, Sartre and Goldman, Della Volpe and Coletti, to a single problematic of historicism, derived from Hegel, reworked by Feuerbach and the young Marx, superseded in Capital, wherein Marx had criticized those errors of his youth to which his posterity had reverted. Indeed, Althusser's panorama of the contemporary scene bears a strong resemblance to the expressive totality he reprehended in the leading representatives of West European Marxism. Since one result of this is to obscure the novelty, and merits, of his own Marxism in relation to theirs, a few observations, inevitably cursory and simplistic, on the balance sheet of the great Western Marxist tradition at the point of Althusser's intervention are called for. Western Marxism originated in, and was reproduced by, a basic historical impasse 87 consequent upon the uniform pattern of revolutionary politics in Central and Western Europe after the First World War, defeat. Very schematically, in this complex history four main moments can be identified. The RST is the initiation of the tradition by Lukács, Korsch and Gramsci in the 1920s. Here, it is perhaps legitimate to speak of an Hegelian Marxism, and not solely because all three attested to Hegel's centrality. In any event, contesting the Engelschian legacy, Their enterprises shared two basic features, in opposition to positivism, a historicism whereby Marxism was conceived not as an analytical science on the naturalist model, but rather as a revolutionary, dialectical ideology expressive of the proletariat's Weltanschauung, and 2. In opposition to objectivism, a humanism wherein humanity's creative role in the practical constitution and transformation of the world was enhanced at the expense of economic determinism. The achievements of the founders were not of the same magnitude. Lukács's conjugation, in history and class consciousness, of Hegelianism and Neo-Kantianism with the young Marx's problematic reinstated aspects of Marx's thought repressed in official doctrine, above all, the theories of commodity fetishism and alienation. Yet, for all that it was a brilliant anticipation of the as yet unpublished economic and philosophical manuscripts, it ultimately summed up to a romantic anti-capitalism and anti-scientism, as politically voluntarist as it was philosophically speculative. By contrast, Gramsci's disdain for the imbecile complacency of economic evolutionism and reconceptualization of Marxism as the philosophy of praxis, although informed by Croatian idealism, did not inhibit either highly significant, empirically substantiated conceptual departures, especially the theory of hegemony, or enormously suggestive concrete analyses of both past and present 88. Called to order by the Comintern, Lukács disavowed his work, mainly concentrating on the development of a Marxist theory of literature for the duration of the Stalinist freeze. Gramsci, meanwhile, fell victim not to the degeneration of the revolution in the East, but to fascist counter-revolution in the West. The second major episode in Western Marxism, not so much as alluded to by Althusser, bears the impress of this dark historical moment, the consolidation of Stalinism and the triumph of Nazism. Convinced that orthodox Marxism was incapable of explaining these disasters, the Kiegers of the Frankfurt School, Adorno, Horkheimer, and Marcuse, elaborated what can be loosely referred to as critical theory. Capitalism having undergone fundamental alteration in the intervening years, Marx's 19th-century doctrine was no longer adequate for the analysis of modern history. A critique of advanced capitalist society geared to the prospect of human emancipation had, perforce, to draw on other theoretical traditions, whether philosophical, such as Kant and Hegel, sociological, for example, Weber, or psychoanalytical, Freud. And its main focus was to shift from political economy to what, for classical Marxism, were superstructural phenomena, in particular, cultural forms and the ideologies underpinning and legitimating oppressive social relations. Among the positive aspects of this mutation in Marxism up to the early 1960s was an unparalleled lowering of aesthetics. Its negative features were also pronounced, however. If anything accentuating Lukácsian antipathies, the Frankfurt School tended to a quietism and/or pessimism in the face of a totalitarian capitalism pervaded by the instrumental rationality characteristic of the natural sciences and the mass deception practiced, successfully, by the culture industry. For what Adorno and his colleagues precisely lacked, of course, was their Hungarian predecessors' confidence in the proletariat as a potential agent of revolutionary redemption. Perceiving no substitute for it, critical theory did indeed remain negative, persisting with the great refusal from a philosophical standpoint of whose practical realization it despaired. 89. Exile in America and residence in the Federal Republic of Germany were perhaps hardly conducive to anything other than such pessimism of the intelligence and will. In France, on the other hand, a strong communist tradition had survived the war unbroken, thereafter buttressing a politically engaged independent Marxism critical of it. It was here that the next chapter in Western Marxist history was written, the attempted synthesis of Marxism and existentialism primarily associated with Sartre. Prior to the war, communists such as Henri Lefebvre and Auguste Cornu had begun to remedy the shallowness of Gallic Marxist culture. Lefebvre's initiative, however, issued in a humanist recasting of Marxism which was already suspect in the PCF in the 1930s. With Nissen dead at Dunkirk, Politzer murdered by the Nazis, Lefebvre effectively neutralized, and Stanovism domesticated, creative Marxist work in the post-war years migrated to the existentialist milieu operating on the PCF's left ank. Philosophically of Heideggerian and Husserlian formation, Sartre and his colleagues' transition to Marxism was mediated by Kojeev's initial interpretation of Hegel. For them, Capital was not only the culmination of the Paris manuscripts, but a concrete phenomenology of mind, inseparably concerned with the working of the economy and the realization of man. 90. The eventual landmark of the projected Marxist existentialist synthesis was to be Sartre's critique of dialectical reason, an implicit response to the Merleau-Pontian challenge in which he sought to furnish the living Marxism he had earlier invoked against communist doctrine. 91. A product of the history it sought to render intelligible, Marxism was the untranscendable philosophy of our time and dialectical reason the ideology of the rising class. 92. Under Stalinism, however, theory and practice had been sundered, the latter degenerating into pragmatism, the former into dogmatism. 93. Thus, there was a link between the fate of the Russian Revolution, the current impasse of the Western Communist parties, and the sclerosis of Marxist theory. Theoretical Stalinism was condemned on two main scores: for its economic determinist account of the historical process, which negated the specificity of human history, suppressing its complexity and the role of creative human agency therein, and for its conception of Marxism as a natural science, which betrayed its dialectical particularity, severing theory from lived experience. If Stalin had carried this to the point of paroxysm, Engels's dialectic of nature, projected onto history, was the source of the theoretical debacle. Therefore it was not simply a matter of clearing away the Stalinist detritus in order to recover pure Marxism. Since there was ample warrant for such constructions, Marxism had to be reconstructed as a theory of human self-emancipation in which its RST truth, that men make history, was restored to it. 94. The details of this remarkable endeavor cannot detain us here. But the outcome of Sartre's intricate analysis of the elementary formal structures of any possible history, the trans-historical mechanisms underlying the formation and transformation of practical ensembles, human groups, might roughly be summarized thus. The critiques problematic of the dialectic of praxis and scarcity establishes the open-endedness of the historical process, denying the ineluctability of socialism, and provides a fertile set of categories for the investigation of state, class, and party, hence of the history made in Marxism's name. Yet, despite the historicization of the concepts of being and nothingness it essays, the critique remains imprisoned in an ontology of mind and matter, self and other, history and nature, whereby alienation is effectively equated with social structure, Marxism subsumed into existentialism, communism precluded by the inexorable logic of scarcity. Accordingly, it is the less surprising that the promised second volume, which was to ascend from the abstract to the concrete, was abandoned. For the Sartrean attempt to found the intelligibility of history on individual praxis had precisely the opposite effect, rendering it unintelligible, unless, that is, resort was made to an illegitimate device, totalization with a totalizer. 95. Sartre's work was written against the backdrop of sanguinary counterinsurgency in Algeria and the rise of the right at home, a conjuncture of political emergency in which his dismay at the PCF's ghettoization found powerful expression. Like other French Marxist intellectuals, he would contrast with its stasis the relative dynamism of an Italian communism now appropriating the Gramscian legacy in support of its strategy for a national road to socialism. The fourth main current in Western Marxism, the Della Volpian school inside the PCI, went against the grain of its party's orthodoxy. Galvano della Volpe and his disciples, in the front rank, Coletti and Pietranera, were uncompromisingly anti-Hegelian, emphatically reasserting the complete rupture between Marx's over and Hegelian philosophy, the scienticity of Marxism, the paramountcy of capital. Moreover, they made no secret of their sympathy for Lenin's political positions and philosophical thought. In the charter of this vindication of the classical tradition, Logic as a Positive Science, 1950, Della Volpe sought to cast historical materialism as a moral Galileanism, a scientific materialist sociology based upon the young Marx's critique of Hegel's delirium logicum and graduation from hypostasis to hypothesis, from a priori assertions to experimental forecasts. 96 Whatever its author's temperament, at the hands of his followers Della Volpe's epistemological meditation was not lacking in political implications inconsistent with the PCI's cautious perspectives on Italian state and society, as the controversies of the late 1950s and early 1960s were to demonstrate. 97 But, to restrict ourselves to the theoretical level, three conclusions on the record of this professedly scientific Marxism by the mid-1960s, namely, prior to Coletti's major work, suggest themselves. Meticulous readers of the Marxist canon, the Della Volpeans offered no major additions to, or modifications of, the corpus, sadist, in the RST instance, to reclaim it from contemporary distortion or revision. Next, the account of the hypothetico-deductive modality of social science, however sophisticated compared with communist orthodoxy and commendable in a hitherto tenaciously anti-scientific Western tradition, was naturalist in the extreme. Finally, an undifferentiated concept of science was complemented by a continuist conception of its history, yielding, for example, an undiscriminating view of Marx's thought as a linear progression from the early works to capital. Althusser was to refer to Della Volpe as having set out on the same path as him, and in 1965 noted the similarities and differences between their respective enterprises. 98 Althusserian and Della Volpean Marxism both represented counter-idealist trends in Western Marxism, at once irreconcilably hostile to Hegelianism and vehemently affirmative of Marxism's scientific status. Yet they were nevertheless distinct. Locating Marx's rupture with Hegel virtually at the outset of his career, in the introduction to the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right 1843, Della Volpe et al. Accepted the Marxist credentials of the early works, with serious historicist consequences, so Althusser suggested, for their interpretation of Marx's science and philosophy. 99 What, then, was the differentia specifica of Althusser's project within Western Marxism? Over and above his repudiation of Hegel and the young Marx and endorsement, in their place, of the mature Marx, Lenin, and Mao, it might approximately be deemed as follows. According to Althusser, with the exception of the Della Volpeans, the various schools of Western Marxism negated what is specific to the sciences, the production of objective knowledge. 100 They did so in their different ways, either by treating the natural sciences as bourgeois, and Marxism as proletarian science, or by sharply distinguishing the natural from the human and social sciences. In each case, however, the result was the same, relativism, and hence a relativization of historical materialism and consequent attenuation of its scienticity. Contra the anti-naturalist currents, the natural sciences were cognitively autonomous sciences independent of class subjects, and there existed no distinction between them and social science, Marxism for Althusser, in terms of the relative dignity of their results, objective knowledge of their respective objects. Thus, historical materialism, the science of social formations and their transformation, was a science among others. But contra the Della Volpean current, the unity of scienticity 101 was of an epistemological, not a methodological, character. So, if Althusserianism was not unique in campaigning against the misconception of science majoritarian in Western Marxism, it was distinguished by its particular anti-empiricist conception of the sciences, as opposed to the notion of general scientific method to which, in the Della Volpean setup, the sciences must conform to merit the stamp of scienticity. In other words, whilst the anti-naturalists compromised the scienticity of Marxism in the act of vindicating its autonomy, the Italian naturalists compromised its autonomy in the act of vindicating its scienticity, rendering it conformable to a misconceived, neopositivist model of the natural sciences. 102 For Althusser, by contrast, historical materialism was both scientific and autonomous, governed, like the natural sciences, solely by the exigencies of the pursuit of objective knowledge, yet possessing its own theory, method, and object. Western Marxism had originated in an impasse. Althusser's singularity within it was that he sought to break the impasse, to put substance back into the revolutionary project in the West, via a revindication of scientific Marxism from its positivist parody or misrepresentation by both orthodoxy and heterodoxy. Trotskyism or Stalinism were not the inevitable price to be paid for historical materialism being genuinely scientific. Althusser concurred with Sartre's judgment that the Marxist universe was full of deserts and unexplored lands, 103, but differed on the means of remedying this situation. Theoretical de-Stalinization must not surrender the critical instrument potentially capable of reanimating revolutionary politics to its Stalinization, but, on the contrary, reclaim and develop it. Part, nonetheless, of the tradition he criticized, Althusser, as we shall see, also compromised historical materialism. He did so as a result of his assimilation into Marxism of the two intellectual traditions to which, by his own admission, he turned in an attempt to force an exit from the crisis of Marxism. The RST of these was what he later described as a certain French materialist tradition of rationalism, that of Bachelard, Canguilhem, 104, a tradition whose conventionalism and historical epistemology, it has been suggested, must ultimately be traced back to Auguste Comte 105 and the second, in significant respects compatible with the French epistemological tradition characterized by its prioritization of theory over experience, was the rationalist philosophy of Spinoza, with its total differentiation between rational knowledge and opinion or imagination derived from random sense experience. 106 People always situate themselves in relation to someone. Althusser condemned to the Société Française de Philosophie in 1968, but my reference point would be neither Kant nor Hegel, it would be Spinoza. I'm a Spinozist. 107 The details of Althusser's affiliations, and their consequences for both his construction of a Marxist epistemology and his reconstruction of historical materialism, will occupy us later. But, for better or worse, it is they that determine the distinctive shape assumed by epistemological anti-empiricism and social scientific anti-historicism, anti-humanism and anti-economism, which determined, in short, the specificity of Althusserian Marxism. However unsatisfactory Althusser's treatment of his peers remains, we can now at least see something of its logic and thus understand why, for him, the end of dogmatism had not issued in the restoration of Marxism. The contemporary rediscovery and repetition of pre-Stalinist initiatives was a false trail. The current theoretical poverty of the PCF was, moreover, held to be compounded by a specifically French misery, the stubborn, profound absence of any real theoretical culture in the history of the French workers' movement. 108 Founded at a time when the influence of pre-Marxist ideologies on the French labor movement was still strong, the PCF had further suffered from the burden of a long century of official philosophical stupidity in the national, provincialist culture. 109 Born into a theoretical vacuum, the party had produced no philosophical masters. 110 Before it could, the dogmatist night had descended. Indoctrination, not research, became the order of the day. Independent spirits were either marginalized, Lefebvre, or put to work in party schools, Politzer. With Stanovism, the primacy of politics that had always characterized the French communist tradition, to the detriment of theory, reappeared in particularly aberrant form. Althusser's adherence to the PCF coincided with the pronouncement of the ultra-leftist line of the two sciences, which ushered in an era of theoretical monstrosity, when psychoanalysis was a cosmopolitan, reactionary ideology, relativity theory relativist, epigones of bourgeois music dangerous elements, and when Stalin, great father of the peoples, doubled up as the highest scientific authority in the world. In circumstances as inclement as these, a Marxist who was also trying to be a Marxist in philosophy could not even invoke the precedent of Marx and Engels in the German ideology and abandon philosophy's abstract speculation for the concrete knowledge promised by the empirical science of history. Nor could he attempt to work out a version of the logic Marx had never written. During the long night of theory, 111. The only possible course for a communist philosopher was to work within the parameters of Diomat as enacted by Stalin, while looking over his shoulder at the Control Commission. It was a time for automatic loyalty to the oscillating party line. The alternative was expulsion and denunciation. The PCF was second to none in the vigor with which it prosecuted the ideological Cold War, inside as well as outside the party. 30 years later, Althusser recalled that there had been real Moscow trials right here in France. 112. Althusser had to endure Stalin's implacable rule over the PCF for only VE years. That they, and this whole tempestuous period, left their mark is obvious to anyone who reads the autobiographical pages with which for Marx opens. As the moving introduction, today, indicates, Stalinist dogmatism for Althusser meant above all this, the degeneration of Marxism into a set of famous quotations, 113, which party intellectuals were obliged, on pain of inquisition, to reproduce. What then counted as philosophy, he wrote, could only choose between commentary and silence, between conviction, whether inspired or forced, and dumb embarrassment. 114. Silence would appear to have been Althusser's course. When he broke it in the early 1960s, it was scarcely to perform the functions traditionally expected of its intellectuals by the PCF, justification of the party's political line, illustration of the Marxist method in their specialist domains, bestowal of prestige on the party by their allegiance. 115. Althusser challenged the very definition of method. He did not propagandize on behalf of the line, he lent such prestige as he had to independent theoretical research. As Rancière points out, the very idea of a return to Marx was suspect to his seniors, implying as it did a source of authority outside the party, or rather its leadership. 116. And indeed, such a project signed not only a rereading of Marx's oeuvre, but a suspension of belief in the authorities, and patented intellectuals, who guarded the tablets on which successive orthodoxies were inscribed. Extraordinary as it may seem, there is little doubt that Althusser traced many of the vicissitudes of communism after Lenin to lacunae in, and indelities to, Marxist theory. 117. Absence of, or wrong, theory was the root of evils. Against humanist Marxism, Althusser insisted that Marx and Engels' worthy ambition had been to found a scientific socialism, one that superseded its utopian predecessors or contemporaries by its attention to preconditions, means, and goals. Marxists know, he concluded, Marxism and humanism, that there can be no tactics that do not depend on a strategy, and no strategy that does not depend on theory. 118. Addressing burning questions of our movement in 1902, Lenin had asserted that without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. Citing Lenin approvingly, Althusser added that the theory in question was historical materialism, the Marxist science of the development of social formations. 119. In principle, possession of it distinguished the communist parties, vanguards of their respective proletariats, from their social democratic rivals. The problem, 60 years on from Lenin's injunction, was that Marxist theory had scarcely developed since him, largely owing to the conditions in which the international working class movement was enmeshed by the politics of the cult of personality, by its countless victims in the ranks of very valuable militants, intellectuals, and scientists, by the ravages enacted by dogmatism on the intellect. For many years, it literally sacristy and blockaded all development of Marxist-Leninist theory. 120. The great opportunity afforded by Khrushchev's liberalization was that it had introduced a real freedom of investigation which must not be squandered. It was being squandered. But if the new era had not restored Marxist philosophy to us in its integrity, there was an additional reason. The end of dogmatism puts us face to face with this reality, that Marxist philosophy has still largely to be constituted, that the theoretical difficulties we debated in the dogmatist night were not completely artificial, rather they were largely the result of a meagerly elaborated Marxist philosophy, or better, that in the rigid caricatural forms we suffered or maintained, including the theoretical monstrosity of the two sciences. Something of an unsettled problem was really present in grotesque and blind forms. And Nally, that our lot and our duty today is quite simply to pose and confront these problems in the light of day, if Marxist philosophy is to acquire some real existence or achieve a little theoretical consistency. 121. Reminiscence of Marx's philosophy was impossible, since he had never elaborated the Marxist philosophy or epistemology initiated with the foundation of historical materialism, and which rendered apodictic the veridical nature of that theoretical discourse. He had not produced the Logic 122 which has preoccupied Marxist philosophers ever since. His reactions in the postface to the second edition of Capital were problematic and Engels's late works no substitute. If Leninism had to be extricated from Stalinism, Marx had to be retrieved from, some of, Engels. So Althusser could not simply lay hold of the authentic Marxist discourse on method, employ it as a touchstone, and condemn other Marxists for infidelity to its principles. 80 years after the death of Marx, his followers were confronted by the essential question, irresistibly drawn from us even by our trials, failures, and impotence: what is Marxist philosophy? Has it any theoretical right to existence? And if it does exist in principle, how can its specificity be deemed? 123. What was to be done? Althusser's program in For Marx and Reading Capital was twofold: to construct an authentically, non-empiricist, Marxist philosophy, in accordance with tradition, dialectical materialism, and to reconstruct Marxist science, historical materialism, in non-economistic, non-humanist, and non-historicist form. The provision of a philosophy was the prime desideratum, because it could prevent a repetition of the Zdanovist delirium, it would act as a bulwark against other kinds of theoretical pragmatism, and it would provide an epistemological foundation and guarantee for historical materialism, thus defending it against the enemy within and without the gates. If there were difficulties in the path of this program, there were also resources. For, as Lenin had discovered, Marx had bequeathed the Logic of Capital 124. Marxist philosophy, the underwriter of Marxist science and its development, was present in the practical state in Marx's great scientific work. His science was, as it were, epistemology in action. But it had to be extracted and cast in rigorous theoretical form, rendered explicit so that the development of historical materialism proceeded along the right lines. Mission accomplished, dialectical materialism would verify the scienticity of historical materialism, superintend extensions of it, and represent it thereafter in the theoretical Kampfplatz. The available theoretical resources were to be supplemented by the practical works of Marxism, for example, the Russian and Chinese revolutions, which also contained latent theoretical elements available for extraction. Since Marxist political practice was potentially in advance of theory, this operation was an urgent task. 125. Marxist science and politics alike represented a theoretical revolution in action. 126. For the sake of that science and those politics, Marxist philosophy must become contemporary with them. The French ideology. Althusser's return to Marx, he wreaked it a decade later, did have something original about it, in the fact that it criticized dogmatism not from the right-wing positions of humanist ideology, but from the left-wing positions of theoretical anti-humanism, anti-empiricism, and anti-economism. We were attempting to give back to Marxist theory, which had been treated by dogmatism and by Marxist humanism as the RST available ideology, something of its status as a theory, a revolutionary theory. 127. Althusser's theoretical predilections may have gone against the grain of contemporary French Marxism, but they were in conformity with the national philosophical culture. For, in France at the turn of the 1950s, the sun of Hegelian Marxism was no sooner rising than it was setting. Althusser was only one of a generation of intellectuals in that epoch trying to escape. Hegel 128, in his case, paradoxically, via Marx. At the very moment when Marxists were rediscovering the young Marx and re-evaluating his Hegelian roots, a major transition in French philosophy was in progress, the passage from phenomenology to structuralism, more broadly, from the legacy of the three Hs, Hegel, Husserl, Heidegger, to that of the three masters of suspicion, Marx, Nietzsche, Freud. 129 The astonishing rise to paramountcy of structuralism can be dated from the second half of the 1950s. In 1957, Roland Barthes's virtuoso mythologies appeared, annexing everything from soap powder to steak and chips, from Garbo's face to Einstein's brain, to the domain of semiology. More important philosophically was the publication the following year of Claude Lévi-Strauss's collection of essays, Structural Anthropology. In it, taking his cue from a remark of Saussure's, he conjectured that all social practices were symbolic and hence susceptible to semiotic treatment. 130 If remodeled along the lines of Saussure and Trubetskoy's revolutions in linguistics, the social and human sciences could cross the threshold of scienticity. What Levi-Strauss did for anthropology and the study of myths, others attempted for literature, Barthes, cinema, Christian Metz, fashion, Barthes again, and so on. In his Elements of Semiology, 1964, Barthes noted a kind of demand 131 for the new doctrine. He and his colleagues sought to assuage it. The philosopher's stone of the human sciences, long in quest of scientific status, had apparently been discovered. In reality, the French ideology had been born. The challenge to pre- or post-Stalinist constructions of historical materialism implicit in the new paradigm became explicit with Levi-Strauss's The Savage Mind. Its null chapter, History and Dialectic, launched a frontal attack on Sartre's critique of dialectical reason and its proposal for a concrete anthropology. Marxism ought to study real men in depth, not dissolve them in a bath of sulfuric acid. Sartre had written in Search for a Method 132 I believe the ultimate goal of the human sciences to be not to constitute, but to dissolve man, retorted Levi-Strauss, who nevertheless described Marxism as his point of departure. 133 Sartre, he argued, had remained a Cartesian, commencing with, and forever after being ensnared by, the actor's conscious project. He had eluded cultural and historical relativism only by illegitimately interpreting past forms from the standpoint of the Western present, thus erasing real historical discontinuity in a spurious continuity. Sartre's anthropocentric history and subjectivist epistemology were alike ideological, the former a modern myth, the latter a perennial illusion. Ethnocentric dialectical reason and contingent historical diachrony were inimical to scienticity. Thus, Sartre had discovered in historicity the last refuge of a transcendental humanism. 134 The problem of the relations between structure, S, and subject, S, which had preoccupied, and divided, Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, demanded a scientific not a philosophical answer. Structural anthropology, considered by Levi-Strauss at least to be a hard science, was the requisite research program. Structural thought now defends the cause of materialism, he would claim 2 years later in the overture to his masterpiece Mythologics. 135 History, all too dependent on human subjectivity and vitiated by Eurocentric evolutionism, was its epistemological antithesis. While Levi-Strauss sought to escape Hegel via Saussure, the same year, in A Portent of the Future, Gilles Deleuze made the identical bid via Nietzsche. His Nietzsche and philosophy impugned dialectical thought of any Hegelian inspiration or affiliation. The hero of Michel Foucault's Structuralist The Order of Things, written contemporaneously with Reading Capital but published the following year, was likewise Nietzsche. He it was who burned for us, even before we were born, the intermingled promises of the dialectic and anthropology, offering, as both promise and task, the death of man. Foucault announced in the course of a critique of the historicist episteme to which he allocated Marxism. 136 Humanism and historicism were thus under attack from many sides. Whether in the name of the Swiss linguist or the German philosopher, they were being invited to vacate the privileged position they had allegedly hitherto occupied in Western thought. Historical materialism, identified with them, and deemed similarly archaic, was in the dock. In the hectic world of Parisian philosophical fashion, Marxism à la Sartre, Lefebvre, or Goldman, let alone Girardi, with its subject-centered history and subject-constituted knowledge, 137 was rapidly eclipsed. Man's end was anticipated, history was a myth, Sartrean Marxism its highest stage. 138 The audacity, and perilousness, of Althusser's initiative can now perhaps be better appreciated. In order to escape Hegel and rescue Marxism from the discredit into which it was apparently falling by association with him, Althusser carried out an adroit reversal of alliances. Perceiving a convergence between the astringent anti-humanism of structuralism and his own Marxist positions, Althusser informed the Italian communist newspaper Rinascita in 1964 that Levi Strauss was more of an immediate ally of historical materialism than Sartre. 139 Quite the reverse of the mere with structuralist terminology to which he reduced this episode in his later autocritique, Althusser's Theoria Politique dictated something approaching what Nikos Poulantzas would describe as an alliance with. Far from uncritical of structuralism in these texts. If it was valid in linguistics and partially so in anthropology, it was invalid outside these domains, ideological, and hence incapable of furnishing a scientific interpretation of the world. Only Marxism could offer this. Umberto Eco's particular appropriation of it for historical materialism led not to the renewal of Marxism, but to its theoretical liquidation. In a text published the previous summer, Philosophy and the Human Sciences, questioning whether the disciplines which present themselves under the label of human sciences are not only genuinely human, but also, and above all, truly sciences, Althusser had signaled his opposition both to a retreating humanism and to an advancing technocratism. Among those criticized were philosophers like Levi Strauss. I am not referring to his admirable concrete analyses, but to the philosophy attached to them, who have discovered the means, the dream of every bricoleur, of holding together, in the ontology of binarism, avant-garde linguistics, information theory, mathematics and physics, Marx, Freud, Goldstein, Comte, the exchange of words, women and goods, von Neumann, the shamans and Lacan, Rousseau and the ethnologist himself. All these philosophers produce what they consider to be a philosophy, but which is a philosophician, which is merely the point d'honneur of technocratic thinking. An accompanying footnote was even more damning of vulgarized structuralism, an appropriate manipulation of metonymy and metaphor, for example, of paradigm and symptom, etc., provides rapid and astonishing results. Some have already been published, others will soon follow. A huge expansion of structuralist output is already foreseeable. It panders to the taste for rapid results. Althusser 1998a, pages 52, 56 and N20. Structuralism against historicism, Levi Strauss against Sartre 140. Thus, if Althusser simultaneously opposed phenomenological antinaturalism and vindicated, contra Levi Strauss, the project of a science of history, in Marxism and humanism, without referring to the savage mind, he gave his imprimatur to the new theme of the end of man and explained the reasons for his acquiescence. Strictly in respect to theory, one can and must speak openly of Marx's theoretical anti-humanism, and see in this theoretical anti-humanism the absolute, negative, precondition of the positive knowledge of the human world itself, and of its practical transformation. It is impossible to know anything about men except on the absolute precondition that the philosophical, theoretical, myth of man is reduced to ashes. So any thought that appeals to Marx for any kind of restoration of a theoretical anthropology or humanism is no more than ashes, theoretically. But in practice it could pile up a monument of pre-Marxist ideology that would weigh down on real history and threaten to lead it into blind alleys. 141. For Althusser, Sartre was of the devil's party without knowing it. Both Merleau-Ponty and Levi Strauss had identified his Cartesianism as what separated him from Marxism and/or materialism. This appears to have been the burden of Althusser's intervention following a lecture by Sartre at the École Normale Supérieure shortly after the publication of the Critique of Dialectical Reason. 142 reportedly ending the accusation of having resurrected the cogito in the shape of a philosophy of praxis incomprehensible, Sartre failed to counter it. His consternation possibly decided the philosophical allegiances of a generation of French Marxist intellectuals. At any rate, thereafter Althusser pursued this line of attack, contending that Sartre's epistemological starting point in individual human agency led only to a regression to inity which left him quite incapable of explaining history. 143 men were not the constitutive subjects of history, but constituted subjects in history, agents subsumed under, and allotted their places/functions by, a set of social structures, economic, political, and ideological, anterior and exterior to them, governed by their own peculiar laws. 144 History was a process without a subject, which only a science disjunct from the consciousness and illusions of human subjects could illuminate, thereby enabling its transformation and their liberation. Reading Capital, it has justly been said, is an anti-critique of dialectical reason. 145 Althusser, then, believed that the cause of Marxist materialism could best be defended in the early 1960s in conjunction with aspects of structuralism. That he turned to contemporary French philosophy, as well as to the Marxist classics, for aid in the construction of a post-Stalinist Marxism, is readily apparent from the affiliations he announced to Lacan's anti-humanist rereading of Freud and especially to Bachelardian historical epistemology. While Althusser was proposing a return to Marx, Lacan was conducting a return to Freud. In an essay dating from 1964, Freud and Lacan, which reopened the dialogue between Marxism and psychoanalysis proscribed by Zdanovism, Althusser endorsed both Lacan's construction of Freud and his representation of it as a rejoinder to revisionism. Repeating an analogy already drawn by Freud and his French disciple, he concluded by making the same bid for Marxism. Not in vain did Freud sometimes compare the critical reception of his discovery with the upheavals of the Copernican revolution. Since Copernicus, we have known that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Since Marx, we have known that the human subject, the economic, political or philosophical ego is not the center of history, and even, in opposition to the philosophers of the Enlightenment and to Hegel, that history has no center but possesses a structure which has no necessary center except in ideological misrecognition. In turn, Freud has discovered for us that the real subject, the individual in his unique essence, has not the form of an ego, centered on the ego, on consciousness or on existence, that the human subject is decentered, constituted by a structure which has no center either, except in the imaginary misrecognition of the ego, i.e. in the ideological formations in which it recognizes itself. 146. Althusser had already utilized Lacanian psychoanalysis for the theory of ideology proposed in Marxism and Humanism and, as we shall see, would have further recourse to it. He evidently believed Lacan's project vis-a-vis Freud to coalesce with his own. As Michel Péchier once remarked, something approaching a triple alliance was hereafter concluded between Althusserian Marxism, Lacanian psychoanalysis, and Saussurian linguistics. 147 At all events, the two non-Marxist discourses made the Althusserian grade. They did so according to the norms of an epistemology derived in large part from the French philosopher of science, Gaston Bachelard. Whilst Althusser entered into an alliance of convenience with Lévi-Strauss and one of principle with Lacan, his rapprochement with Bachelardian epistemology and historiography was central to his enterprise. For his aspiration was to demonstrate that Marxism, in reality as well as principle, was the science of history and a science like the others, on an epistemological par with its royal confrères. And he aimed to do that by the simultaneous construction/application of Marxist philosophy. Althusser's version of the latter was in fact to be a transformed, Marxist Bachelardian epistemology combined with certain Spinozist and structuralist theses, and with elements of Marx's own reactions. The latter were drawn from the 1857 introduction, which supplied a canonical blessing for the union of the classical and the contemporary. It would be an anti-empiricist epistemology, a theory of the production of knowledges, one whose central thesis would be the opposition of consciousness and concept. 148 Bachelard's rational materialism had been forged to represent and defend the revolutionary novelty of modern physics and chemistry. If historical materialism was submitted to a rigorous Bachelardian reading by the deployment of two sets of concepts, science/ideology, Marxist, and problematic/epistemological break, Bachelardian, and passed the audition, it would simultaneously be rendered proof against philosophical threats and elevated to the promised land of plain science. Althusser put the encounter between Bachelardian epistemology and his own effort to elaborate a Marxist philosophy in the forefront of the program of the theory series he edited, 149, perhaps implicitly signaling a desire to heal the breach between French communist Marxism and the scientific community caused by the Lysenko affair. And he acknowledged his debts to his masters in reading learned works, Bachelard, Jean Cavales, Georges Canguilhem, and Michel Foucault, in reading Capital 150, although he attempted to cover himself against the charge of importing non-Marxist elements into Marxism by representing Marx and Engels as Bachelardians avant la lettre, 151. In his resort to Bachelard, as in his alliance with structuralism, Althusser was in fact engaged in an habitual strategy of Western Marxism, namely, a synthesis of Marxism and bourgeois philosophy. And if Althusser's road to Marx bypassed the Marxism of his peers in favor of contemporary non-Marxist discourses, it simultaneously took a detour via a classical philosophical system, Spinoza's. Epistemologically at least, Spinoza, and not Hegel, was Marx's historical predecessor. His rationalist and determinist philosophy was extolled for having introduced an unprecedented theoretical revolution in the history of philosophy, probably the greatest philosophical revolution of all time. 152, some of whose key principles Althusser would seek to naturalize in Marxism. Althusser's devaluation of French Marxism in favor of other currents in the national culture, and of Hegel in favor of Spinoza, resulted in an ironic situation. He was not a Stalinist in structuralist clothing, harking back to the days of diabolical and hysterical mysterialism 153 and hankering after a re-edition of them. On the contrary, fearing that Marxist theory, so recently freed from the grip of Stalinism, was now in the vice of alien theoretical ideologies, and convinced that certain non-Marxist discourses could play a crucial role in releasing it, Althusser engaged in a complex theoretical war of position. Yet the fact is that the philosopher who ceaselessly invoked the rigors of orthodoxy against the lax eclecticism of his contemporaries, counterposing the mature to the young Marx, and Stalin, was also the most promiscuous of Western Marxists in allowing non-Marxist nuances to affect his ideas. 154 Whether, in consequence, Althusser escaped the German ideology only to succumb to the French is a question that will detain us later. For Marx, read Capital. The titles of Althusser's books were slogans. The ambition motivating his return to Marx was the renewal of Marxist theory. His endeavor had to comprise three interrelated components: critique, reconstruction, and defense, a program of enormous scope. All three tasks were to be executed with the aid of theses which many Marxists considered, and still do, detrimental to Marxism, and with a polemical cutting edge that enraged the partisans of Althusser's targets. His RST, and overriding, concern was to demarcate a space for independent research within the PCF. His epistemology was constructed, he related in 1975, in opposition to all forms of pragmatism, to justify the thesis of the relative autonomy of theory and thus the right of Marxist theory not to be treated as a slave to tactical political decisions, but to be allowed to develop, in alliance with political and other practices, without betraying its own needs. 155. In the event, this took the form of justifying within Marxism a unity of theory and practice internal to theory, in other words, an autonomy of theory. The severance between the two characteristic of Western Marxism was endowed with Marxist credentials. Such idealism was part of the logic of remaining a member of the PCF. To Althusser, the party was the party of the French working class. It, potentially, posed the only real threat to the order of capital in France. Membership of it was thus a precondition of any kind of organic link with the class struggle. But the price to be paid for a party card and for theory's immunity was high: assent, or silence, on political issues. On the other hand, if, at a stroke, Althusser abolished the problem of the union of theory and practice, it was in the name of future political practice. The Marxist workers' movement needed scientific theory in order to change the world. 156 Protected from the ravages of official pragmatism and opportunism, a detour via theory, at this time and in this place, was no diversion from the struggle, but the long-term, practically motivated continuation of politics by other means. At least, this was how Althusser understood the theoretical labors of Marx and Lenin. 157. Audacity in theory was to be accompanied politically by tactical moderation in the interests of strategic extremism. An open clash with the party leadership was to be avoided. The PCF's political practice was to be transformed by a theoretical labor insulated from the commotion and caprices of quotidian politics and the exigencies of practical verification, in a France whose polity had been stabilized after 1962 under Gaullist intendancy and whose economy was rapidly being modernized under technocratic supervision. After all, Lenin, no less, had said that Marxism was omnipotent because it was true and not vice versa. 158. For Althusser, it was a time for Marxist theory. Today was different. Bypassing the PCF imprint Editions Sociales, he opened a new series with the leftist publisher François Maspero, entitled simply Theory. In quick succession, Pour Marx and the two-volume Lire Le Capital appeared in autumn 1965. For the RST time, writes Anderson, a major theoretical system was articulated within the organizational framework of French communism, whose power and originality were conceded even by its most determined opponents. 159. If Althusser's version of dialectical materialism was, at RST site, entirely novel, historical materialism à la Althusser bore little resemblance to what had previously passed for the science of history in the international communist movement. Althusser's open return to Marx was greeted with distinct coolness by the PCF leadership, fearful of its practical implications. The same year, the CPC published the polemic on the general line of the international communist movement, inviting a realignment from Moscow to Peking. The PCF would learn to live with Althusser, if not to love him. Marxist theory had known few projects of such ambition and militancy and would not be quite the same again. Chapter 2. A recommencement of dialectical materialism. We are absolutely committed to a theoretical destiny. We cannot read Marx's scientific discourse without at the same time writing at his dictation the text of another discourse, inseparable from the RST1 but distinct from it, the discourse of Marx's philosophy. Louis Althusser, Reading Capital. In Chapter 1, it was argued that Althusser considered a transformation of the PCF's political practice to be dependent upon a restoration of Marxist theory, more specifically, a renewal of historical materialism. But this, in turn, had three theoretical preconditions: a critique of the dominant accounts of historical materialism, which supposedly departed from Marx, thereby vitiating development of his theory; 2. The displacement of these versions and their eventual replacement by the genuine article, in the event, Althusser's own reconstruction; and 3. The elaboration of the veritable Marxist philosophy which could underwrite the scienticity of historical materialism and guide and guarantee the necessary extensions of it. It should now be apparent why the null component of the Althusserian program was in fact, for Althusser, of paramount importance. The investigation of Marx's philosophical thought was indispensable if we were to escape from the impasse in which history had put us. 1. What was needed was a philosophical, that is, epistemological and historical, 2. Reading of Marx's over which barred the route, opened by Marx himself, pursued by Marxist intellectuals in reaction against the vulgarization and Stalinization of Marxism. The constitution of Marxist philosophy was a sine qua non of epistemological critique and scientific reconstruction. As Althusser put it in Reading Capital, the theoretical future of historical materialism depends today on deepening dialectical materialism. 3. The hour of the missing Marxist dialectics had arrived. Of course, Althusser was not the RST to feel the need for an archaeological and methodological operation of this order. Marxist philosophers since Engels had attempted to remedy the absence of a logic. According to Althusser, however, complementary to the deformation of historical materialism after Marx was the proliferation of illegitimate versions of Marxist philosophy. For reasons that were both historico-political and theoretical, for the requisite historical epistemology had not materialized within Marxism. Instead, Marxist philosophy had taken the form of a succession of philosophical ideologies which posited an illicit relationship between themselves and historical materialism. The dogmatist Knight, moreover, had not given way to the Marxist dawn. A Stalinist de-Stalinization. The PCF had conducted its own inquiry into Stalinist philosophical dogmatism in June 1962. Presided over by Thérèse and presented by Garotti, it was published under the title of The Tasks of Communist Philosophers and the Critique of Stalin's Errors in Cahiers du Communisme, the Theoretical and Political Review of the Central Committee. In his report to the 20th Congress, Khrushchev, notwithstanding his concluding injunction, was silent on the subject of Marxist theory. Following the amplification of his critique of Stalin at the 22nd Congress, however, Soviet philosophers set to work on denning the tasks of Marxist-Leninist philosophy on the road to communism. None other than Stalin's biographer M.B. Maidan, editor-in-chief of Voprasi Filoso and vice-president of the Academy of Sciences, now criticized his former patron for schematism and underestimation of the Hegelian heritage. The abrogation of the negation, in particular, had been a serious mistake, he argued in an article published in Recherches Internationales 5 at an assembly of French communist philosophers in January 1962. Waldeck Rochaith, speaking on behalf of the Politburo, had deemed Marxist philosophy as a scientific world outlook and had ended his address by expressing confidence that philosopher members of the party will take account of the important lessons on the ideological level. Issuing from the 22nd Congress of the CPSU, which has deepened the work of the 20th Congress in all domains. 6. To Garotti fell the lot later in the year of deducing the appropriate conclusions. He impugned Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism on three main counts. It had assimilated Marx's materialism to pre-Marxist dogmatic materialism, thus attenuating its revolutionary novelty. 2. It had sundered the dialectic from contemporary science, thereby facilitating positivism and scientism, and 3. It had amputated the philosophical heritage from dialectical materialism, therewith impoverishing the latter. 7. Rectification of Stalin's original sin. Underestimation of the Hegelian legacy, consisted in a positive estimation of that heritage and restitution of the category of the negation of the negation. The root of Stalin's dogmatist errors, it was concluded, lay in his expunction of an integral source and component part of Marxism from it. Unlike Bukharin or Trotsky, Hegel was to be officially rehabilitated. Garotti's preliminary admonition against rejecting Stalin's heritage in Bloch speaks volumes. 8. Theoretical de-Stalinization in the Soviet and French Communist parties was effectively limited to disappearing Stalin's writings. The theoretical bases of Stalinism were left largely untouched. Marxism-Leninism, a scientific world outlook, remained official doctrine. It had three components: Marxist philosophy, 2. Marxist political economy, and 3. The theory of scientific communism. Marxist philosophy was dialectical. Materialism, the science of the laws of nature and thought. Applied to society, it became historical materialism, the science of the laws of social development. Two adjustments were made: the negation of the negation was restored to the corpus of dialectical materialism, the Asiatic mode of production to that of historical materialism. 9. Althusser's Contradiction and Overdetermination, written at the same time as the PCF was holding its inquest, was in outright theoretical opposition to its endings. Suggesting that priority be assigned to a rigorous conception of Marxist concepts, and, what distinguishes them once and for all from their phantoms, Althusser's judgment on Hegel was categorical. One phantom is more especially crucial than any other today, the shade of Hegel. To drive this phantom back into the night we need a little more light on Marx, or what is the same thing, a little more Marxist light on Hegel himself. We can then escape from the ambiguities and confusions of the inversion 10. On the materialist dialectic, the following year, offered a full-scale alternative to Garaudy et al.'s conclusions. It was an ambitious attempt to clarify, inter alia, the Marx-Hegel relationship and to elaborate the Marxist philosophy which would superintend reconstruction of the Marxist architectonic. Althusser's aim, in other words, was to settle some of the accounts left open by Marx, incompletely settled by Engels and Lenin, and defaulted on by their successors. His viewpoint was diametrically opposed to the PCF's critique and rectification of Stalin's errors, something he made clear by his reference to it in a note added in 1965. Today it is official convention to reproach Stalin with having suppressed the laws of the dialectic, and more generally with having turned away from Hegel, the better to establish his dogmatism. At the same time, it is willingly proposed that a certain return to Hegel would be salutary. One day perhaps these declarations will become the object of some proof. In the meantime, it seems to me that it would be simpler to recognize that the expulsion of the negation from the domain of the Marxist dialectic might be evidence of the real theoretical perspicacity of its author. 11. Insisting on the total discontinuity between Marx and Hegel, Althusser enjoined a return to this simple fact: in the only Marxist practices that have really been constituted, the categories in use or in action are not Hegelian. In action in Marxist practice there are different categories, the categories of the Marxist dialectic. 12. Contrary to Stalinist certitude, RST among the unconstituted Marxist practices was Marxist philosophy. In 2 Précis of For Marx and Reading Capital, Theory, Theoretical Practice, and Theoretical Formation. Ideology and Ideological Struggle, 1965, and Historical Materialism and Dialectical Materialism, 1966, Althusser surveyed the fate of Marxist philosophy since Marx's 11th thesis on Feuerbach. Marx was responsible for a double theoretical revolution. 13. In the very act of founding the science of history, he had instituted another scientific discipline, Marxist philosophy. Yet he had only been able to lay the basis of it, in polemical works such as the German Ideology, 1845-6, and the Poverty of Philosophy, 1846-7, in an unpublished, compressed methodological text, the 1857 Introduction, and in a few passages in Capital, particularly the 1873 postface to the second German edition of Volume 1. Engels's Anti-Düring, 1878, and Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, 1888, were also essentially polemical, interventions in the ideological struggle of the period. Lenin's Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, 1908, however commendable a defense of science, was likewise the work of a partisan in philosophy. His unpublished Philosophical Notebooks, 1895-1916, marginal notes. Still partially ideological, none of these texts, Althusser maintained, displayed a degree of elaboration and systematicity, and hence scienticity, comparable to the degree of elaboration of historical materialism that we possess in Capital. What they did do, on the other hand, was indicate that the object of Marxist philosophy was the history of the production of knowledges, or, the historical difference between ideology and science, or the specific difference of scienticity. In other words, in principle dialectical materialism was a theory of the history of knowledge, that is, of the real conditions, of the process of production of knowledge. 14. in principle, but not in practice. For what Althusser called the secular form of religion 15, dogmatism, had supervened to pronounce Marx's theory complete and proscribe unlicensed investigations and developments. The underdevelopment of Marxist philosophy by Marx, Engels, and Lenin on the one hand, and the ascendancy of Stalin on the other, meant that the project of a Marxist philosophy was unrealized. Indeed, it had not really progressed since materialism and empirio-criticism. 16. The discovery and rediscovery of Marx's early writings had issued in interpretations which, rather than making good the decency, had subverted the very project. With the Garaudy report of 1962, the subversion had been made official. A return to Hegel was, theoretically, just as deleterious as the descent into a dogmatism no less dependent, beneath its materialist carapace, on Hegel. So, 80 years after Marx's death and 120 after the theses on Feuerbach, the question of Marxist philosophy was back on the agenda. It had never been off it. The adventures of the dialectic. Althusser alluded to historico-political and theoretical reasons for the remarkable history of Marxist philosophy, from its origins to the present day, 17, without undertaking a systematic analysis of them. Instead, he amalgamated very different philosophical systems into broad tendencies. Whilst he provided the outline of an explanation for the return to Hegel after the collapse of the Second International, he was far less forthcoming on the career of Diamat. Despite pointing to the need for a Marxism of Marxism, Althusser signally failed to supply one. In order to comprehend the rationale for his own epistemology, and situate it, a few basic landmarks in the history of Marxist philosophy must be recalled. The mandatory starting point is the systematization, indeed, construction, of Marxism post-Marx, its dissemination within the Second International, and the far-reaching consequences of the form these took. It is important to remember that some of Marx's most important texts were not merely unpublished at his death, but remained so for decades thereafter. The Critique of Hegel's Doctrine of the State, only published in 1927, the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, 1932, the German Ideology, 1932, and the Grundrisse, 1939-41. In the absence of these writings, leadingers in the Second International relied on two main sources for their conception of Marx's doctrine and the course of its constitution. First, Marx's 1859 preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy could be considered to provide both the official autobiographical account of Marx and Engels's development and a summary of the materialist conception of history to which it led. In addition, there were Marx's sporadic obiter dicta on his relationship to Hegel. Secondly, Engels's late works were available. Predictably, they were decisive for the young generation on the character of Marxism. Anti-Düring, written while Marx was still alive and containing a chapter by him, was apprehended as the summa of the New World outlook, Ludwig Feuerbach as the denitive account of Marx and Engels's engagement with post-Kantian German philosophy. For Althusser, Engels's obligation to follow Düring wherever he went led him onto the ideological Kampfplatz. For Engels, in contrast, as a result, my negative criticism became positive, polemic was transformed into a more or less connected exposition of the dialectical method and of the communist world outlook championed by Marx and myself. 18. The RST and longest part of Anti-Düring is entitled Philosophy. The question of a sui generis Marxist philosophy has always revolved around the problem of Marx's relation to Hegel. In his own reactions on the affinity between his dialectic and Hegel's in the 1873 postface, Marx encapsulated the difference between them via the metaphor of inversion. Distinguishing between two aspects of the dialectic, Marx referred to a process of inversion followed by extraction, of the rational kernel from the mystical shell, whose felicitous result was that his own dialectical method was exactly opposite to Hegel's. Through this operation, the dialectic was transformed from an idealist construct transfiguring and glorifying what exists into a materialist dialectic which was in its very essence critical and revolutionary. 19 The concordance between this account and the mode of critique employed 30 years earlier, in the critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, is evident, and was intimated by Marx. Derived from Feuerbach, it posits the need for a materialist reversal of Hegel's idealist inversion of subject and predicate, reality and thought. 20 When, after Marx's death, Engels came to reconsider the German ideology in Ludwig Feuerbach, he too reverted to the intellectual framework of his youth. In a reprise of the young Hegelian's distinction between system and method, Engels sought to illuminate the German connection by locating a contradiction in Hegel's philosophy between an incipiently materialist, revolutionary, dialectical method and an irredeemably idealist, conservative, system. 21 This contradiction had been pulverized by Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity, 1841, which had placed materialism on the throne again. 22 The ideological perversion of Hegel's idealism having been disposed of, dialectics reduced itself to the science of the general laws of motion, both of the external world and of human thought. The dialectic of concepts itself became merely the conscious reacts of the dialectical motion of the real world, and thus the dialectic of Hegel was placed upon its head, or rather turned off its head, on which it was standing, and placed upon its feet. 23. In contradiction and overdetermination. Althusser queried the rigor of Marx's inversion metaphor and Engels' system/method dichotomy. In a direct challenge to virtually 90 years of Marxist philosophy, he argued that, correctly interpreted, Marx's postface did not license any Aufhebung of the Hegelian dialectic. In its approximation, this metaphorical expression inversion does not pose the problem of the nature of the objects to which a single method should be applied, the world of the idea for Hegel, the real world for Marx, but rather the problem of the nature of the dialectic considered itself, that is, the problem of its specific structures, not the problem of the inversion of the sense of the dialectic, but that of the transformation of its structures. The Marxist dialectic is in principle the opposite of the Hegelian dialectic, if it is rational and not mystical mysticatory. This radical distinction must be manifest in its essence, that is, in its characteristic determinations and structures. This means that basic structures of the Hegelian dialectic have for Marx, insofar as he takes them over, and he takes over by no means all of them, a structure different from the structure they have for Hegel. 24. In principle, perhaps, but not in actuality. 4. On the basis of his own interpretation, Engels appropriated Hegel's method and structures for Marxism. With Hegel, he avowed, philosophy came to an end in that, despite himself, Hegel showed us the way out of the labyrinth of systems to real positive knowledge of the world. 25 Engels thus remained an unwitting captive of the Hegelian system. In Anti-Dühring, historical materialism was construed as a scientific political economy, title of Part 2, and Marxist philosophy expanded into a scientific metaphilosophy. The universality of the laws of the dialectic, their uniform application to nature, human history, and thought, resolved the epistemological problem. In Engels's Reaction theory, epistemological correspondence was guaranteed by ontology. 26 The general laws of the dialectic were taken from Hegel's logic and held by Engels to be varied by contemporary scientific developments, most portentously, Darwin's theory of evolution. 27 There were three of them: the transformation of quantity into quality, the interpenetration of opposites, and the negation of the negation. 28 Via an article written by Plekhanov in 1891, and endorsed by Engels, to commemorate the 60th anniversary of Hegel's death, the use of the expression dialectical materialism to designate this philosophical system passed into the currency of the Second and Third Internationals. Simultaneously an ontology and an epistemology, dialectical materialism was conceived by Engels as a scientific philosophy which summed up, and was corroborated by, the results of the natural sciences. In turn, it varied historical materialism, which it now subsumed. The supersession of Hegel's philosophical system, it consummated the break Marx and Engels had made in 1845-6, affecting an irrevocable parting of the ways with the German and all other ideologies. Thus it came about that the Second International could believe it had escaped the realm of philosophical rubbish, 29, and attained the realm of science, precisely when its doctrine remained fatally dependent on a poor man's Hegelianism. 30. The German working class movement did indeed inherit classical German philosophy. 31. On the credit of Engels's presentation, such teleological moments in Marx as Chapter 32 of Capital, Volume 1, the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, and the prestige of such doctrines in their own cultures, Marxism was pressed by Koski and Plekhanov, doyens of their respective national Marxisms, into a positivist and evolutionist mold. In 1877, Marx had remonstrated with one of his critics, Mikhailovsky, for transforming my historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into a historico-philosophical theory of the general path prescribed by fate to all nations, whatever the circumstances in which they end themselves, and gone on to reject using as one's master key a general historico-philosophical theory, the supreme virtue of which consists in being supra-historical. 32. The problem was that the passé per two had been partially cut by the founders of Marxism. The crisis of Marxism provoked by the outbreak of World War I and the capitulation of the Second International stimulated a return to RST principles on the left of the revolutionary movement. Even after the Russian Revolution, the Second International was regarded by Bolshevik leaders as having been a revolutionary organization until the eve of war, its major theoreticians bona fide Marxists until their apostasy in August 1914. Lenin's own return to Hegel towards the end of 1914, recorded in his Conspectus of the Science of Logic, issued in the revelation that it was impossible to comprehend Marx's Capital without mastering Hegel's logic. Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx. 33. Lenin's inference may be true, but it does not follow from his premises. For, as we have seen, if the Second International could dispense with reading Hegel, as had Lenin in his anti-Hegelian What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats 1894, it was because it had let Engels do its reading for it. Lenin's attempt to read Hegel materialistically, by simply casting aside for the most part God, the absolute, the pure idea, etc., started from the same postulate as Engels's, that Hegel was materialism which has been stood on its head. 34. Its outcome was similar to the initiatives of Engels and Plekhanov, dialectical materialism. When Lenin thought he was breaking with Second International theoretical orthodoxy, he was, in fact, miming it, on this issue, at any rate. The logic of Capital which remedied the absence of a Marxist logic was, on Lenin's reading, decidedly more Hegelian than Althusser was prepared to admit. 35. For Althusser, Lenin alone had somehow avoided both the economism of the Second International and the Hegelianism that emerged after 1917 on the ultra-left of the Third. Althusser did not investigate the orthodoxy of the Second International in any depth. Nor did he explicitly indict Engels's contribution to it. Moreover, he exempted Marx and Lenin from any responsibility for the disastrously opportunist interpretations of the Second International. Instead, while noting that neither these nor Stalinist dogmatism had as yet been buried by history, 36 he focused on the return to Hegel associated with Lukács, Korsch and, to a lesser extent, Gramsci, the strategy whose reinvigoration post-Stalin was the main butt of his critique. Kallinicus has argued that, philosophically, Hegel was less significant for these gears than the anti-naturalist revolt at the turn of the 19th century. 37 Nevertheless, as he and others have amply documented, an alternative conception of the Marx-Hegel relation to that entertained by Koski and his colleagues was an important component in their undertaking. In a philosophical break with orthodoxy which they believed complementary to the Bolsheviks' political challenge, the protagonists of the Hegelian Marxist episode rebelled, as we have seen, against what Korsch called an anti-philosophical scientico-positivist conception of Marxism. 38 In their contestation of it, they readied their positivist adversaries' account, and misrepresentation, of science, seeking to deliver Marxism from its supposedly right mode of understanding. In opposition to the objectivism and Reaction theory of the Engelschian heritage, they concurred in regarding Marxism as the theoretical expression of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat. According to this historicism, just as scientific socialism was the theoretical expression of a class subject, so the natural sciences were bourgeois ideology, bourgeois sciences which would be abolished together with the capitalist mode of production. 39 Contrariwise, as the theoretical expression of the universal class of capitalist society, the proletariat, Marxism could attain to a genuine understanding of the social totality, which, according to these philosophies of praxis, was the creation and expression of humanity, of whose alienation and disalienation history was the unfolding drama. Thus, for Lukács, Marxism was the self-consciousness of the proletariat, itself the subject-object of history which would redeem all humanity in the act of emancipating itself. And orthodoxy referred exclusively to method, the dialectical method inherited from Hegel and now restricted, contra Engels, to the realms of history and society. 40A Proletarian science, historical materialism completed the program of Hegel's philosophy of history, even though at the cost of the destruction of his system. 41 Althusser recognized the real historical merits of this current. Its idealism, relativism, and voluntarism had, he conceded, constituted a revolutionary protest against the fatalistic doctrine of the Second International. 42 Its essential demerits, on the other hand, were twofold. It had, as it were, inverted the Second International's inversion of Hegel's philosophy of history, retaining its expressive totality, even if it substituted other principles for the dialectic between forces and relations of production. And, consequent upon this, it had assimilated the sciences into the superstructure and placed them in an expressive relationship with class subjects. The upshot was that Marxism was converted into a proletarian science, less the knowledge of an object than the expression of a subject, and thereby denuded of substantive epistemological justification, being conceived as the self-consciousness of a historical moment and/or its creator. In short, the return to Hegel was a revolution against capital, a fact confirmed by Lukács's valorization of Marx's early writings. Lukács and Korsch were rewarded for their labors with condemnation by Zinoviev for theoretical revisionism at the Fifth Congress of the Comintern, and Bellabord in the Soviet Union by leading party philosopher Abram Deborin. The failure of revolution in the West was soon followed by its bureaucratization in the East. The philosophical controversy in the USSR between the dialecticians, Deborin et al., and the mechanists, Stpanov, Bukharin, et al., was decided in 1929 in favor of the former. The following year, however, Bolshevization of Marxist philosophy, that is, the theoretical consecration of Stalin's new course, began in earnest. Maidan and Yudin made their debut to assail the Menshevizing idealism of Deborin as the philosophical arm of Trotskyism, just as Deborin had indicted mechanical materialism as the philosophical detachment of Bukharinism. On January 25, 1931, a resolution of the Central Committee condemned the Deborinides journal under the banner of Marxism. 43 Thereafter, Marxist theory in the USSR and the international communist movement was whatever Stalin, or his functionaries, decreed it to be. The adventures of the dialectic henceforth tracked the misadventures of socialism in one country. The Cold War in Theory. In his 1961 foreword to Dialectical Materialism, Lefebvre recalled that, just at the point when Marx's intellectual youth was being excavated, the dogmatists were moving in the opposite direction. 44 That the contrivance and consolidation of theoretical Stalinism, the ossification of dialectical materialism into a scientific philosophy of nature. 45, involved a dogmatic dismissal of Hegel and the young Marx is undeniable. Stalin, associate of Lenin and continuator of Marxism, repudiated the Hegelian heritage in Marxism. He expelled the early works from the canon, the negation of the negation from the corpus. Lenin's philosophical notebooks, RST published in 1929, fell under suspicion of taint of Hegelianism and were excluded from the fourth edition of the collected works. Coming from the scholar of genius in the 1930s, such expediencies had the force of law. With dialectical and historical materialism. 1938, a section of the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, theoretical Stalinism assumed its denotative form. The dialectic, supposedly in its very essence critical and revolutionary, was transformed into a state ideology transfiguring and glorifying what exists, the scientific verification of everything from Lysenko to Beria 46. Paradoxically, however, minus the negation of the negation, Hegel, albeit the Hegelianism of Engels and the Second International, was alive and well in Stalinist orthodoxy. Stalin had, as it were, rooted out the dragon seed of Hegelianism from Marxism-Leninism, only to secrete an even more banalized yet obstinate version of it at the heart of his own system. He had ejected the German ideology from Marx's genealogy in favor of a Marxist nature philosophy whose precursor was G.W.F. Hegel. Dialectical and historical materialism commenced with the reminder that Marx and Engels took from the Hegelian dialectic only its rational kernel, casting aside its idealistic shell, and developed it further so as to lend it a modern scientific form. 47 In accordance with Engels's late works, including the Dialectics of Nature, published in 1925, dialectical materialism, the world outlook of the Marxist-Leninist Party, was construed as the general science of nature, history, and thought. Its dialectical method was the prescribed Marxist-Leninist methodology for any and every subject, the Marxist realization of the positivist dream of the methodological unity of the nature and social sciences. Historical materialism, bowdlerized into an evolutionism and economism, histomat, was the application of diamat to social life, to the history of society. 48 A natural science on the positivist model. This was what counted as Marxist philosophy and science for the whole communist movement during the Stalin period, and beyond. In France, the translator of the short course, Georges Cognat, described it as the compass of communism. 49 Armed with its compass, the PCF negotiated the rapids of 1939, 1941, and 1947. In the latter year the most virulent phase of what Georges Labica has called the reign of Diamat 50 commenced, that associated with the dictatorships of A.A. Zdanov over Soviet culture and T.D. Lysenko over Soviet science. The two camps that divided the world politically were pronounced to exist in culture and science as well. Zdanov's On Philosophy, 1947, recalling the party character of philosophy, inherent in Marxism-Leninism, 51 set the tone and style of the Cold War in theory. Soviet philosophers were excoriated for their complacency about servility and fawning before bourgeois philosophy and summoned to the class struggle on the philosophical front. 52, it was further made plain in this ex cathedra pronouncement that one subject was definitely not on the agenda, the question of Hegel was settled long ago. 53, the following year, Lysenko and his followers saw the triumph of their proletarian science over the reactionary Mendelist Morganists. The PCF loyally promoted both Lysenkoism and Zdanovism. In an editorial in La Nouvelle Critique, Revue du Marxisme Militant, in 1950, Desanti argued that, as a social product, science was a historically relative ideology, and that taking a proletarian stance in science and adopting the criteria of proletarian science were preconditions for objectivity in scientific debate. 54 Science, stripped of any cognitive autonomy, became a site of class struggle. Francis Cohen, asserting the congruence of Lysenko's biology with the scientia scientiarum imparted by the greatest scientist of our time, Comrade Stalin, reminded faint hearts, such as the distinguished biologist Marcel Prenant, that here can no more be compromises in scientific matters than there can be compromises in the trade union struggle or in the struggle for peace. The struggle of the working class goes on in laboratories too. 55 Laurent Casanova dons Zdanov's mantle and, in a speech of 1949 entitled The Responsibilities of Communist Intellectuals, exhorted PCF intellectuals to defend in all circumstances and with the utmost resolution all the positions of the party. 56 Cognate informed them that here is also a Marshall Plan of the mind. 57 and urged the protection of French culture from bourgeois cosmopolitanism. Ultimate proof of esprit de parti consisted in readiness to abjure real or imaginary deviations. Garaudy obliged for this overestimation of the French heritage in scientific socialism, Lefebvre for his of the Hegelian. This was the era evoked by Althusser in the introduction to For Marx. The war was just over. We were brutally cast into the party's great political and ideological battles. We had to measure up to our choice and take the consequences. In our political memory this period remains the time of huge strikes and demonstrations, of the Stockholm Appeal and the peace movement. In our philosophical memory it remains the period of intellectuals in arms, hunting out error from all its hiding places, of the philosophers we were, without writings of our own, but making politics out of all writing, and slicing up the world with a single blade, arts, literatures, philosophies, sciences with the pitiless demarcation of class, the period. Summed up in caricature by a single phrase, a banner upping in the void, bourgeois science, proletarian science. 58. Stanovism and Lysenkoism were the apotheosis of the philosophical subjectivism and voluntarism against which Althusser's own intervention was directed. That Stalinist dogmatism was marked by such characteristics is a paradox noted not only by him. 59. That this post-war theoretical leftism reproduced certain aspects of the Hegelian's leftism in the aftermath of the First World War has been remarked by Hobsbawm. 60. That there remains the world of difference between their initiative and the Stalinist instrumentalization/politicization of theory in the interests of raison d'etat appears to have escaped Althusser, or at least was not registered by him. Moreover, paradoxically, it was none other than Stalin, whose contagious and implacable system of government and thought had induced this delirium, who reduced the madness to a little more reason. Reading between the lines of the few simple pages in which he reproved the zeal of those who were making strenuous efforts to prove language a superstructure, we could see that there were limits to the use of the class criterion and that we had been made to treat science, a status claimed by every page of Marx, as merely the rst. Comer amongst ideologies. We had to retreat, and, in semi-disarray, return to rst principles. 61. As we shall see in Chapter 5, such an affidavit for Stalin's intervention against one of his own malign proletarian scientific creations, N. Weimar, in Marxism and Linguistics, 1950, is at best inappropriate. However, neither it, nor Althusser's tribute to Stalin's theoretical perspicacity regarding the negation of the negation, should be taken as proof positive of Stalinism. Althusser was in agreement with Stalin over the Hegelian category insofar as he identified it as the motor principle of the Hegelian dialectic. 62. He was likewise in accord to the extent that Stalin had, albeit for reasons of his own, terminated the zenith of the Stanovist delirium. He was decidedly dissentient when it came to what Marxist philosophy should look like thereafter. Employing Stanovism as the negative lens through which the rest of Marxist philosophy was to be viewed and categorized, the yardstick against which it was to be measured for its proximity to subjectivism, Althusser attempted a construction at its antipodes. From Capital to Marx's philosophy. Althusser's return to RST principles was not exactly that, since it started out from a distinction between historical and dialectical materialism affirmed by the Marxist tradition, from Marx and Engels to Lenin and Stalin. 63. If Althusser denied that Marxist philosophy existed in theoretical form, he asserted its presence in the practical state in Capital. It was to be read not in Engels's, Lenin's or Stalin's philosophical works, but in Marx. The requisite epistemology for a scientific investigation of Marx's work happened to be Marx's own. The road to it would be a difficult one. Fortunately, it was a ring road. The itinerary, as the title of Althusser's introductory paper in Reading Capital put it, would be from Capital to Marx's philosophy. A philosophical reading of Capital is only possible as the application of that which is the very object of our investigation, Marxist philosophy. This circle is only epistemologically possible because of the existence of Marx's philosophy in the works of Marxism. It is therefore a question of producing something which in a sense already exists. 64. The circle involved was further described in the introduction to For Marx. The precondition of a reading of Marx is a Marxist theory of the differential nature of theoretical formations and their history, that is, a theory of epistemological history, which is Marxist philosophy itself. This operation in itself constitutes an indispensable circle in which the application of Marxist theory to Marx himself appears to be the absolute precondition of an understanding of Marx and at the same time as the precondition even of the constitution and development of Marxist philosophy, that Marxism can and must itself be the object of the epistemological question, that this question can only be asked as a function of the Marxist theoretical problematic, that is necessity itself for a theory which deems itself dialectically. Not merely as a science of history, historical materialism, but also and simultaneously as a philosophy that is capable of accounting for the nature of theoretical formations and their history, and therefore capable of accounting for itself, by taking itself as its own object. Marxism is the only philosophy that theoretically faces up to this test. 65. Granted for the time being that Marx's epistemology is at work, immanent, in capital and so on, and granted that Althusser's intention is to extract and systematize it that it might be known to be Marx's philosophy, an apparently insuperable barrier remains. If Althusser must construct the appropriate epistemology with which to make, and justify, discriminations within Marx's oeuvre, he must rst of all supply the reading protocols which can facilitate its extraction and prove that it is both the sui generis Marxist philosophy and Marx's. Otherwise, he would be vulnerable to the same accusations of indelity he levelled at his colleagues. This is, of course, to bracket a powerful objection to Althusser's whole strategy, namely, that there is something inherently dogmatic and viciously circular in employing Marxist philosophy to guarantee the status of Marxist science. Althusser circumvents this objection and the preceding problem by having it both ways and playing both ends against his middle. On the one hand, by appealing to Marx's 1857 introduction as the rough draft of the Marxist Discourse on Method, 66, he seeks to placate potential Marxist critics. On the other hand, by drawing on the prestigious Bachelardian tradition he aims to preempt the Marxist or non-Marxist accusation of dogmatism. The appropriation of Bachelardian theses allows Althusser to get his excursion underway. En route, he evidently believed, the scienticity of his version of dialectical materialism, pronounced to accord with Marx's own methodological reactions, would be demonstrated. Althusser's aim was not simply to plug a gap in the canon of Marxism, but to erect a scientific philosophy which respected the scienticity of the natural sciences and which, in turn, demanded recognition of the scientific status of historical materialism. In order to justify his proposal for a sui generis Marxist philosophy, Althusser invoked historical precedent, maintaining that philosophical revolutions were attendant upon, induced by, scientific revolutions. Thus, just as Greek mathematics had given rise to Platonic, and Galilean physics to Cartesian, philosophy, so historical had induced dialectical materialism. Its advent post festum conformed to the pattern set by its predecessors. 67 Involved in all of them was the reprise of a basic scientific discovery in philosophical reaction and the production by philosophy of a new form of rationality. 68 Marxist philosophy was, however, primus inter pares. The novelty of dialectical materialism was that with its arrival philosophy had passed from the condition of an ideology to a scientific discipline, one capable of rendering a scientific account of its object, the history of the production of knowledge. 69 By virtue of his double theoretical revolution, Marx occupied an exceptional position, in the history of human knowledge. 70 As a scientific philosophy, dialectical materialism could function as a guide not only for the science of history, imperiled as it was by Giroudism and so on, but, if needs be, for all the other sciences, natural and social alike, as well. 71. On this basis, Althusser criticized a common tendency in the history of Marxism, the negation of philosophy. 72. The recurrent temptation of the end of philosophy had taken three major forms: an ethical form, inspired by Marx's early writings, in which philosophy, abstract discourse of the truth, would disappear upon its concrete realization; 2. A historicist form, in which philosophy passes away with the transient historical moment of which it is the transitory expression; and 3. A positivist form, nourished by the German ideology and Ludwig Feuerbach, in which speculative philosophy cedes to empirical science. 73. Against these was to be set the properly Marxist conception of philosophy. Marxist philosophy was not, as Sartre supposed, the philosophy of our time, unsurpassable, like its classical bourgeois antecedents, until man has gone beyond the historical moment which they express. 74. It was a scientific discipline with its own object, theory, and method, destined to outlive the moment of its birth and autonomous of any historical consciousness. What is the cogency of Althusser's indispensable circle? According to him, Marxist philosophy existed de jure and was active de facto. Its practical content now had to be given theoretical form. In other words, it remained to be constituted. For a non-Althusserian, however, why this philosophy remained to be constituted remains to be explained. If Althusser's schema is right, why is not the dialectical materialism of Engels, Lenin, or Stalin the induced philosophy? Why is it Althusser who, although he makes no such claim, must play the role of Descartes to Marx's Galileo? But is Althusser's schema right? Did Marx's new theory of history necessarily provoke a philosophical revolution? Was it a double theoretical revolution? Or is Althusser's contentious initiative, seeking in an unsubstantiated analogy with the history of philosophy and in the unavailing labors of Engels and others its own justification, the product of, and, as he hoped, the deliverance from, a theoretical impasse closer to home? This last question can be answered in the affirmative. Althusser needed Marxist philosophy for his own purposes, as was made abundantly clear in reading Capital. In order to understand Marx we must treat him as one scientist among others and apply to his scientific work the same epistemological and historical concepts we would apply to others. Marx thus appears as the founder of a science, comparable with Galileo or Lavoisier. An understanding of Marx leads us to the concepts of a general theory of the history of the sciences. It is one thing whether this general theory as yet only exists as a project or whether it has already partially materialized. It is another that it is absolutely indispensable to a study of Marx. The path Engels designates for us is a path we must take at all costs. It is none other than the path of the philosophy founded by Marx in the act of founding the science of history. 75. If Althusser's justification of why the philosophy remained to be constituted is, in intra-Marxist terms, exiguous, his conception of how it was to be constructed is controversial in the extreme, raising once again the question of the models, non-Marxist and Marxist, from which it departed. The theory of theoretical practice. The presentation of the theory series deemed the Althusserian project in philosophy. Marxist philosophy was to be a theory of the production of knowledges, a theory which broke with all forms of idealism. It comprised, a theory of scientific and ideological discourse, theoretical practice, and what distinguished this practice from other practices; 2. A theory of the history of the sciences, as distinct from other forms of history; and 3. A theory of the structure and history of the other, non-theoretical, social practices with which theoretical practice is articulated. Contained in Marx's writings, this project coincided with the Bachelardian research program. In the event, the philosophy Althusser supposedly wrote at Marx's dictation had non-Marxist dictators as well, and hence, to change the metaphor, was more of an improvisation than a recitation. First, there was the oeuvre of Bachelard. Contemporary with the nadir of theoretical Stalinism in the USSR and the international communist movement was the publication of Bachelard's second trio of major works, L'Irrationalisme. Appliqué 1949, L'activité rationaliste de la physique contemporaine 1951, and L'immatérialisme rationnel 1953. Before all else, perhaps, Bachelard was himself one of the Anabaptist philosophers he summoned to the defense of the contemporary natural sciences in 1951, a partisan of scientific knowledge and polemicist against its detractors. 76. Bachelard's ambition throughout his career was to construct a philosophy, genuinely adequate to constantly evolving scientific thought. 77. This involved him in continual confrontation with other epistemologies and philosophies, empiricism, realism, phenomenology, and so on. Briefly put, Bachelard argued that there was a total disjunction between scientific knowledge and what he termed connaissance commune. For Bachelard, the latter is aconceptual, but imbued with unconscious, epistemological obstacles, impediments to the development of scientific knowledge. Scientific knowledge, in contrast, is irreducibly conceptual, initiated by an epistemological break which separates it from common sense knowledge. An index of the difference between the scientific and non-scientific is to be found in the difference between their respective objects. Whereas the object of common sense knowledge is given by everyday experience, the object of a science is constructed by / in its conceptual system. The concept of rupture epistemologic signs the discontinuity between episteme and Dasein in general and discontinuities in the history of already established sciences in particular. Given that the latter continue to exhibit epistemological discontinuities, an adequate epistemology could only be a historical one, focusing on the process of transformation of concepts. The history of the sciences was conceived as being guided by a kind of autonomous necessity. 78. The progressive emergence, discontinuous but continual, of rational values which devalued, and demarcated themselves from, the non-scientific. As Peter Dews has noted, 79. If Bachelard assigns theory primacy over experience, and considers scientific progress to reside in increasing conceptual coherence and progressive mathematization, he does not adopt a purely rationalist position. Rectification of a theory on the basis of new evidence is envisaged. The second ancestor of Althusser's epistemology, on the other hand, adopted precisely such a position. In reading Capital, Spinoza was credited with having been the first man in the world to have proposed both a theory of history and a philosophy of the opacity of the immediate. The latter, as Althusser concedes, is no novelty of Spinoza's or Bachelard's. An object cannot be deemed by its immediately visible or sensuous appearance, it is necessary to make a detour via its concept in order to grasp it. These theses have a familiar ring to them, at least they are the lesson of the whole history of modern science, more or less wreaked in classical philosophy, even if this reaction took place in the element of an empiricism. 81. Spinoza's revolutionary singularity in the classical philosophical tradition consisted in the fact that he had contrived to avoid the myriad lures of empiricism. He had made a categorical distinction between the true idea, such as the idea of a circle, and its ideate, the circle, a distinction mapped by Althusser onto the 1857 introduction and rendered as the irreducible difference between the theoretical object, the object of knowledge, and the real object. 82. Moreover, Spinoza had distinguished between three kinds of knowledge. The RST, opinion, or imagination, whose source is random sense experience, experientia vaga, was said to be the only source of falsity. The other two, reason and intuition, supposedly yielded knowledge which was necessarily true. What Althusser called Spinoza's theory of the difference between the imaginary and the true was employed by him to think the Marxist opposition between science and ideology. 83. Truth is the standard both of itself and of falsity, wrote the author of the Ethics, an axiom upon which Althusser was later to confess his reliance. 84. Scientific knowledge, that is, the system of adequate ideas that are the concepts of their objects, is a criterion not only of itself, but of the non-scientific or ideological, or inadequate ideas, as well. 85. Thus Spinoza rejected the traditional correspondence conception of knowledge adequatio reiet intellectus. Reversing this definition, he held that true ideas were not adequate to their objects because of their extrinsic correspondence to them. On the contrary, they corresponded to their objects because of their intrinsic adequacy. 86. Conjugating Spinoza and Marx, Althusser opted for the Dutchman's epistemological rationalism over the German scientific realism. In theory, theoretical practice, and theoretical formation, Althusser warned of the dangers of apprehending Marxist science in empiricist or dogmatist fashion. In the latter case, it was treated as an absolute, niched knowledge, which poses no problem of development or research; in the former, as the direct, natural reaction of the real, fruit of Marx's unclouded vision. The idea we have of science, Althusser wrote, is decisive for Marxist science itself. The RST principle of a correct idea of science was the Spinozist Bachelardian one that, far from reacting the immediate givens of everyday experience and practice, a science is constituted only on the condition of calling them into question, and breaking with them. 87. Scientific knowledge can be obtained only through a detour via the concept of an object. But before that, the concept must be produced. In On the Improvement of the Understanding, a discourse against method. 88, Spinoza had rejected the Cartesian search for a priori guarantees of the possibility of knowledge as both unavailing, for condemned to an innate regress, and unnecessary, for we have a true idea, habmus enim ideam veram. 89. Questions about the validity of knowledge must commence from the prior recognition of its facticity. And it was the possession of knowledge, criterion of itself and its other, which permitted the provision of further knowledge, a process illustrated by analogy with the making of tools. 90. Indeed, the knowledge process could be viewed as a process of production of intellectual instruments. Developing this conception of knowledge as production, 91. And associating Marx with it, Althusser argued that the production of knowledge of real objects by the production of their adequate concepts was the result of a specific practice, theoretical practice. Althusser's RST move was to insist that theory was not the abstract/spiritual, obverse of, concrete/material, practice, but itself exactly such a practice. Strictly speaking, there was no such thing as practice in general, only distinct practices. 92. To deny the specificity of theoretical practice was to nullify the reality of scientific practice. 93. The effects of this traditional, and deep-rooted, denegation were not restricted to an inadequate comprehension of science in general. The theory/practice dichotomy could be brandished to embarrass Marxist intellectuals over their sojourn, audacious de la mêlée, in a conceptual limbo. Whether done out of benign or malignant motives, this underestimated the crucial role apportioned theory, scientific knowledge, by Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and played by it in revolutionary politics. After the depredations of Stanovism, theory had to secure recognition of its just-deed claims to relative autonomy, precisely in order to fulfill its proper function as a guide for practice. Drawing on Marx's analysis of the labor process in Capital, Althusser dissected society into four main practices: economic, political, ideological, and theoretical, the ensemble of which constituted the complex unity of social practice. Each practice was said to have three moments: raw material, means of production, and product. By practice in general I shall mean any process of transformation of a determinate given raw material into a determinate product, a transformation effected by a determinate human labor, using a determinate means of production. In any practice thus conceived, the determinate moment, or element, is neither the raw material nor the product, but the practice in the narrow sense, the moment of the labor of transformation itself, which sets to work, in a specific structure, men, means and a technical method of utilizing the means. Althusser proceed to sketch outlines of economic, political, and ideological practice, definitions to which we shall return in Chapter 3. Offering these as essential preliminary hypotheses, he made no attempt to substantiate the case for his a priori characterization of the contents of the social. Instead, he turned to a discussion of theoretical practice, defining it as follows. By theory, I shall mean a specific form of practice, itself belonging to the complex unity of the social practice of a determinate human society. Theoretical practice falls within the general definition of practice. It works on a raw material, representations, concepts, facts, which it is given by other practices, whether empirical, technical, or ideological. In its most general form, theoretical practice does not only include scientific theoretical practice, but also pre-scientific theoretical practice, that is, ideological theoretical practice. 94. Theoretical production, it was argued, shares the structure of the other practices. Its raw material, labeled generality I, is itself theoretical, composed of representations, concepts, facts, whether scientific or not. Its means of production, labeled generality II, is its problematic, the theoretical matrix in which the concepts of a discourse are ordered/unit and on the basis of which questions are asked and answered, problems posed and resolved, or not. Its products, generalities III, are knowledge, s. The determinant moment of theoretical practice is the second, namely, the labor of transformation. Theoretical practice produces generalities III by the work of generality II on generality I. 95. An adequate account of this practice involved analysis not only of its labor process, but of its social relations of production as well, in other words, consideration and specification of its relations with the wider social structure. Thought is the historically constituted system of an apparatus of thought, founded on and articulated to natural and social reality. It is deemed by the system of real conditions which make it, a determinate mode of production of knowledges. As such, it constituted by a structure which combines the type of object, raw material, on which it labors, the theoretical means of production available, its theory, its method, and its technique, experimental or otherwise, and the historical relations, both theoretical, ideological, and social, in which it produces. 96. Cognitively autonomous, socially, theory is relatively autonomous. The prime enemy of this epistemology, the theory of theoretical practice, was dubbed the empiricist conception of knowledge. As portrayed by Althusser, it embraced much more than, perhaps even the opposite of, empiricism as normally understood. To this paradigm he assimilated any theory of the cognitive process which represented it as the confrontation between, knowing, subject and object, to be known, and which conceived knowledge as abstraction by the subject of the essence of the object. 97. According to Althusser, this conception was the secular transcription of a religious myth of reading. 98. Knowledge was not vision but production, not abstraction or purification, but appropriation. The putative Marxist authority for Althusser's representation of the cognitive process as a productive one wholly internal to thought was Marx's 1857 introduction. It was the text that allows us to distinguish Marxist philosophy from every speculative or empiricist philosophy, for in it the order of thought and the order of the real were unequivocally differentiated. Marx had proposed two materialist theses, the primacy of the real over thought about the real and the specificity of thought and of the thought process. Thus, the real object, Spinoza's circle or the cat which can meow, is neither directly involved in, nor affected by, the process of theoretical production. The starting point, raw material, and result, product, of that practice is the object of knowledge, Spinoza's idea of the circle/the concept of cat which cannot meow, via which theoretical object knowledge of the real object is appropriated. The novelty and superiority of Althusser's epistemology, or so he believed, consisted in its acceptance, contrary to all forms of empiricism, which provoked the perennial problem of knowledge, that knowledge was an intra-theoretical process of production, without ceasing to be objective knowledge. Knowledge, the concrete in thought, whilst utterly distinct from the real concrete, was knowledge of a reality itself wholly independent of thought or discourse. In principle, Althusser's epistemology was simultaneously anti-empiricist and materialist. 99. To the distinction between theoretical practice on the one hand, and economic, political and ideological practice on the other, was added a distinction internal to theoretical practice. In accordance with the classical Marxist opposition between science and ideology, Althusser distinguished between scientific theoretical practice and pre-scientific or ideological theoretical practice. Some theoretical practices are scientific, that is, produce scientific knowledge, while others, the majority, are ideological, that is, produce ideological knowledge. Althusser categorized the latter as the forms of knowledge that make up the prehistory of a science and their philosophies. 100 To theorize the distinction between knowledge and knowledge, Althusser adopted two Bachelardian concepts, epistemological break and problematic. Following Bachelard, he posited a qualitative theoretical and historical discontinuity between science and theoretical ideology. 101 Since the discontinuity arises at a particular moment in theoretical history, it can only be located by an epistemological historical, an epistemologically informed, genealogy of a science. The index of scienticity in the Althusserian, as in the Bachelardian, scheme of things is a rupture between the scientific and the non-scientific within a particular theoretical region. With this break, a discourse crosses the threshold of scienticity and attains cognitive autonomy. Thereafter, the theoretical practice of a science is its own criterion. Its products require no prior guarantees or external confirmation. Verification is internal to the theory. As for Spinoza, truth is its own standard. In genuine sciences, including historical materialism, there is a radical inwardness of the criterion of practice. To speak of the criterion of practice where theory is concerned, receives its full sense, for theoretical practice is indeed its own criterion, and contains in itself denied protocols with which to validate the quality of its product, i.e., the criteria of the scienticity of the products of scientific practice. This is exactly what happens in the real practice of the sciences. Once they are truly constituted and developed, they have no need for verification from external practices to declare the knowledges they produce to be true, i.e., to be knowledges. We should say the same of the science which concerns us most particularly, historical materialism. It has been possible to apply Marx's theory with success because it is true. It is not true because it has been applied with success. 102. Sparing the intrusions of the extra-theoretical in the shape of a Cardinal Bellarmine or Comrades Davov, scientific theoretical practice serves neither God nor Mammon. Ideological practice, in contrast, is governed by interests beyond the necessity of knowledge alone. 103 Following Spinoza, Althusser conceived theoretical ideology as a kind of knowledge, but as an inferior species, one that designates existence, but does not give us their essences. 104 Source of falsity, it was not falsity per se. Althusser deemed ideology in general as an omni-historical phenomenon, the lived relation between men and the world. 105 As a representation of this imaginary relation, ideology is not mere error or illusion, it is an objective reality, a material practice whose theoretical relays can be confused, but which cannot itself be dissipated, by science. 106 Theoretical ideology is a knowledge, but in the form of recognition, not cognition. This is so because it is governed by adventitious factors extraneous to science, what Althusser calls the practico-social function as opposed to the theoretical function. In the theoretical mode of production of ideology, the formulation of a problem is merely the theoretical expression of the conditions which allow a solution already produced outside the process of knowledge because imposed by extra-theoretical instances and exigencies, to recognize itself in an artificial problem manufactured to serve it both as a theoretical mirror and as a practical justification. 107. The result, in the words of Alain Badiou, is that whereas science is a process of transformation, ideology is a process of repetition. 108 The qualitative leap or mutation marking the difference between a science and a theoretical ideology was situated by Althusser in the Discourses Problematic. Although rarely employed by Bachelard, this concept was implicit in his work. The sense of the problem is characteristic of the scientific mind, he wrote in La Formation de l'Esprit Scientifique in a passage which anticipated Althusser's thesis on the modality of the formulation of problems in theoretical ideology. 109 As adapted by Althusser, the concept denoted the typical systematic structure unifying all the elements of the thought and referred to a fact peculiar to the very existence of science. It can only pose problems on the terrain and within the horizon of a finite theoretical structure, its problematic, which constitutes its absolute and finite condition of possibility, and hence the absolute determination of the forms in which all problems must be posed, at any given moment in the science. 110. A non-scientific problematic is characterized by its closure, its repetitive revolution in an ideological circle, a scientific problematic by its openness to pertinent problems and their rigorous solution, its capacity for self-rectification and development. 111 Because a problematic is both present and absent, in Althusser's structuralist terminology, diachronic and synchronic, in any particular segment of theoretical discourse, a special kind of reading is required in order to reconstruct it, the symptomatic reading which, like the Freudian analyst's technique, proceeds from the surface discourse to its latent system, or unconscious. 112 At stake is more than openness and closure in general. For any adequate epistemology must concern itself with the typical, historically determined structures of this openness and closure. 113 Specific ruptures and transitions can be identified only by working from within the problematic of the already constituted science, since the general concept of the break, between the scientific and the ideological tautcord, cannot specify the conditions of a particular break, for example, Marx's with classical political economy. The problematic with which a science breaks at the moment of its constitution, its point of no return, or its recasting is a necessary, but insufficient, condition of the new problematic. In the case of historical materialism, for example, there would have been no such theory but for what preceded it, it was not created ex nihilo by Marx. At the same time, however, it was not vouchsafed by the synthesis of pre-existing discourses/problematics, German philosophy, English political economy, French utopian socialism. The pre-scientific problematic forms part of the real history, the prehistory, of the science. So although a science is inaugurated by detaching it from the ideology of its past and by revealing this past as ideological, and although, after its constitution, the science amounts, Spinoza style, to a science of the ideology, 114 The science-ideology distinction must not be treated in Enlightenment fashion as the rationalist partition between truth and error, but historically. The strange gods of origins and goals are to be deposed in favor of the necessity of contingency. 115 Qua historical epistemology, the theory of theoretical practice, the theory of science and of the history of science. 116, joined with the Bachelardians in opening the path to a revolution in the traditional concept of the history of the sciences. We are beginning to conceive this history as a history punctuated by radical discontinuities, profound reorganizations which, if they respect the continuity of the existence of regions of knowledge, and even this is not always the case, nevertheless inaugurate with their rupture the reign of a new logic, which, far from being a mere development of the old one, literally takes its place. 117. As Althusser was well aware, his negative demarcation of theoretical ideology from science is not a positive specification of the scienticity of science. This, in conjunction with his insistence on the autonomy of theory, prompts the traditional epistemological question. In Althusser's case and terms, it takes the following form: how do we know that the result or products of scientific theoretical practices are knowledges? Althusser straightaway rejects the problematic of the theory of knowledge derived from the closed circle of classical philosophy, reproving its variants as variations on a juridical practice of philosophy which makes laws for the sciences in the name of a right it arrogates to itself. 118 The search for de jure or de facto guarantees must be renounced as an impermissible, ideological, project leading, at best, to an innate regress. In the Althusserian theory of the history of the production of knowledges, it is accepted that the theoretical object of a theoretical practice is the appropriation of the real object, the real world 119. But is it? As has been noted, the motivation of Althusser's project was the denition and defense of the scienticity of historical materialism. The distinctiveness of his approach to the issue lay in his effort to erase any epistemological distinction between Marx's theory of history and the natural sciences, without lapsing into a discreditable positivism. Marxism was a science among others, at once autonomous and scientific. Althusser was fundamentally at variance with the existing Marxist tradition in spurning both the correspondence theory of truth of classical Marxism and the pragmatist conception of truth of Stalinism, and replacing them by the self-sufficiency of the modes of proof of the established sciences. The inadequacy and circularity of such a criterion for the contemporary natural sciences is one thing, few would challenge their scientific status. With historical materialism, things stand rather differently, as a roll call of Karl Popper, Thomas Kuhn, and Imre Lakatos is sufficient to remind us. Without positive, compelling criteria of scienticity, Althusser's bid for historical materialism is imperiled, and the theory of theoretical practice considered by him the theory of what constitutes the scienticity of the sciences 120, itself founders as a satisfactory account of science. Althusser did have an answer to the epistemological problem, or rather, a question. On the materialist dialectic, the pertinent response to the problem of knowledge had been its dissolution. The non-problematicity of the relation between an object and the knowledge of it was straightforwardly asserted. 121. The ingenuousness of this solution presumably being apparent, in reading Capital, Althusser took another tack. For epistemological guarantees, the theory of theoretical practice substituted the question of the mechanism of the cognitive appropriation of the real. Therewith, Althusser believed, philosophy made the transition from ideology to scienticity. The key question became, by what mechanism does the process of knowledge, which takes place entirely in thought, produce the cognitive appropriation of its real object, which exists outside thought in the real world? Or again, by what mechanism does the production of the object of knowledge produce the cognitive appropriation of the real object, which exists outside thought in the real world? 122. Notoriously, this question received no real answer, an aporia all the more obvious for the lucidity of Althusser's posing of it. The knowledge effect, which is the peculiarity of those special products which are knowledges, remains unilluminated beyond cryptic, and in any case circular, allusions to the significance of the internal organization and disposition of concepts, the systematicity of the system. 123. Since it pertains to science and ideological theoretical practice alike, however, its elucidation would not answer our question. The reader may know how Part I of reading Capital ends. A subject, the knowledge mechanism. 10 pages of intricate questions, then silence. If, as Althusser maintained, there are no innocent readings, by the same token, there are guilty silences. Arguably, Althusser's was one. For there is a solution to the problem of the correspondence between thought and the real in his work, only it is unavowed as such. To make it explicit is to reveal the contradictory character of Althusser's philosophical project. According to the standard Soviet account of dialectical materialism, it is the science of the more general laws governing the development of nature, society, and thought, of which historical materialism is a subset, a philosophical science concerned with the specific laws of social development as distinct from the universal laws of being. 124. Mutatis mutandis, it can be said that these definitions have remained unchanged since Stalin's times. Both were certainly orthodoxy. In the international communist movement and the PCF at the beginning of the 1960s, Althusser's schema was, in principle, quite different. Marx's theoretical revolution comprised a double foundation in a single break. 125. The birth of two new sciences. Marx founded Marxism. Marxism comprised two autonomous disciplines, a science and a scientific philosophy. Historical materialism was the science of the history of social formations, complete with its theory, its conceptual corpus, and object, social formations and their transformation. Dialectical materialism was the science of theoretical practice, with its own concepts, science/ideology, problematic, epistemological break, etc., and object, theoretical discourse. As an epistemology, it broke with anterior and contemporary philosophical ideologies. It was the scientific philosophy. All this Althusser proclaimed, implying a simultaneous break with orthodox conceptions of dialectical materialism as an ontology of matter, in movement. Inscribed in Althusser's enterprise from the outset, however, was the very pitfall he was seeking to avoid. Regardless of the sophistication of the Althusserian variant, Marxist philosophy was once again accorded the status of that contradictionary in adjecto, a scientific philosophy. As the theory of theory and science of science, the theory of theoretical practice is a reprise of the Diomat tradition. Via its weak demarcation criteria, it is the theory capable of adjudicating the scienticity of both historical materialism and its competitors, the social and human sciences. 126 Whether it is appropriate for Marxist philosophy to arrogate itself a right Althusser had forbidden classical philosophy is one question, whether it is capable of making the adjudication is another. At any rate, Diomat, having been shown the front door, climbed back in through an open window. In order to establish the specificity of theoretical practice, Althusser differentiated it from the other practices. As is made apparent in the presentation of the theory series, dialectical materialism was at one and the same time a theory of theory and a theory of non-theory, a theory of practice in general. 127 Althusser's epistemology was thus supplemented, indeed, underpinned, by what Kallinicus, following André Glucksmann, terms an ontology of practices. 128 Innately more original than the Soviet version it may be, but a diluted Diomat it nonetheless is. Nowhere is this better attested than in the unmarked exit Althusser's ontology provided from his epistemological impasse. Dialectical materialism is the general theory, the dialectic, in which is theoretically expressed the essence of theoretical practice in general, through it the essence of practice in general, and through it the essence of the transformations, of the development of things in general. 129. Thus, the cognitive appropriation of the real object in and by theoretical practice is made possible by the homology of thought and the real, both of which are practices. As Kallinicus points out, the proximity of this, covered, solution to Engels's standpoint on the concordance of thought and being in the dialectics of nature is striking. 130 The differential nature of scientific discourse. 131 is assured by its identity with the structure of reality, the non-problematicity of the relation between an object and the knowledge of it guaranteed by ontology. The very empiricism disowned by Althusser secures the theory of theoretical practice against relativism. His epistemology can only perform the task of demarcation allotted it on this basis, an uncompelling one, in any case expressly precluded. Now, it was suggested earlier that Althusser's definition of empiricism was of unusual breadth. Insofar as it encompassed epistemologies which posit an identity between knowledge and the object of which it is knowledge, it would therefore not only include Althusser's own, but also, and crucially, Spinoza's. For, if Althusserian insouciance about the objectivity of knowledge had Engelschian precedent, its direct ancestry was Spinozist, traceable to Spinoza's proposition that the order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. 132 Just as, for Spinoza, the system of intrinsically true adequate ideas reproduced in thought the order and connection of things, so, for Althusser, objects of knowledge were the concepts of their objects, the order of theoretical practice, thought, expressing the order of practice in general and its development, the real, as a consequence of their prior identity. 133 Thus, the theory of theoretical practices combination, via the category of production, of the theory of science and of the history of science was facilitated by what Paul Patton calls Althusser's Spinozist absolutism. A rationalist theory of knowledge allowed historical epistemology to dispense with the problematic of the theory of knowledge and assert the non-problematicity of theory's accordance with reality. Commencement du Materialisme Dialectique, Badiou entitled his commendatory review of For Marx and Reading Capital in 1967. The theory of theoretical practice was indeed conceived by Althusser as the commencement of Marxist philosophy and did terminate in a resumption of dialectical materialism in its pretension to be a theory of practice in general. Yet if, to this extent, it constituted a return of the repressed, it was one of indubitable ingenuity. And if, in search of what Labica has called l'introuvable philosophie marxiste, 134 Althusser assimilated Spinozist and Bachelardian theses, the result was an epistemology whose singularity, even brilliance, within the Marxist tradition was closely bound up with its shortcomings. Althusser proposed an ontology of practices of which he vouchsafed little or no justification. Yet however a prioristic his construction, it would in turn be remiss not to recognize and applaud its distance from the dialectical materialism obtained by inversion of Hegel's dialectic. Althusser criticized Lenin and Mao for assuming a simple original unity split into contradictory parts, manifest in the most apparently complex of contradictions that developed thereafter, and restored, albeit enriched, as the end of the process. In the place of such Hegelianism, Althusser argued that Marxism establishes in principle the recognition of the givenness of the complex structure of any concrete object, a structure which governs both the development of the object and the development of the theoretical practice which produces the knowledge of it. There is no longer any original essence, only an ever pre-givenness, however far knowledge delves into its past. There is no longer any simple unity, only a structured, complex unity. There is no longer an original simple unity, in any form whatsoever, but instead, the ever pre-givenness of a structured complex unity. 135. With Althusser's ontological anti-idealism, pre-givenness, anti-empiricism, structured unity, and anti-historicism, complex unity, as Kallinicus has suggested, the concept of difference, of the irreducible heterogeneity of the material world, is domesticated within Marxism. 136 Althusser's complex unity was a unity of distinct yet imbricated and articulated practices, irreducible one to another, and not appearances of the essence, whether spiritual, such as absolute spirit, or material, such as humanity, the proletariat, the economy. The fact that the ontological structure of social reality took this form rendered it opaque and theory, one of the practices, necessary. The theory that proposed this ontology, the theory of practice in general, was the materialist dialectic, which is none other than dialectical materialism. 137 Simultaneously, it was an epistemology, the theory of theoretical practice. Like Althusserian ontology, Althusser's epistemology had great virtues. Two were of particular conjunctural significance for Marxism. First, and above all, it insisted, contras Danov and his spectres, on the autonomy of the veridical from state, class, party, or any other extra-scientific interest. Next, it emphasized both the normality and the importance for the sciences, including historical materialism, of continual development, openness to rectification, and the incessant production of new knowledge became criteria of scienticity. A science that repeats itself, without discovering anything new, is a dead science, no longer a science, but a xed dogma. A science only lives in its development, that is, from its discoveries. 138 Thus, the basic thrust of Althusser's philosophical intervention within Marxism was to highlight its incompleteness, what remained to be done. Only the foundations of historical and dialectical materialism had been laid, and the Marxist theoretical practice of the histories of science, ideology, philosophy, and art, among others, had not been exhausted, indeed, largely remained to be constituted. 139 The theory of theoretical practice possessed other positive features, of wider relevance. It amounted to an attempt to incorporate the lessons of modern non-Marxist philosophy of science into Marxism, more specifically, to integrate the compelling aspects of the conventionalist critique of empiricism and positivism into a materialist epistemology. 140 Accordingly, Althusser sought to reconcile the conventionalist insistence on the historical, social, and theoretical character of scientific practice with the realist insistence on the existence of an independent reality irreducible to theory, if knowable via it, to which theory refers and is obliged, indeed, to conform in order to count as scientific knowledge. In other words, Althusser sought to integrate historicity, sociality and scienticity, facticity and validity, in short, to capture the specificity of science. Thus, the distinction between the object of knowledge and the real object betoken the conjoint commitment to the reality of science, the production and transformation of intrascientific conceptual objects, and to the reality of its referent, the real, extrascientific world. The notion of epistemological break registered the sui generis nature of science as a counterintuitive cognitive process irreducible to other forms of knowledge. The concept of problematic respected the uniqueness of individual theories as a function of their different conceptual systems, and hence the complexity characteristic of the actual history of the sciences, without sacrificing the possibility of scientific progress to mere scientific change, in principle, at least. In principle. For the problem was, of course, that this marriage of conventionalism and materialism to form Althusserian anti-empiricism proved an unequal one, the former assuming dominance and maintaining, moreover, a liaison with rationalism equally injurious to the claims of the latter. In the process of securing the cognitive autonomy of Marxist theory, thereby creating space for its development, the theory of theoretical practice compromised its virtues in a set of serious vices. The relative autonomy of science ultimately took the form of outright independence of the social formation and its history. Specificity became transcendence, as the epistemological break which initiated science sequestered it in the autonomous domain of theoretical practice where it escaped the vicissitudes of non-scientific history. 141 Notwithstanding references to the articulation of theoretical practice with the other social practices, the sui generis 142 history of the sciences was disarticulated from them and treated, instead, as a purely internal, epistemological affair of conceptual historicity. Among the costs of this conception, as we shall see, was to be an account of Marxism which quite implausibly severed it, in its foundation and development, from any socio-historical connections. If science was separated from the social, it was similarly sundered from the empirical. Rationalism and conventionalism converged here to exclude the latter from scientific practice. Conating the empirical and the empiricist, Althusser furthermore equated the experiential with the ideological, realm of the imaginary and false conceptions, antithesis of conceptual science and objective knowledge. 143 These collapses not only debarred any genuine input on the part of empirical evidence into theoretical practice, they ruled out any reference of theoretical constructs back to it for the purposes of evidential control. Falsification, in any real sense, was precluded, rectification rendered the merest concession to fallibilism. Indeed, the plenipotentiary powers granted generality to, the problematic or means of theoretical production, over generality its raw material, were such that the status of its products, generalities 3, knowledges, was questionable. Not content with the determination of its own facts and the elaboration of its own theory and object, theoretical practice also supplied its own verification, validating its own results. Althusser introduced his propositions on the radical inwardness of the criterion of practice in the sciences with the example of mathematical protocols of proof, a symptomatic presence. 144 Mathematics had provided Spinoza's model of science, a standard of verity in the natural and human sciences alike. 145 If Althusser did not seek, in positivist fashion, to naturalize the social sciences, by compelling their conformity to the procedures of the natural sciences, he did, so to speak, mathematics, in rationalist fashion, both the natural and the social sciences, projecting onto them the intrinsic method of proof characteristic of an a priori paradigm. The distinction between science and ideology was the cardinal principle of Althusser's Epistemology 146, the upshot for historical materialism, a science. Among others, of his account of science as a detour of theory whose itinerary was this detour, 147 was the compromising of both its autonomy and its claims to scientific status. That is, the often remarked, unintended consequence of the theory of theoretical practice was an attenuation of scienticity. For it fell short of realism and into conventionalism, a fate from which the rationalist assertion of the adequacy of the theoretical to the real object did not rescue it, only serving, on the contrary, to subvert the non-dogmatic conception of science essayed by Althusser. The Althusserian demarcation of science from ideology, on the basis of their respective counterintuitive/intuitive, open/closed, theoretical/practico-social characteristics, however suggestive, fails, neither counterintuitiveness nor openness being peculiar to science. For example, 148 the obvious materialist, more properly, realist, criterion, correspondence between theoretical constructions and their real objects, was eschewed as empiricist. Although Althusser was, in Terry Lovell's words, a realist by ad. 149, the real was accorded purely honoric status by him, posited, in contradistinction to thought about it, but thereafter neutralized by being bracketed. No explanation of the appropriation of the non-theoretical real object by the conceptually constructed object of knowledge was offered, effectively divorcing theory from any extra-theoretical reference, thereby undermining the proposition that concept construction was the royal road to science. The failure to establish a plausible relation between theory and the rest of reality means that conceptual elaboration is the via regia only to more of the same. Theory-dependent knowledge of the real world is transmuted into reality-independent theory. The result. Since alchemy, for example, is a theoretical practice second to one in its possession of finite protocols with which to validate the quality of its product, or to rationalize its absence, cf. Chaucer's Canon's Yeoman's Tale, how can we adjudge it a pseudo-science? How can we tell the difference between a chatterbox and a scientist? 150 Althusser's severance of theory from any real referent, wreaked it in a conception of the history of science as one punctuated by radical discontinuities, provoked an acute form of the problem of commensurability, leaving him ill placed to reconcile theoretical revolutions and scientific progress. 4. Despite occasional hints at a realist historical perspective, wherein a new problematic referred to the same real object as the problematic which it had superseded, the reign of new logics was the primary Althusserian emphasis in opposition to teleological historiography 151. Yet how can we even classify, say, historical materialism and classical political economy as competitors, let alone compare their respective merits, if their objects are internal and their problematics peculiar to them, and there is no arbitration to be had outside these disparate conceptual systems? To conclude, it can be seen that there was a contradiction between Althusser's epistemological project, the provision of a philosophy for science, one genuinely adequate to constantly developing scientific thought, and the means by which he attempted to realize it. The effect of his particular assimilation of Spinoza and Bachelard was an unresolved tension between the realism to which he was committed as a Marxist and the relativism or rationalism to which their philosophies led. Oversimplifying, we might say that, having turned to conventionalism to escape the verities of Diomat, Althusser depended upon rationalism to conjure away relativism, therewith partially returning to Diomat. He considered Marxism omnipotent because it was true. On his own epistemology, it is impossible to say anything more than that it is true because it is true. If, then, Althusser broke with the vulgar materialism typical of orthodox communist Marxism, he did so at the cost of the sophisticated idealism typical of heterodox Western Marxism, albeit that his variant is a quite distinct and superior form of it. He is not to be criticized for failing to resolve intractable problems in the philosophy of science, but for claiming to have solved them via a scientific philosophy when, in truth, he had either offered unsatisfactory answers or dissolved the very questions. At the same time, all credit is owed to him for a pioneering initiative in epistemology from within Marxism. Althusser is to be praised for having tabled, and with such determination, problems which communist orthodoxy did not even recognize. His efforts to theorize the specificity of theory yielded an account which, in its novelty and sophistication, its endeavor to avoid positivism without lapsing into a facile anti-scientism, superseded anything produced hitherto within the orbit of international communism, simultaneously reconnecting Marxist with non-Marxist philosophy of science. To have elaborated the modernist epistemology he did within the PCF, West European cheerleader of Lysenkoism, thus helping to liquidate the Cold War heritage, was a major achievement, one whose audacity should not be forgotten. A decade after the publication of For Marx and Reading Capital, Althusser meditated on the significance of the distinction between the object of knowledge and the real object. It had been motivated by the wish to dramatize the enormous theoretical labor involved in Marx's foundation of historical materialism, to highlight the break with bourgeois common sense indispensable to a scientific theory of history, and to turn Marx's truth into a living and active truth for us. 152. However worthy the ambition, the question must be posed, did Althusser's epistemological theses facilitate a restoration of, or in their turn deform, Marx's unprecedented break and the theory that resulted? For the second cardinal principle from which Althusser started, one derivative from his division of the world into the realms of the imaginary and the true, was that, left to its own devices, the proletariat was incapable of generating the science of society, and hence the science of its own practice, but only utopian or reformist ideologies of society. 153. Marxism had been produced and developed outside the working class by the counterintuitive theoretical practice of intellectuals, Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and then imported into it. In line with this venerable Trotskyist and Leninist thesis, 154. Althusser argued that the relationship of Marxist theory to the proletariat and its practice was one of exteriority. Without Marxist philosophy, there could be no Marxist science, without Marxist science, no scientific socialism. Whether, in his unilateral emphasis on Lenin's dictum of 1902 to the exclusion of an equally pertinent axiom from 1920, 155. Althusser compromised the novelty of historical materialism even as he strove to re-articulate it, is one of the questions to which we must now turn. Chapter 3. Returning to Marx. A reconstruction of historical materialism. There is no such thing as an innocent reading. Louis Althusser, Reading Capital. If we were never structuralists, we can now explain why. We were guilty of an equally powerful and compromising passion, we were Spinozists. Louis Althusser, Elements of Self-Criticism. Althusser's edition of Marxist philosophy, it has been argued, ultimately constitutes an aggiornamento of dialectical materialism. It would, however, be a characteristically Althusserian, and inadmissible, gesture to proceed in one move from the critique of an epistemology to the dismissal of the reading and reconstruction of Marxism based upon it. Althusser's periodization and reconceptualization of Marxism do not necessarily fall with his revision of Marxist philosophy, even if the latter is untenable and incapable of establishing the scienticity of the former. On the other hand, both operations are conducted under the strict guidance of Althusser's epistemology, the theory of theoretical practice proffered as the theory of theory in general and the theory of Marx's theoretical practice, its philosophy and methodology, in particular. We should therefore not be surprised to end it taking its toll in both the canon and the corpus of historical materialism as understood by its founders. The costs and benefits of Althusser's recasting will be calculated as we go. What can be refused at the outset is the self-representation of the Althusserian version of historical materialism as Marxist orthodoxy. Althusser is no more orthodox than many of his opponents, and perhaps considerably less so than some. Whether his own rendition of Marxism is superior to Marx's, and his own revisions preferable to those of his contemporaries, is another matter. Reading Marx, Theoretical Revolution or Palace Coup. In the introduction to For Marx, Althusser suggested that only the Marxist philosophy he hoped to endow with explicit theoretical form could yield an authentic epistemological and historical reading of Marx's writings. His commendable ambition was a rigorous analysis which deemed the irreducible specificity of Marxist theory to only a systematic reading employing the concept of problematic could provide that definition, since, contrary to any analytical eclecticism, it treated theoretical texts and paradigms as unities, thus prohibiting arbitrary extraction of elements from their context, and it forswore any teleological approach, whether anticipatory or retrospective. 3. In the case of Marx, it forbade any historiography in the future anterior, for be it humanist or anti-humanist, idealist or materialist, ethical or scientific. Either way, Capital is assumed to be the culmination of the Paris manuscripts, Marx's early work, the anticipation of his chef d'oeuvre. Whichever, the issue is prejudged, continuity presumed. Marx's signature, Althusser intimated, proved nothing. Althusser's own reading was not innocent. He employed it, to attempt to demonstrate a simultaneously conceptual and epistemological discontinuity within Marx's oeuvre between the supposedly non-Marxist early works of 1840-4 and the, unevenly, Marxist works of 1845-83, to recast historical materialism, in the light of this discontinuity, in non-economistic, non-humanist and non-historicist form. Historical materialism, as its founders had insisted, was a science. But no discourse in social theory which was economistic, humanist, or historicist could be scientific. By definition, it was ideological. So, any reading of Marx which construed his theory as one or all of these was doing violence to Marxism's titles to scienticity. To borrow Althusser's own epistemological schema, we could say that his work, A Discourse with Scientific Pretensions 5, was conceived as an intrascientific break accomplished by setting the Marxist problematic to work on the raw material of the Marx-Hegel/Marx-Young-Marx relationships, thus consummating Marx's own rupture with ideology, thereby marking it as a de jure, if not de facto, point of no return to ideology. Because the Marxist humanist revisionists could appeal to the textual authority of Marx himself, amassing quotations against them was not only an illegitimate strategy based on a superficial mode of reading, it was futile. The early works, fons et origo of their constructions, had to be epistemologically differentiated from authentic Marxism at the level of their respective problematics and thus quarantined. Their partisans would thereby be proved to be revisionists, unwittingly or otherwise, not of theoretical Stalinism, but of Marxism. Althusser's return to Marx, like Lacan's return to Freud, was a return to his maturity. 6. He sought to prove in 3 successive and, for him, indissolubly linked moves, that historical materialism and theoretical humanism were conceptually incompatible, 2. That historical materialism had come into existence through a rupture with theoretical humanism, and, 3. That this mutation in problematics amounted to an epistemological break which separated a science and its companion philosophy from all theoretical and philosophical ideologies, therewith indicating the ideological nature of Marx's pre-1845 problematic and the scienticity of his post-1845 problematic. In short, only after 1845 was Marx a Marxist, only after 1845 did Marxism become a science. Its constitution had involved nothing less than an immense theoretical revolution. 7. An epistemological history of Marxist would simultaneously wreak that fact and confute its denegation. That Althusser and his colleagues' philosophical reading of Marx's reading was indeed guilty can be gleaned from the loaded questions which framed it. Only this reading can determine the answer to a question that concerns the place capital occupies in the history of knowledge. This question can be crystallized as follows: is capital merely one ideological product among others, classical economics given a Hegelian form, the imposition of anthropological categories deemed in the philosophical early works on the domain of economic reality, the realization of the idealist aspirations of the Jewish question and the 1844 manuscripts? Is capital merely a continuation of classical political economy, from which Marx inherited both object and concepts? And is capital distinguished from classical economics not by its object, but only by its method, the dialectic he borrowed from Hegel? Or, on the contrary, does capital constitute a real epistemological mutation of its object, theory, and method? Does capital represent the founding moment of a new discipline, the founding moment of a science, and hence a real event, a theoretical revolution, simultaneously rejecting the classical political economy and the Hegelian and Feuerbachian ideologies of its prehistory, the absolute beginning of the history of a science? 8. As the autonomous science of a precisely delimited terrain, the continent of history, 9. Historical materialism was a science among others, identical to the natural sciences in being governed solely by what Canguilhem has termed an axiological activity, the search for truth, different in that it was confronted by the extra-scientific obstacles thrown up by its unbearable truth in class society. 10. The theoretical culpability of revisionisms consisted in their dissolution or distortion of this scienticity, their reversal of the trajectory of Marx's theoretical long march. 11. Historical materialism should, as Engels had boasted, have put an end to philosophy in the realm of history. 12. It had not. It had not even put an end to philosophy within itself. Why was the business unished? Intra-theoretically, it came down to this: Marx had not fully or correctly deemed the theoretical revolution which divided historical materialism from its sources, thereby forestalling any recrudescence of the ideological in Marxism. The break was indisputably there. But it was theoretically unricted and hence vulnerable. Marx had produced the distinction between himself and his predecessors, but, like other path-breaking scientists, such as Freud, had been unable to theorize it rigorously, often reverting to Hegelian concepts to expound it. The prevalence of such pre-Marxist theoretical motifs explain the misleading interpretations of his work made by followers who, with some justice, proclaimed their fidelity to its letter. 13. If Althusser could never have assented to the proposition that the letter killeth while the spirit giveth life, he obviously concurred with Spinoza that there was no heretic without a text. Indeed, the total novelty of Marx's theory had partially blinded its author to his real achievement. He therefore had to be rescued not only from Engels's compromising defenses of him, but from his own recidivism. The theory of the symptomatic reading enabled Althusser to claim that in the brief moment of Marx's silence we are simply returning to him the speech that is his own. 14. In actuality, and spurred on by the conviction that a theoretical revolution was just as threatened by the possibility of regression as a political revolution, 15. Althusser was attempting to complete Marx's revolution by specifying the concept and theoretical implications of his theoretically revolutionary step. He was seeking, in other words, to establish what historical materialism would have to look like if it were to represent an unambiguous break with everything predating it, and that it did indeed constitute such a rupture. In sum, he was attempting to out-Marx Marx. It has been a commonplace among Marxists that Marxism somehow derived from three sources: Hegelian philosophy, political economy, utopian socialism, two revolutions, the French political and English industrial revolutions, and an intellectual movement, the Enlightenment and its romantic aftermath. The major interpretative battle lines have been drawn up over the precise fashion in which this emergence should be understood and what significance to assign to it. A classic account by Lenin, The Three Sources and Three Component Parts of Marxism, 1913, maintained that Marx's doctrine emerged as the direct and immediate continuation of the greatest representatives of philosophy, political economy, and socialism. 16. On Althusser's genealogy, the manifest continuity of Marx's development masked a latent, fundamental discontinuity. The sources were theoretical ideologies, raw materials, generality I, wholly transformed into a scientific body of knowledge, generalities 3. Marx's doctrine. The closest Althusser approximated to Lenin's position was in conceiving of an utterly and previously transformed dialectic functioning as generality 2, the problematic which performed the productive work on the ideological raw material. 17. Althusser's central claim was that there was a discontinuity in Marx's development, that it occurred where Marx himself had located it in the 1859 preface, the German ideology, and that it was the site of an epistemological break. 18. He proposed the following periodization of Marx's oeuvre. 1. 1840-4, the early works, everything up to and including the Holy Family, subdivided into a. 1840-2, the liberal rationalist moment governed by a Kantian Fichtian problematic, b. 1842-4, the communist rationalist moment dominated by Feuerbach's anthropological problematic. 2. 1845, the works of the break, theses on Feuerbach, the German ideology, introducing Marx's new problematic. 3. 1845-57. The transitional works, from the poverty of philosophy to the Grundrisse. 4. 1857-83, the mature works, above all, Capital, 19. There are preliminary points to be made about this chronology. First, Althusser's graph of Marx's career was in conformity with communist orthodoxy to the extent that the latter also looked to the German ideology for the initial formulation of historical materialism. This only serves to highlight the differences between their respective characterizations of it, however. Secondly, as we have seen in Chapter 2, according to Althusser, Marx's revolution consisted in a double foundation in a single break, 20. The birth of a new science and a new, scientific, philosophy. Although quite distinct, historical and dialectical materialism had three things in common: I. Their rupture with their bourgeois competitors, 2. Their scienticity, and 3. Their combined and uneven development by Karl Marx. Thirdly, in this account, Marx became a communist before he became a Marxist. His practical, political break with the young Hegelians preceded his theoretical break with Feuerbach, but was in turn deepened by it. To confound the two was to confuse the issue. 21. Fourthly, as can be inferred from the above schema and corroborated by consultation of his discussion, Althusser's location of a major caesura in Marx's progress did not ipso facto preclude sophisticated discriminations within his massive, heterogeneous output before and after 1845. More simply, Althusser was not claiming that everything which predated the break was excrescential, everything that postdated it sacrosanct. Fifthly, and crucially, in common with the Della Volpian school, Althusser's periodization focused attention predominantly on capital, reinstating it in pride of place in the canon as the locus clas siecus of historical and dialectical materialism alike, therewith contesting what he, rightly, perceived as its contemporary devaluation. In the opening paragraph of Reading Capital, Althusser characterized his and his colleagues' analyses, running to 650 pages, as the mere beginnings of a reading. Space, let alone intellectual qualification, certainly forbids more than that here. 22. All that is practicable is to set out the conclusions reached by Althusser and pinpoint some of their more obvious weaknesses, before reverting to the question posed at the outset, theoretical revolution or palace coup, and interrogating it in turn. The lion in the gate of Althusser's insistence on the utter theoretical novelty of historical materialism was, of course, Hegelianism. Consequently, Althusser himself inverted Marx's trajectory, attending to his relation to the German ideology to the virtual exclusion of the other two sources. 23. As he noted in On the Young Marx, 24. The Hegel with whom Marx had to settle accounts was the Hegel of the young Hegelian movement of the early 1840s, arguably a significantly different Gur from the author of the Phenomenology and the Science of Logic. This Janus-faced Hegel had been inverted by Feuerbach, philosopher of the concrete, producing a materialist philosophical anthropology, a humanist historicism, which represented history as a process with a subject, man, pinnacle of nature, and an end, disalienation and self-realization. 25. According to Althusser, Marx subscribed to it until 1845, and this despite his encounters with material interests, the nascent industrial proletariat and its struggles, and political economy. For Althusser, the climax of Marx's sojourn in the anthropological problematic was the economic and philosophical manuscripts, written in Paris between April and August 1844. The site of an encounter of philosophy with political economy. 26. This was Marx's most Hegelian work, a genial synthesis of Feuerbach and Hegel. 27. In his critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, 1843, Marx had assailed Hegel for what he described as his logical, pantheistic mysticism. 28. The hypostatization whereby predicates are separated from their true subject, transfigured into the subject, and then empirically incarnated. This dissection of the mechanism of Hegel's speculative philosophy was indebted to Feuerbach. As was the alternative to it and the whole German misery proposed by Marx in the politically far more radical contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. Introduction, 1843-4. Feuerbach had completed the criticism of religion, 29, laying bare the inversion of subject and predicate, the estrangement of man's essence in an imaginary being, constitutive of it. The secret of theology is anthropology. The immediate task of philosophy was now to serve history by establishing the truth of this world, by performing the same critical operation in the profane spheres of human existence. 30. Such criticism was rooted in the conviction that for man the supreme being is man, and animated by the categorical imperative to overthrow all conditions in which man is a debased, enslaved being. 31. German emancipation demanded an alliance between reformed philosophy and the universal class, the proletariat, whose revolutionary praxis would redeem both it and the rest of humanity from the hell of civil society and the artificial heaven of the state, therewith realizing the humanist philosophy which, in the interim, provided the proletarian heart with a theoretical head. 32. In the preface to the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx credited Feuerbach with a real theoretical revolution, since only with him had positive humanistic and naturalistic criticism begun. 33. Feuerbach had already identified man as the true subject of history. Marx was to take him one stage further by revealing the essential contradiction underlying the particular contradictions by which every sphere of human activity was rent. Marx's critique of political economy accepted the laws it propounded, but challenged its comprehension of what it had discovered, aspiring to decipher its human meaning. Under capitalism, he argued, man's life activity, the labor through which he realizes himself, is estranged in an object, private property, to which the subject is subordinated. The human essence is alienated even as it is expressed. Man's own creations, appropriated by other men, dominate him. The capitalist class, material beneficiary of the state of affairs, is condemned to inhumanity, the proletariat, its impoverished victim, to non-humanity. Alienated labor, the scission of the human essence from the human subject, is the basic contradiction of contemporary existence, with whose advent, however, a potential restoration of the original unity of subject and object can be divined. For the estrangement of man in private property is a necessary historical process, the social and material precondition for the realization of communism. The prelude to the dawn of the genuinely human community to which the entire movement of history has been leading. Communism, writes Marx, is the complete restoration of man to himself as a social, i.e. human, being. The genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature, and between man and man, it is the solution to the riddle of history and knows itself to be the solution. 34. Marx's characterization of communism occurs in the third manuscript. At the end of this text, he essayed a critique of Hegel's system. Some of its ostensible young Hegelian critics, he suggested, were still imprisoned within Hegelian logic. 35. Feuerbach, on the other hand, had destroyed the foundations of the old dialectic and philosophy and founded true materialism and real science by making the social relation of man to man the basic principle of his theory. 36. Althusser's main objection to Marx's writings of 1843-4 can now be formulated. They were inspired by Feuerbach's theoretical revolution. Yet this revolution was no revolution. The basic principle of Feuerbach's problematic militate against materialism and science. Feuerbach, too, had remained imprisoned within Hegelian logic, inverting Hegel to yield a philosophical anthropology centered on man. Marx had preserved Feuerbach's problematic, historicizing his conception of economy and society, rendering humanity the subject of history, the development of the human essence via alienation its motor, self-realization in communism its predetermined end. The Marx of 1844, Althusser insisted, was not the author of a new theory of economy and society, but an avant-garde Feuerbachian applying an ethical problematic to the understanding of human history. 37 From the standpoint of historical materialism, the young Marx was consequently an arrière-garde, ultra-left Hegelian, partaking in a normative and messianic philosophy of history dependent on the teleological structures of the Hegelian dialectic. A teleological reading of Marx's career was, moreover, the mirror image of the young Marx's teleological reading of history. The complexity of a concrete historical process, Marx's intellectual development, is erased by the imposition of an evolutionary schema in which the goal is present in germ at the origin. Thus, the Paris manuscripts are read through the grid of their purported realization, capital, or vice versa. A singular present is reduced to a teleological moment. 38 The allegedly grave misinterpretation of Marx censured by Althusser had powerful support in France. Lefebvre's dialectical materialism, recently reprinted, had been the RST work by a French communist philosopher to represent the economic and philosophical manuscripts as historical materialism in statu nascendi, depicting history as the drama of the total man who is its living subject. Object 39 After the war, in Humanism and Terror, 1947, Merleau-Ponty had endorsed a view of capital as inseparably concerned with the working of the economy and the realization of man, Marx being the realization of Hegel. 40 Goldman's The Human Sciences and Philosophy, 1952, a new edition of which appeared in 1966, extolled Lukács's history and class consciousness and also accredited Korsch and Lefebvre artisans of the dialectical thought sponsored by the young Marx. 41 For his part, Guerratti was now according the themes of the independent Marxists their lettre de noblesse, proposing an authentically universal humanism. Citing a famous declaration by Marx from the 1843-4 introduction as the fundamental inspiration of Marxism, declaring Marxism to be a philosophy of act, characterizing communism as the project of and a demand for a total disalienation, the project of total man. 42 And Guerratti was not alone. In 1966, as we shall see in Chapter 4, the Central Committee of the PCF adopted a resolution stating that there is a Marxist humanism, the humanism of our time. Althusser's perception of the contemporary situation of psychoanalysis in Freud and Lacan equally applies to historical materialism. 43 Marxists were coming round to the world's positions, signing a pact of peaceful coexistence with the reigning ideology to the detriment of Marxism. Historical materialism was neither Hegel inverted nor Feuerbach transcended, nor any other variation on a misleading theme. It was not the ideological offspring of the 19th century. Its foundation had involved a thoroughgoing labor of transformation which amounted to a change of terrain, from the quicksands of speculative ideology to the terror of conceptual science. 44. Settling accounts. In 1845, with the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology, a total theoretical revolution commenced. In 1845, Marx broke radically with every theory that based history and politics on an essence of man. This unique rupture contained three indissociable elements. 1. The formation of a new theory of history and politics based on radically new concepts, the concepts of social formation, productive forces, relations of production, superstructure, ideologies, determination in the last instance by the economy, specific determination of other levels, etc. 2. A radical critique of the theoretical pretensions of every philosophical humanism. 3. The denition of humanism as an ideology. This rupture with every philosophical anthropology or humanism is no secondary detail, it is Marx's scientific discovery. It means that Marx rejected the problematic of the earlier philosophy and adopted a new problematic in the one and the same act. 45. The fundamental problem with this provocative thesis, as Althusser goes some way towards confessing, is that if something changed, not everything did. 46. In 1967, he noted that he and his colleagues had developed distinctions within Marx's over-inherited from the Marxist tradition. 47. That between the German ideology and the early works is one of them. And it is not hard to see why. For it did mark a new stage in Marx's development, a qualitative, and quantitative, departure. In addition to renouncing philosophy, identified with ideology plain and simple, in favor of empirical science, a renunciation which found no favor with Althusser, of course. 48. Marx and Engels subjected Feuerbach to an acute critique over the thesis which had previously been taken to sum up his theoretical revolution, for positing man instead of real historical man and thus remaining within the canons of philosophical abstraction. As far as Feuerbach is a materialist, they wrote, he does not deal with history, and as far as he considers history he is not a materialist. 49. The utopian German socialisms generated by his and other idealist philosophies of history were derided in the second volume, as Marx and Engels sought to ground communism in the material social conditions of capitalism. In the course of their complementary critiques, central elements of the very theoretical paradigm which had structured Marx's early works were harpooned and the premises of their new conception set forth. 50. In a passage chosen by Althusser as the epigraph to On the Young Marx, Marx and Engels asserted that German criticism had never freed itself from philosophy in general, Hegel's in particular. As a result, not only in its answers, even in its questions, there was a mystification. 51. The German ideology instituted a research program which Marx and Engels were to pursue for the remainder of their lives, historical materialism. But it only initiated it. The adumbration of historical materialism offered in this, unpublished, manuscript lacks some of the theory's most important later components, to name but two, the concept of relations of production and the theory of surplus value. According to Althusser, the works of the break had introduced the new problematic but in a partially negative and sharply polemical and critical form. 52. Ambiguities persisted, among them, apparently, Marx's lapses into an individualist humanist conception of society, of which the critique of Feuerbach for abstraction per se was symptomatic. 53. We are thus confronted with the following paradox: on the one hand, Marx broke with philosophical anthropology, on the other, he did not. The paradox is of Althusser's own making, attributable as it is to his insistence that the foundation of historical materialism necessitated a break with any humanism, abstract or concrete, any theory of human nature, not just with those of classical political philosophy, Marx's German contemporaries, and the great utopian socialists. The sixth thesis on Feuerbach, he believed, pronounced precisely such a rupture with what had hitherto been the linchpin of projects for a natural science of society. 54. Therewith Marx had adopted the position of theoretical anti-humanism and founded that science. Marx's statement in his marginal notes on Wagner, 1879-80, to the effect that my analytic method does not start from man but from the economically given period of society was selected by Althusser as the epigraph to Marxism and humanism, to crown its propositions with the old Marx's authority. 55. But do the sixth thesis and ensuing writings repudiate the category of human nature? Or do they reject abstract and eternalist conceptions of the essence of man and foreground the historically mutable ensemble S of social relations, the economically given period S of society, which condition human nature? Norman Garres has criticized both Althusser's construction of Marx's thesis and his belief that the notion of a common human nature is incompatible with historical materialism as a social scientific discourse. 56. Challenging, along with others, such sociologism, he has illustrated the extent to which Marx continued to employ the idea of a human nature as a normative concept and has maintained that it is also assigned an explanatory role in historical materialism. 57. In a codicil to his main study, the Complementary Note on Real Humanism of 1965, Althusser suggested that the sixth thesis presaged a displacement to be put into effect, to nd the reality alluded to by seeking abstract man no longer but real man instead. It is necessary to turn to society and to undertake an analysis of the ensemble of the social relations. 58. For such an analysis to be scientific, however, it would have to dispense with the services of the concept of man. In the German ideology, that most precious of all the things Marx gave us, the possibility of scientific knowledge 59 had commenced. With its acquisition, history could be scientifically understood, hence mastered. 60. The world no longer had to be endured and or bemoaned by its formerly benighted victims, they could change it. Whilst Marx and Engels would almost certainly have subscribed to Althusser's representation of historical materialism as the instrument for knowledge and transformation of social reality, there is little evidence to suggest they believed it entailed elimination of the notion of a human nature. Moreover, they entertained important ideas on the relation of their doctrine to the contemporary workers' movement which Althusser, intent on the deletion of the pretensions of theoretical humanism, passed over in silence. To these we shall return, content for the moment to note that if the developments in Marx's thought c. 1845 did indeed set him on the road which led to capital, they did not amount to a break as conceived by Althusser, one involving the repudiation, and interdiction, of everything that preceded them. The road to capital. If Althusser's treatment of the works of the break is unsustainable, his reading of the so-called transitional works is, in all conscience, at best tendentious. For the actual content of this phase, stretching from 1845 to 57, and encompassing everything from the poverty of philosophy, 1846 to 7, to the Grundriss, 1857 to 8, belies his characterization of them. 61. To take the poverty of philosophy RST. The campaign of theoretical and political iconoclasm waged by Marx against the German ideology was now transferred to the leading philosophical representative of French socialism, Proudhon. The poverty of his philosophy, its collapse into metaphysics, was related to his intrepidity in the matter of Hegelianism. 62. The target of Marx's critique, however, was not simply the ersatz Hegelianism of the Frenchman. En route, bourgeois political economy was criticized for its naturalization and eternalization of capitalism. Althusser accurately recorded that the basic criticism of political economy made by Marx from 1846 onwards was that it possessed an ahistorical, eternal, XED and abstract conception of the categories of capitalism. According to him, however, this was not Marx's real critique. It was superficial and ambiguous, whereas his real critique is innately more profound. 63. Althusser's objection to an idée reçue of Marxist interpretation, that Marx's standard critique of political economy is the real critique, and a profound one at that, stems from his conviction that it erases the novelty of Marx's problematic and construes Marxism as a historicism. It supposedly negates Marx's theoretical revolution by restoring a continuity of object between Marx and Ricardo and positing only a difference of method, the dialectical method, bequeathed by Hegel, with which Ricardian economics was historicized. 64. On this issue there can, of course, legitimately be discussion and debate. Many interpreters have not thought it necessary to posit a total discontinuity of object for Marxism to be accorded revolutionary theoretical status vis-a-vis classical political economy, quite the reverse. The important point to register here is that just as Althusser had to discard or discount contrary evidence in order to maintain his interpretation of the break with theoretical humanism, so too he claims Marx's implicit support, in contravention of the repetitive letter of his texts, for his own preferred alternative as regards the rupture with political economy, the initiation of a quite different, synchronic, structural analysis of capitalism, which has epistemological priority over questions of historical genesis and development. 65. Curiously enough, what gets overlooked in Althusser's references to the poverty of philosophy is a crucial innovation, the introduction of the central concept of social relations of production. Considered by Lenin to be the basic idea of Marx's entire system, it had been cited by Althusser as one of the radically new concepts involved in Marx's revolution, yet was absent from the German ideology. 66. What of the Grundriss? Here, we are faced by an astonishing lacuna. Aside from the separate 1857 introduction and the section published in English as Pre-Capitalist Economic Formations, Althusser did not so much as refer to this manuscript. The 1857 introduction was a primary source for Althusser's epistemology, Pre-Capitalist Economic Formations for Balibar's theory of modes of production. On the remaining 750 pages, not a word. It may be idle to speculate on the reasons for this, but it is plausible to regard it as symptomatic. For the Grundriss is a protracted challenge to Althusser's periodization of historical materialism, within whose logic it is quite anomalous. Terminologically and methodologically the most Hegelian of Marx's later writings, it displays a Marx in transit to something rather different from the Althusserian vision of capital. For better, worse, or whatever, the Grundriss witnesses to a reappearance of what, on Althusser's account, Marx had exorcised, the spectre of Hegel. 67. A work in which Marx was supposed to be developing a conceptual terminology and systematics that were adequate to his revolutionary theoretical project. 68. Found him engaged in rather more than a irritation with the redoubtable chief German ideologist. However this is interpreted, it is at least apparent that the famous settling of accounts was not an Althusserian one. Endorsement and repudiation of Marx's refractory manuscripts being equally impossible, silence served as a temporary substitute. The Continent of History. In his preface to the RST edition of Capital, Volume 1, 1867, Marx specified as his object the capitalist mode of production. Through the power of abstraction, he aimed to uncover and propound the economic law of motion of modern society, thereby founding a natural science of society. 69. Starting from this explicit program, Althusser argued that in his Unist masterpiece Marx had laid the cornerstones of historical materialism by theorizing the economic level of the capitalist mode of production, and 2. providing precious indications and guidelines for the theorization of a. the superstructural levels of the capitalist mode of production, b. non-capitalist modes of production, their infrastructures and superstructures, and c. the forms of transition from one mode of production to another. In other words, in Capital Marx had founded a theory of history understood as a general theory of modes of production and social formations. 70. Althusser was not, it must be underscored, asserting that Marx had completed the research program of historical materialism, so that any attempt to develop it would be a superfluous addition to, or an unwarrantable interference with, an inviolable totality. Quite the contrary, the purpose of the balance sheet he drew up was to counter what he regarded as revisionism, retrogression, whilst opening space for genuine development, progress. 71. If Marx had founded a general theory, he had not expounded a whole series of regional theories. We must recognize, Althusser wrote, what Marx actually gave us and what he enabled us to obtain for ourselves, although he could not give it to us. 72. What remained to be done was immense and urgent. History had put a multitude of new tasks and problems on the agenda since Lenin's death. 73. The theory of transition was top priority, relevant as it was both to the problems encountered by the socialist states and the Third World and to the strategy of communist parties in the imperialist countries. The issue of the cult of personality and the national road/peaceful transition to socialism both fell within its remit. Equipped with the requisite theory, it would be possible to anticipate the future and theorize not only that future, but also and above all the roads and means that will secure us its reality. In the absence of it, mankind will risk as it has already discovered in the silences of the terror, and may do so again in the velleities of humanism. Entering a future still charged with dangers and shades, with a virgin conscience. 74. It can now be seen why Althusser considered the conception of capital entertained by Marxists to be of such paramount importance. Their opinion of what capital did or did not contain, in practice and in principle, was crucial in determining their representation of historical materialism, hence of scientific socialism. If it was construed as merely providing scientific knowledge of 19th-century capitalism or of capitalism in general, the validity of historical materialism was restricted to the present, contested for the more distant past or future. 75. For Althusser, in contrast, the concepts of historical materialism not only provided knowledge of the present, of social formations dominated by the capitalist mode of production, say, France in 1965. If properly understood and developed, they were valid for, that is, provided conceptual means of knowledge of, the past, such as the transition from feudalism to capitalism in Britain, and the future, for example, transitions from capitalism to socialism, from socialism to communism. Historical materialism was the science of the history of social formations with whose general theory, system of basic concepts, and specific concepts, already produced or still to be produced, the past could be understood, the present analyzed and transformed, the future illuminated and dominated. With the advent of Marxism, socialism too had made the transition from utopianism to scienticity. The world could be changed because it could now be scientifically interpreted. 76. Althusser and his colleagues' reading of Capital aimed to delineate both its explicit/implicit content and, as a function of this, historical materialism's terms of reference. This involved a series of prohibitions and prescriptions, many addressed to other Marxists, Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Della Volpe et al., some to one or both of Marx and Engels. Historical materialism was neither an economism, nor a humanism. More fundamentally still, it was not a historicism. 77. The structure of Marx's work was radically anti-Hegelian, its method no more inverted Hegelian than it was Hegelian. 78. As a theory of history, historical materialism included a theory of the economic level of modes of production. The theoretical object of capital was the capitalist mode of production, but it was not simply a scientific political economy. The economic theory was dependent upon the theory of history. 79. Capital effected a critique of political economy at the level of its method and object. Marx's object was incommensurable with that of classical, and post-classical, economics. Here both the mirage of a theoretical anthropology and the mirage of a homogeneous space of given economic phenomena dissolve simultaneously. Not only is the economic a structured region occupying its peculiar place in the global structure of the social whole, but even in its own site, in its relative, regional autonomy, it functions as a regional structure and as such determines its elements. 80. In short, the object and problematic of capital were wholly novel, irreducible to the sources and component parts. This set of conclusions was counterposed to Marx's own tendency to conceive his work as an intrascientific break within the tradition of classical, as opposed to vulgar, political economy. A more immediate and formidable obstacle to it, perhaps, is the presence of Hegelian elements in Capital. On the materialist dialectic, Althusser was condensed, or rash, enough to assert their absence with the exception of two sole sentences. 81. In reading Capital, he conceded their presence, but treated them either as terminological residues or coquetry whose significance had been overestimated, or as the inadequate terminology in which Marx had couched what were in reality bona fide Marxist concepts, such as the exposition of the theory of fetishism. 82. Marx had relapsed because he lacked the requisite philosophical concept with which to articulate and consummate his theoretical revolution, and thus demarcate himself unequivocally from his predecessors. It was this concept that Althusser aimed to produce. A simple question summed up Marx's extraordinary scientific discovery: how is it possible to deem the concept of a structural causality? 83 Marx had indicated the concept in that of Darstellion, but had not theorized it adequately. 84 Classical theories of causality had led the vacuum in his work and that of his followers, erasing the novelty of the Marxist conception of the social whole. Alone, Marx looked around him for allies and supporters, who can reproach him for allowing himself to lean on Hegel. 85 Who indeed? But the real question lies elsewhere. Althusser treated Hegel as a prop for the mature Marx, a known but exceeded quantity to whom he resorted in order to express a scientific discovery whose specificity he could not himself crystallize. Similarly, according to Althusser, Marx had overrated his proximity to Ricardo, a thinker whom he had not merely surpassed but left floundering in theoretical anthropology. Althusser made two distinct and, on the face of it, mutually exclusive claims. First, Marx had simultaneously abandoned the ideological problematic of his youth and adopted a new, non-Hegelian, then non-Ricardian, scientific problematic. Secondly, in the work which consummated this rupture, he had frequently reverted to the German ideology and signaled a certain continuity with classical political economy. The proposition which rendered these two statements consistent was the thesis that Marx had indeed broken with these sources, but had intermittently expressed himself in the manner of Hegel, or Ricardo. Where necessary, Althusser took Marx neither at his word nor his work, seeking himself to complete the unfinished business of Marx's theoretical revolution. Plus royalist Kleroi, in his ascription of his own innovations to Marx he was guilty of lèse majesté. For, in the event, his consummation of that revolution was the logical development of a dubious premise, namely, the particular total theoretical revolution he delineated. For Althusser, either historical materialism was such a revolution or it was a mere palace coup in the imperious domain of historicism. No alternative to abrupt discontinuity or seamless continuity was conceivable. The truth is almost certainly stranger than these polaritions. There are surely a whole series of plausible intermediary positions between this dichotomy, and different conceptions of the terms of the dichotomy itself. Moreover, the thesis of continuity in Marx's oeuvre is subject to positive and negative evaluations in the same way that the thesis of discontinuity is. The viewpoints of the early Lukács, for whom Marx's glory was to have completed Hegel, and the later Coletti, for whom Marx's shame was to have remained Hegelian, on the one hand, and of Althusser and Thompson, for whom Marx backed into the cul-de-sac of anti-political economy after 1848, on the other, bring home this point and the diversity of the ways in which continuity/discontinuity themselves can be understood 100 years after Marx's death, and 140 years. After the theses on Feuerbach, the debate continues, enhanced but unchecked by Althusserian unilateralism of 20 years ago. Only one thing appears agreed upon: the road to capital was not like the Nevsky Prospect. Althusser's contentious stand on this, as on other issues, is not the only problem with his discussion of Marx's development. In his determination to disqualify the early works as pre-scientific, Althusser made little or no attempt to substantiate his case for the scienticity of historical materialism. In other words, he conated the negative operation of demarcation with the positive task of vindication. 87 The result is that his epistemological differentiation between the early and mature work is uncorroborated. Enlisting the support of Marx's 1859 preface, Althusser conceived the settling of accounts with our former philosophical conscience as a conceptual and epistemological break such that Marxism conformed to the criteria of Bachelardian epistemology. The problem with this was that it elided three quite distinct claims: a conceptual claim for the incompatibility of historical materialism and theoretical humanism historicism, 2. A historical textual claim for the existence of a rupture between the two in Marx's oeuvre, and 3. An epistemological claim for the scienticity of historical materialism. Logically, it is possible to accept any one of these positions without thereby being enjoined to affirm both the others. Let us provisionally assent to the thesis of incompatibility. Endorsement of it by means entails either, 2, that Marx unambiguously broke with philosophical anthropology, or 3, that historical materialism is ipso facto a science. Likewise, assent to, I, and 2, in no way compels adherence to 3. In other words, historical and conceptual discontinuity do not prove epistemological discontinuity. Yet this is precisely what Althusser seeks to elicit, because it breaks with philosophical anthropology. Historical materialism is a science. Even if Althusser's reading had proved the conceptual incompatibility and the existence of a break, we have no grounds, given his internalist epistemology, for automatically dubbing historical materialism a science. It too might be a theoretical ideology. And, if the epistemological differentiation between the young Marx and Marx does not work in its Althusserian version, a fortiori the differentiation of Marxisms, humanist to the right, scientic to the left, falls with it. Althusser took the scienticity of Marxism for granted. It was a done of his whole enterprise. He elaborated an indigenous Marxist epistemology which he employed to exclude the early works from the canon and to purge historical materialism of any remaining ideological elements. Suitably rected, historical materialism was submitted to the scrutiny of the epistemology, which proceeded triumphantly to uphold its claims to scientic status by virtue of its ahumanism and ahistoricism, another circle of circles. What was never in doubt was the scienticity of Marxism. The raison d'être of Althusser's intervention was to defend that status. What is never essayed is a positive vindication of it. The fulcrum of Althusser's discussion is the inadequacy of the young Marx's problematic as a theoretical basis for historical materialism. Althusser's bias is not hard to explain. As he saw it, constructions of Marxism founded on the early works substituted humanist philosophy for scientic investigation, ethical evaluation for materialist explanation, reducing it to an ideological doctrine when what was needed was development of it as social science. This was a theoretical dereliction with practical repercussions. Unconducive to the concrete analysis of concrete situations whose political indispensability was a leitmotif of Lenin and Mao's work, humanist Marxism was politically astrategic. Moreover, by virtue of its universalist emphases, it supposedly denied the centrality of the class struggle, thus constituting a political as well as an epistemological obstacle. In short, for Althusser, such Marxisms were anti-Leninist. In tandem with his epistemological periodization of Marx's oeuvre, Althusser was engaged in the political project of defending and renovating what he regarded as the theoretical basis of Leninism. 88 Thus, by an additional twist to the Althusserian conjuring trick, Leninism and Marxism-Leninism were identified with plain Marxism and vindicated by its wreaked epistemological luster. Arguably, Althusser's reading was theoretically because politically culpable. Althusser's co-option of Bachelardian epistemology misread, precluding attainment of his goal, validation of a scientic theoretical revolution. He could sustain the postulate only through the license offered by the concept of a problematic, which he tellingly deemed on one occasion as an author's potential thoughts, 89, and which authorized categorization of an inauspicious concept as a word, an auspicious word as a concept. The near silence on the transitional works is a pregnant one. Hypothetically, in the transitional period, two or more modes of theoretical production coexisted until one, the scientic, became dominant in the theoretical formation, resulting in capital. Yet this was textually indefensible. The Althusserian reading was in fact jammed by its key concept, problematic, which made it impossible to think, the coexistence of, and relations between, elements from different paradigms in one theoretical ensemble, 2, the decisive heuristic contribution of the eventually surpassed theoretical discourse, to the scientic discourse, and, 3, the relationship between the intrinsic and extrinsic, non-discursive, determinants of the discourse. Althusser's epistemology was not an adequate approach to the commencement and development of scientific research programs in general. A theoretical revolution thought according to its dictates must supervene with such rapidity, cf. Kuhn's paradigm and Foucault's episteme, in the autonomous domain of theory as to render it unintelligible. Given that a novel object of knowledge accompanies the installation of a new conceptual system, 90 the whole construction becomes doubly vulnerable. Unfortunately, it is customary in Germany to write the history of the sciences as if they had fallen from the skies. Engels once remarked to a correspondent 91, what is unfortunate in the historiography of the sciences is that much more disquieting where Marxism, precisely not a science among others, is concerned. Althusser wrote its history as if it had fallen from the sky, converting it into a purely intellectual history untrammelled by the extra-discursive and non-rational. He failed on his own terms, being unable to identify any determinant and beneficent role for the German source of Marxism other than that it had provided Marx with a formation for theory, 92 an apprenticeship in theoretical abstraction. The emergence and development of historical materialism is inexplicable, or at least unexplained. Althusser's own terms cannot, however, be accepted. 4. In his concern to protect historical materialism from the relativism which was, he believed, the normal correlate of historicism, Althusser severed the process of its formation from the wider historical process. At best, the extra-theoretical was denied any status as an independent variable, at worst, it was considered an obstacle to Marx's theoretical revolution. 93 In On the Young Marx, Althusser had adopted a position which, although not without problems, was at once more plausible, fruitful, and proximate to the German ideology. For there he had conceived the break with philosophical abstraction and mystication as in some sense a return to real history, 94 Marx's theoretical revolution as intimately bound up with contemporary history, and not as the product of an autonomous, logical history of ideas. Marx's retreat from ideology towards reality, he argued, came to coincide with the discovery of a radically new reality of which Marx and Engels could find no echo in the writings of German philosophy. In France, Marx discovered the organized working class, in England, Engels discovered developed capitalism and a class struggle obeying its own laws and ignoring philosophy and philosophers. This double discovery played a decisive part in the young Marx's intellectual evolution, the discovery beneath the ideology which had deformed it of the reality of 1840s Germany, it referred to, and the discovery beyond contemporary ideology, which knew it not, of a new reality. Marx became himself by thinking this double reality in a rigorous theory, by changing elements, and by thinking the unity and reality of this new element. If we are truly to be able to think this dramatic genesis of Marx's thought, it is essential, to adopt, a logic of actual experience and real emergence, one that would put an end to the illusions of ideological immanence, in short, to adopt a logic of the eruption of real history in ideology itself. 95. After 1961, such propositions were eschewed as empiricist and positivist, ideological postulates derived from the Feuerbachian vestiges in the works of the break. Any connection between science and society, and science and class, was denied except in the negative form of epistemological obstacles. The working class, its struggles and organizations, disappeared, with all historico-political conditions and determinants, from the transcendent conceptual universe in which Marx had practiced theoretically. The part of proletarian politics in his theoretical rupture was effaced, the role played by the practical affiliations of historical materialism in its subsequent development repressed. The terminus of this rationalism was precisely the unintelligibility of Marx's evolution foreseen, and deprecated, by Althusser in On the Young Marx. The cognitive autonomy of Marx's science was secured at the cost of an explanation of its genesis, its epistemological dignity at the price of what Althusser once referred to as an aristocratism of theory and of its thinkers. 96 Althusser's reading of Marx, we can conclude, had the merit of foregrounding the emergence of the theory of history as the most decisive development in his thought, the demerit of obscuring its conditions of production and its affiliations. What, now, of his reconstruction of that theory once cured of its nostalgia for its youth? In 1975, Althusser reacted that the theses on historical materialism proposed in For Marx and Reading Capital had important political aims. Bearing on the temptations faced by the labor movement, the temptation of a messianic or critical idealism of the dialectic. The temptation of, the poor man's Hegelianism, the evolutionism which has, taken the form of economism. In both cases, the dialectic functions in the old manner of pre-Marxist philosophy as a philosophical guarantee of the coming of revolution and of socialism. In both cases, materialism is either juggled away, in the case of the RST hypothesis, or else reduced to the mechanical and abstract materiality of the productive forces, in the case of the second hypothesis. In all cases the practice of this dialectic runs up against the implacable test of the facts. The revolution did not take place in 19th century Britain or in early 20th century Germany, it did not take place in the advanced countries at all, but elsewhere, in Russia, then later in China and Cuba, etc. 97. Putting politics in command as it were, Althusser sought to reconstruct historical materialism in such a way that it provided a viable basis for the investigation and illumination of the complexities of real history and concrete societies, thereby furnishing guidance to revolutionary politics. The obstacles to its scientific vocation were to be found not only outside but inside it. In the null analysis, these could be tracked down to a single culprit, Hegelianism. Althusser sought to secure the total novelty of Marx's theory by attempting to demonstrate, I. the irreducibility of the Marxist dialectic to the Hegelian, 2. the irreducibility of the Marxist conception of the social whole, and the causality governing it, to the Hegelian, and, as a consequence, 3. the difference between the Marxist science of history and every philosophy of history, Hegel's being the most rigorous of the genre. In Chapter 2, we saw that Althusser asserted the specificity of the Marxist dialectic, rejecting standard interpretations of Marx's relation to Hegel and arguing that the dialectic Marx had produced was distinct in its characteristic determinations and structures. Moreover, these structural differences can be demonstrated, described, determined and thought. And if this is possible, it is therefore necessary, I would go so far as to say vital, for Marxism, I say vital, for I am convinced that the philosophical development of Marxism currently depends on this task. 98. Althusser dedicated himself to it in the belief that past and present experience attested to its urgency. 99. His adversaries were not con to the minoritarian, if resurgent, tradition of Western Marxism. Destalinization had, as we have seen, licensed a return to Hegel among communist intellectuals. At the same time, the revision of Histomat then underway preserved much of its theoretical basis. It has already been suggested that the Marxist-Leninist version of historical materialism secreted a Hegelianism, the rich man's evolutionism 100, that dared not speak its name, economism. Behind Stalin, paradoxically, stood Hegel. So any critique of Hegelianism and Second International Orthodoxy was simultaneously, albeit cautiously, directed against theoretical Stalinism and its specters. 101. Althusser was going against official and underground currents, against right and left Hegelianism, past and present, alike. In a short piece on Marx written in 1877, Engels credited him with two main scientific discoveries, the materialist conception of history and the theory of surplus value. 102. The latter is the cornerstone of Capital. Marx never wrote a separate treatise on the former. His most compact definition of it is to be found in the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. 103. Introduced as the general conclusion he had arrived at c. 1845, and which had thereafter served as the guiding principle of his research, this summary has been enormously influential. As presented there, historical materialism is a technological determinism. The relations of production which constitute the economic structure/foundation of society, and which condition the superstructure and corresponding forms of social consciousness, are transformed when they impede, rather than facilitate, the growth of the productive forces. The era of social revolution provoked by this fettering ends with the installation of superior relations of production and, Sooner or later, the transformation of the superstructure. The growth of the productive forces characterizes and explains the general course of human history. Capitalism is the last antagonistic socio-economic formation. Its productive forces create the material conditions for a solution of this antagonism, a solution which will bring the prehistory of human society to an end. History has a progressive trajectory. Historical development is explained by the intermittent non-correspondence, the recurrent structural incompatibility, between relations and forces of production. Within this pair, the productive forces have causal and explanatory primacy. Marx's conception of historical materialism will not be discussed in any more detail at this stage. For the time being, it is necessary to know two things. First, as interpreted by the ideologues of the Second International and by Stalin, Marx's conception amounted to a meta-theory of history, the Passepartout denounced by him as suprahistorical in 1877. Secondly, as it stands, this materialist conception of history was anathema to Althusser, the speculative and evolutionist philosophy of history, all too often substituted for concrete socio-historical analysis, which he termed economism. The nature of the economistic interpretation of the 1859 preface, and therewith of historical materialism, is Stalin's opuscule Dialectical and Historical Materialism. 104 Stalin's subsumption of historical materialism under Diamat produced Histomat, the extension of the principles of dialectical materialism to the study of social life, their application, to the phenomena of the life of society, to the study of society and its history. 105 This extension led to a unilinear vision of history as the evolution in XED sequence of progressive modes of production, and corresponding superstructures, primitive communal, slave, feudal, capitalist, and socialist, according to the laws of a crypto-Hegelian dialectic. 106 For Stalin, the determining element of economic development, and hence of the transition from one to another, higher mode of production, is the productive forces, whose quantitative progress induces qualitative change, revolution. In defense of his thesis of the primacy of the productive forces and, in particular, of the development of the instruments of production, he quotes a celebrated remark from The Poverty of Philosophy. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. Moreover, Stalin asserts that Whatever is the mode of production of a society, such in the main is the society itself, its ideas and theories, its political views and institutions. 107 Accordingly, the prime task of the historical science outlined by him is to study the laws of economic development of society. 108 Historical materialism had, in effect, been reduced to a Marxist political economy whose laws are guaranteed by their consonance with those enunciated by Diamat. For obvious reasons, Stalin's productivist version of Marxism, a technological humanism. 109, commanded the public loyalty at least of millions of communists. It is impossible to overestimate its significance and longevity. Minus some blatant crudities, it survived de-Stalinization. Analogous constructions of historical materialism have been plentiful in the 100 years since Marx's death. In Fundamental Problems of Marxism, 1908, for example, Plekhanov also took his stand on the 1859 preface, a text described by him as a genuine algebra, and purely materialist at that, of social development. 110 Plekhanov's materialist monism is operative in his attempt to specify the conception of the relationship between base and superstructure entertained by the founders of historical materialism, yielding a list of the components of the social formation in their invariant order of importance, from the productive forces via politics to ideologies. 111 On the authority of his algebra, Plekhanov would oppose the October Revolution as premature, a voluntarist attempt to terminate the bourgeois democratic stage before its tasks had been executed and history could pursue its preordained socialist course. Plekhanov was a doyen of the Second International and Menshevism, a reprobate in Bolshevik eyes. but the latter during Lenin's lifetime was not free of cognate schematism. Bukharin's Historical Materialism, 1921, issued by the Comintern as a manual for communist militants, sought to codify the theoretical orthodoxy inherited by them. Saluting Marx's magnificent formulation in the 1859 preface, Bukharin construed what he nominated proletarian sociology as an extreme technological determinism. 112 The historic mode of production, i.e., the form of society, he wrote, is determined by the development of the productive forces, i.e., the development of technology. 113 The relations of production were merely the envelope in which the dynamic productive forces could flourish until such time as the contradiction between form and content, the progressive inadequacy of the relations to the forces of production, became insurmountable. Therewith social equilibrium was disrupted and restored, at a higher level, only with the provision of a new, adequate, envelope. 114 In his preface, Marx had furnished a general description of the process of social evolution. Its end state was communism, a metamorphosis of capitalism and the supersession of previous modes of production. 115 Bukharin's postponement of any discussion of classes and class struggle to the null chapter of his book is no accident. They appear as instruments of social transformation, vehicles of natural necessity. 116 As employed by Althusser, the category of economism had a somewhat wider theoretical significance than Lenin's use of it, for example in What is to be Done, to criticize a tendency within Russian Marxism which, in the belief that capitalist economic development would engender its own gravediggers, discounted the importance of the political intervention of a revolutionary party, concentrating instead on economic struggle. Nevertheless, they were closely related. Althusser identified the economistic problematic as the root of the economistic deviation in politics, as the root, that is, of the reformist fatalism which relies on the inexorability of a natural process. 117 To destroy capitalism, evolution to perform the task of revolution. Abstract, reductionist, and teleological, economism is a schema in which the economy, and its contradictions, is the pantheistic demiurge of history and individual societies are only variations, backward or advanced, on a universal model. For Althusser, its political fatalism is the reverse side of the same coin as the voluntarism of Hegelian Marxism, its denial of any autonomy and effectivity to the superstructures the hallmark of their common theoretical leftism. At best it is analytically jejune and politically impotent, legislating to concrete historical processes which decline to conform to it, discounted by the implacable test of the facts, and therefore constantly surprised by real history, as in Russia in 1917. History's exceptions, Althusser insisted, prove the rule of exceptionalism, being aberrant only with respect to the abstract, but comforting and reassuring idea of a pure, simple dialectical schema. 118 In order to analyze social formations, a new conception of contradiction was required. In Contradiction and Overdetermination, Althusser attempted to furnish it. Taking Lenin's reactions on the Russian Revolution as his raw material, Althusser drew the following conclusion from them. If the general contradiction between forces and relations of production is sufficient to deem the situation when revolution is the task of the day, it cannot of its own simple, direct power induce a revolutionary situation, nor a fortiori a situation of revolutionary rupture and the triumph of the revolution. If this contradiction is to become active in the strongest sense, to become a ruptural principle, there must be an accumulation of circumstances and currents so that whatever their origin and sense, they fuse into a ruptural unity. 119. Both Lenin and Mao had displayed exemplary sensitivity to the complexity and specificity of concrete situations, meticulously analyzing their multiple currents and circumstances in the recognition that any politics which aspired to transform them must take account of such realities. Lenin's analyses of February and October had highlighted the accumulation and exacerbation of historical contradictions. 120 Within the Russian social formation on the eve of absolutism's demise. The snapping of imperialism's weakest link was a synthesis of many determinations, none of them reducible to the beautiful contradiction between capital and labor. 121 What the Russian experience confirmed, inter alia, was that economic contradiction is invariably inseparable from the total structure of the social body in which it is found, inseparable from its formal conditions of existence, and even from the instances it governs. It is radically affected by them, determining and determined by the various levels and instances of the social formation it animates. It might be called overdetermined in its principle. 122. In the Marxist dialectic, Althusser suggested, every contradiction is complex, is an overdetermined contradiction, i.e. is complexly structurally unevenly determined. 123 For Hegel, by contrast, contradiction is simple. His dialectical method cannot, as Engels thought, be detached from the content of his philosophical system for the straightforward reason that it is not an optional extra to it. Hegel's idealism is rooted in the very structures of his dialectic, particularly in the contradiction whose task is the magical movement of the concrete contents of a historical epoch towards their ideological goal. 124 The logic of the Hegelian dialectic, a circle of circles, is inexorable, teleological and theological, a theoretical concentrate of its author's conception of history as the process of development and realization of spirit. 125 If historical materialism was to be something more than an economic version of this theodicy, it must dispense with the services of a method which possessed a mystical kernel and shell. In practice, Lenin and Mao had, acknowledging the complexity constitutive of the Marxist concept of contradiction. Mao's On Contradiction, 1937, in particular, had developed a series of distinctions, between principal and secondary contradictions, between the principal and secondary aspects of contradictions, between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions, quite foreign to Hegelianism. 126 The leader's practical break was to be theoretically consolidated and wreaked by the importation of Freud's concept of overdetermination and the Lacanian version of his categories of condensation and displacement. The medley of endogenous contradictions informing a social formation are not manifestations of some immanent, essential contradiction, between the forces and relations of production. Although organized into a hierarchy of dominance and subordination in any particular conjuncture, a multiplicity of real and effective contradictions, exists throughout the regions of the social formation, permeating it. They are simultaneously determinant and determined, overdetermining each other. A process which can result in their condensation or fusion in the ruptural unity which is a revolutionary rupture. 127 With his concept of overdetermined contradiction and stipulation of its universality, Althusser believed he had reached the Marxist dialectic itself. 128 He habitually conducted his attack on the economism and technologism issuing from other, essentialist versions of the dialectic at a historical remove. On at least one occasion, however, he struck rather closer to home. If Marx's comments on the hand mill and steam mill were taken literally, the logical destination is the exact mirror image of the Hegelian dialectic, the only difference being that it is no longer a question of deriving the successive moments from the idea, but from the economy, by virtue of the same internal contradiction. This results in the radical reduction of the dialectic of history to the dialectic generating the successive modes of production, that is, in the last analysis, the different production techniques. 129. Whilst it might also tee others, this particular cap was made to measure for Stalin. And, if Stalin had misrepresented the structure of the Marxist dialectic, he had simultaneously and relatedly misconceived the nature of the social totality in which it is operative. What is a society? When in 1923 Korsch complained that, for vulgar Marxism, there are 3 degrees of reality, economy, state/law and ideology in descending order, he voiced a sentiment that was to become an idée of Western Marxism. 130 Althusser is no exception to this particular rule. In his case, however, Western Marxism, Gramsci as well as Korsch and Lukács, Della Volpe and Coletti as well as Sartre, equally NDS itself in the dock for an erroneous conception of the nature and structure of society. By different routes, both traditions in historical materialism suppressed the specificity of the superstructures. Marxism in fact lacked a theory of the latter and their relations to the economic base. It too was in need of construction. 131 It was to this problem that Engels was obliged to devote some attention in his last years. In a series of admonitory letters, he sought to restate the basic thesis of historical materialism. Writing to Conrad Schmidt in August 1890, he reacted that the materialist conception of history has a lot of dangerous friends nowadays, people who were utilizing it not as intended, a guide to study, but as a lever for construction after the Hegelian manner. 132 A little over a month later, he impressed on another correspondent, Joseph Bloch, that, according to historical materialism, the economic factor was the ultimately determining factor in history, to take it for the only. Such factor was to reduce the main thesis of Marxism to a meaningless, abstract, absurd phrase. 133 Conceding that he and Marx must shoulder some of the blame for unilateral emphasis on the determinacy of the economic, Engels referred to Marx's concrete analyses as genuine examples of the theory's application. 134 And attempted to amend matters by assignation of a reciprocal determinant role to the superstructures, postulating an interaction of superstructure and base. Althusser rejected Engels's theoretical solution to the problem of the relationship between determination in the last instance, by the economic, and the effectivity of the superstructures as maladroit. 135 But he made Engels's starting point his own. The complexity characteristic of the Marxist conception of society dictated the suppression of this quotidian category in favor of a specifically Marxist concept employed by Marx in the 1859 preface, social formation. Its utilization signed Marx's distance from a whole tradition of political philosophy and economy culminating in Hegel, which employed the state/civil society couplet. Without attributing it to Engels, Althusser demurred at a thesis he had advanced in Ludwig Feuerbach. Marx had not merely inverted the Hegelian model of society, linked the terms of the inherited couplet with new content and elevating civil society to prepotency, relegating the state to a subaltern status. In other words, Marx had not written the equations, civil society equals economy equals infrastructure equals, active, essence, cause, state equals politics/law equals superstructure equals, passive, phenomena/appearances, effects. Terms and content had changed, mode of production supplanted civil society. For example, Hegel's conception of the state as the actuality of the ethical idea was replaced by Marx's of it as an instrument of class domination. Yet of equal, indeed greater significance was the fact that the relations between the terms underwent transformation. Marx had produced a novel conception of the relations between the regions of the social formation. 136 Unsuccessful in formulating it rigorously, he and Engels had nevertheless indicated its main constituents, determination in the last instance by the economic mode of production and the relative autonomy of the superstructures and their specificity. How was this ultimate determination and relative autonomy conceived? Without defending his thesis textually, Althusser argued that the Marxist topography divided the social formation into I, the infrastructure, the economic level or instance, conceived as the unity of the relations and forces of production under the dominance of the former, and 2, the superstructure, in class societies, the juridico-political and ideological levels or instances. Against the 3 degrees of vulgar Marxism, Althusser reconceptualized these regions as constituted by distinct practices, economic, political, ideological, and theoretical. Social practice comprised the complex unity of the practices existing in a determinate society. 137 Each of these practices was unique as regards its content, its particular object, means of production, product, if not its structure. As practices they were isomorphic. Each was articulated with, but relatively autonomous of, the other practices combined in the unity. The ensemble was precisely complex, but so structured that ultimately economic practice was the determinant one. Theoretical practice has already been considered. Althusser's definition of economic practice is uncontroversial. Political practice is deemed as that which transforms social relations into new social relations, ideological as that which transforms its object, men's consciousness. 138 In Marxism and Humanism, Althusser attributed this historico-dialectical materialism of praxis to Marx. 139 In Chapter 2, it was noted, RST, that Althusser's ontology of practices enabled him to affirm the primacy of practice within his own epistemology and, secondly, that it was intended to counter Hegelian Marxism. The RST move is unacceptable, the second, subject to certain qualifications, laudable. Reality, Althusser argued, is, and always has been, complex, multiform, and heterogeneous, that is, overdetermined. Similarly, for Marxism, the social totality is a pre-given complex structured whole. 140 It is, always was and always will be, irreducible to a substance, an essence or an act as the twin confusions of mechanistic materialism and the idealism of consciousness would have it. To think otherwise is to revert to Hegel, or Haeckel. 141 The lineaments of the Marxist totality are quite other than those of the Hegelian. The latter is only complex at RST side. In actuality, like the Hegelian contradiction, it is simple since its concrete differences are no sooner posited than negated by the totality's internal principle, of which they are merely so many moments. 142 The Hegelian totality is characterized by Althusser as an expressive totality, one whose parts express each other and the totality's simple essence. 143 The diversity of the real and the social, difference, a recurrent theme in For Marx and Reading Capital, is alien to it. 144 The Marxist totality, in contrast, conceals no essence to be expressed, no center to be reached. It is a structure of structures comprising a plurality of instances, composed of a multiplicity of distinct practices, which are relatively autonomous of one another, endowed with their own specificity, and possess a peculiar time and history. 145 The superstructural levels are not the ruses of economic reason, second-order realities in relation to a primordial or superordinate material structure, the economic base. A social formation is a global structure, subsuming three regional structures with their own ineradicable reality. The economic instance is one such regional structure. The political and ideological instances are neither the punctual effects of a basic cause, nor the superstructural phenomena of an infrastructural essence. They are determinant as well as determined, conditions of existence of the economic as much as it is theirs. Overdetermination is universal. In short, Marxism is not an economism. The economic dialectic is never active in the pure state. In history, these instances, the superstructures, etc., are never seen to step respectfully aside when their work is done or, when the time comes, as his pure phenomena, to scatter before his majesty the economy as he strides along the royal road of the dialectic. From the RST moment to the last, the lonely hour of the last instance never comes. 146. Althusser's preservation of the classical base/superstructure topography, determination in the last instance by the economic, is thus conjoined with the reconceptualization of the conformation of social formations. The political and ideological levels enjoy relative autonomy, but not independence, determination in the last instance. At the same time, the last instance never graces the social formation with its presence. What therefore remains of the classical Marxist thesis of ultimate economic determination, the thesis with which Marx demarcated his theory of history from idealist philosophies of history? And, if the regions of the decentered, non-homogeneous social totality are composed of distinct practices, irreducible, spatially and temporally, to one another, is this totality a bona fide totality or a congeries of discrete interacting elements? Has pluralism, so to speak, been substituted for historical materialism? Althusser insisted that his concept of the social whole was Marxist and was a totality, albeit one that is simultaneously complex and unit, decentered and determined, heterogeneous and hierarchical. Complexity is constitutive of it. This distinguishes it from the Hegelian Marxist model, which erases the real differences separating the levels. 147. It is a structure in dominance. This rebuts the charge of pluralism, which effaces the totality subsuming these levels. 4. To claim that this unity is not and cannot be the unity of a simple, original, and universal essence is not, to sacrifice unity at the altar of pluralism. It is to claim something quite different, that the unity discussed by Marxism is the unity of complexity itself, that the mode of organization and articulation of the complexity is precisely what constitutes its unity. It is to claim that the complex whole has the unity of a structure articulated in dominance. 148. Every social formation is a structure in dominance, insofar as each contains a dominant element which organizes the hierarchy and interrelations of the various social practices. This dominant element, however, does not override the causal primacy of the economic. The economic is not always dominant, but it is always determinant in the last instance, responsible for the coordination of the instances, allotting the dominant role within the totality to one of them and subordinate roles to the others, zing their degree of relative autonomy and efficacy. In capitalist social formations, it determines its own dominance. In other social formations, the allocation can vary. One of the non-economic instances can occupy the dominant position, and in feudalism, for example, it does. Any particular social formation is thus a variation of the invariant structure in dominance of the totality. 149. All this Althusser regarded as pertaining to the true Marxist tradition. Only economism cast the economic level in the lead role in perpetuity, assigning the other levels bit or walk-on parts. In real history, the history Marxists were obliged to explain and act in/on. Ultimate economic determination operates through the permutation of dominance between the different instances. 150. This last point returns us to Lenin and Mao. Althusser's revision of the classical topography was not an aesthetic operation. He considered his theses of crucial importance to Marxist politics. Whereas economism does violence to historical reality, forcing it into a schema in which all contradictions are manifestations of the productive forces, the model constructed by Althusser was intended by him only as an abstract but indispensable preliminary. For revolutionary practice, ascertainment of the precise variations of the invariant is what matters, not the knowledge that social formations are invariably structured in dominance. In other words, Althusser's recomposition of the Marxist topography was designed to permit, not substitute itself for, what Lenin had called the living soul of Marxism, a concrete analysis of a concrete situation. 151. Lenin's analysis of the Russian conjuncture in 1917 exemplified the latter, focusing on the specific relations then obtaining between the various levels of the social formation, the exact configuration of each level, the particular constellation of contradictions active within them, the correlation of forces confronting revolutionary political action. 152. The strategic concept of conjuncture, designating the structure of the real historical present. 153 was indispensable both to the Marxist theory of history and, a fortiori, to the Marxist science of politics. Concrete analysis of it formed the juncture between science and politics, facilitating an answer to the quintessential revolutionary question, what is to be done? The law of overdetermination and its Maoist pair, the law of uneven development, 154 prevailed not only in pre- or non-revolutionary states, but post-revolutionary ones as well. And, with this point, we rejoin Stalin. For it provided Althusser with a theoretical framework for explaining Stalinism, since overdetermination entailed that a revolution in the economic structure does not ipso facto modify the existing superstructures and particularly the ideologies at one blow, as it would if the economic was the sole determinant factor. 2. That the new society produced by the revolution may itself ensure the survival, that is, the reactivation, of older elements, through both the forms of its new superstructures and specific, national and international, circumstances. 155. At stake here was the distinction not only between Hegelian and Marxist concepts of the social totality, but also between the Hegelian conception of history/historical time and the Marxist, a distinction which again turns on the issue of simplicity/complexity and which was crystallized in a notion unveiled in Reading Capital, differential temporality. From the irreducibility of the complex social whole to any underlying essence or principle which could confer unity on it, Althusser derived the irreducibility of the individual histories of the levels, and their practices, to a common history. He argued that Hegel's concept of historical time was tributary to his expressivist concept of totality. It had two main features, homogeneous continuity and contemporaneity. 156. For Hegel, it is suggested, history is a continuum, a succession of expressive totalities instantiating the various phases of absolute spirit's development. The elements of each totality, as appearances of the immanent transcendent essence, are co-present in an identical time. Accordingly, Hegelian historical time is of a piece with empiricist conceptions of time. The complexity of the Marxist totality necessitated a rupture with these postulates. It is no longer possible, Althusser wrote, to think the process of the development of the different levels of the whole in the same historical time. Each of these different levels does not have the same type of historical existence. On the contrary, we have to assign to each level a peculiar time, relatively autonomous and hence relatively independent, even in its dependence, of the times of the other levels. 157. The economic mode of production, politics, literature, ideology, science, and so on all have their own time and history, their own peculiar rhythms, forms of development, kinds of continuity and discontinuity. These differential historical times do not exist in, and cannot be measured against, a simple ideological base time, namely, a linear chronological time. 158. Yet this, in turn, does not mean that the different historical temporalities are wholly independent of the social totality, hence of one another. The mode and degree of independence of each is dependent upon the mode and degree of relative autonomy in the social whole enjoyed by the level whose time it is. 159. The complex combination of the different temporalities produced by the different levels of the structure, constitutes the peculiar time of the social formation's development. 160. Althusser's theses on the indirect, two-stage determinacy of the economic, the overdetermination of any social formation, and the differential temporality that involved the proposition of a new order of causality, structural causality. With this concept, deployed for the RST time in Reading Capital, Althusser sought to encapsulate the ultimate difference between Marxism and its economistic and historicist distortions. Said to be present in the practical state in Marx's theoretical revolution, it had been anticipated by Spinoza and was now to be elaborated by Althusser. Marx had implicitly, but by no means explicitly, discarded two traditional models of causality. The RST, of Cartesian patrimony, was transitive, mechanical causality. The second, of Lebesian patrimony and Hegelian renown, was expressive. Proper to Marx and Marxism, structural causality was intended to conceptualize the determination of the elements of a structure, and the structural relations between those elements, and all the effects of those relations by the effectivity of that structure. 161. In other words, as we saw earlier, it was designed to characterize the causal relationship obtaining between the global structure, the social totality, and its regional structures, economic, political, ideological, and between the regional structures and their elements, such as the economic structure and its elements, the forces and relations of production. Unlike transitive causality, it describes the effectivity of a whole on its parts. Unlike expressive causality, it does not essentialize the whole and is not reductive of the parts. In Spinozist fashion, qua cause the structure is immanent in its effects and not external to them. Indeed, the whole existence of the structure consists of its effects. 162 The cause is absent, present only in and as its effects, and not wholly present, in person, in any of them. 163 All the foregoing, the multiplicity and irreducibility of practices and their different moments, the plurality of regional structures in a global structure and their different time, structural causality, was the basis of Althusser's claim that Marxism is a theoretical anti-humanism. For Althusser, history is a process without a subject. 164 History and society are not the creations of a human subject, singular or collective. Men are not the subjects of social and historical processes, they are their supports. The structure of the relations of production determines the places and functions occupied and adopted by the agents of production, who are never anything more than the occupants of these places, insofar as they are the supports, trigger, of these functions. The true subjects, in the sense of constitutive subjects of the process, are therefore not these occupants or functionaries, are not concrete individuals, real men, but the denition and distribution of these places and functions. The true subjects are these dieners and distributors, the relations of production, and political and ideological social relations. But since these are relations, they cannot be thought within the category subject. 165. For Marx, Althusser argued, the relations of production involve the distribution of the means of production as well as the relations between men, social agents, distributed to antagonistic social classes. To interpret them solely as intersubjective human relations, as does Hegelian Marxism, is to indulge a remarkable presupposition, that the actors of history are the authors of its text, the subjects of its production. 166 From RST to last in Althusser's objectivist Marxism, the hour of the primacy of structure never ceased to strike. Foremost among these structures was the mode of production, the basic concept of historical materialism. 167 With it a science of economy, society, and history was initiated, since modes of production were the basic forms of unity of historical existence. 168 The forward march of the productive forces halted. The construction of an Althusserian theory of modes of production was largely delegated to Etienne Balibar in his impressive contribution to Reading Capital, on the basic concepts of historical materialism, the only paper besides Althusser's retained in the second, 1968 edition of Lire Le Capital, from which the English translation was made. Althusser set out its protocols, however, in the last two chapters of The Object of Capital. The bulk of Marx's attention was of course focused on the capitalist mode of production, and he devoted no full-scale work to pre-capitalist economic formations. These, such as he conceived them, are listed in the 1859 preface, discussed in an excursus in the Grundrisse, the Four Men, and referred to throughout Capital, usually for comparative purposes. In Volume 1 of Capital, Marx proposed that economic formations, hereafter modes of production, were distinguished from one another by their peculiar relations of production, the mode of exploitation of the direct producers by the possessors of the means of production. In a celebrated passage of Volume 3, he argued that these relations contain the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social ethos, including the specific form of the state. Relations of production thus have explanatory primacy over social formations. In turn, they always correspond to a certain level of the development of the type and manner of labor, and hence to its social productive power. In other words, they correspond to the productive forces, means of production and labor power. 169 Citing this and other passages, Althusser conjectured that, via the combination of the various elements enumerated by Marx, direct producers, owners of the means of production, instruments and objects of production, and so on, it was possible to reach a definition of the different modes of production which have existed and can exist in human history. 170 Moreover, since modes of production, in the restricted economic sense, require certain specific superstructural conditions of existence, politico-legal and/or ideological forms functional for the relations of production, the whole superstructure of the society considered is, implicit and present in a specific way in the relations of production. 171 In this, the expanded definition. The economic level was a regional structure, productive forces and relations of production, within a global structure, the mode of production, and could only be defined via the latter. 172 Balibar's text opens by taking it as read that Marx's over contained a general scientific theory of history. 173 In the title given this general theory, the noun signed science, historical materialism thus meant no more and no less than science of history. 174 The transformation of the theory of history into a science revolved around two principles, historical periodization and the asymmetrical disposition and interrelations of the regions of the social totality. This much the 1859 preface made clear. Balibar's task was to work up its supposedly practical concepts into a general theory of modes of production, their structure, their constitution, and the forms of transition from one to another, which would be a science of history as a discontinuous succession of modes of production. 175 On the basis of Marx's topography in the preface, Balibar asserted that a plurality of instances must be an essential property of every social structure. The problem of the science of society must be precisely the problem of the forms of variation of their articulation. 176 What was true of the structural causal relations between the regional structures of the global structure equally applied to the constituent elements of every economic mode of production, the regional structure which was the starting point for an analysis of the global. Since Marx had constructed a scientific concept of the capitalist mode of production in Capital, Balibar considered that this should supply the key to the construction of the general theory of modes of production, thence to the construction of the concepts of non-capitalist modes of production. Marshalling selected passages from Capital, Balibar analyzed modes of production as being differentiated or individuated by a variation of the connection between a small number of elements which are always the same. 177 These comprise two connections between three elements. 1. Laborer, 2. Means of production, I. Object of labor, 2. Means of labor, 3. Non-laborer, A. Property connection, B. Real or material appropriation connection. 178. The economic mode of production, it is argued, is an articulated unity of the forces and relations of production. The property connection, the relations of production, and real appropriation connection, the productive forces, are in a state of correspondence with one another, except during transition periods, when the relations of production are the dominant term, enjoying explanatory primacy over the forces. Balibar had earlier ventured that the theory of modes of production furnished a theoretical foundation for the opening lines of the Communist Manifesto. In other words, despite the apparent esotericism of his analysis, the following question underlay it: on what conditions can the claim that history is the history of class struggles be a scientific utterance? 179 Now, and more contentiously in Marxist terms, he is signaling an attempt to theorize the ultimate primacy of the relations of production not only over the relations of distribution and so on, but also over the productive forces, a quasi-Maoist thesis. Thus, the technological determinism consequent upon Plekhanov's exclusion of labor power from the productive forces, and the reduction of the latter two things, provoked a powerful, and novel, reaction on the part of the Althusserians. While mode of production was emphatically retained as the basic concept of historical materialism, it was drastically recast. The productive forces were deprived of their status as an independent variable and themselves conceived as a variety, or subset, of the relations of production, technical social relations of production. 180 The result, as we shall see, was that the contradictory dialectic of the forces and relations of production, which provided the principal dynamic of history on Marx's reading of it, disappeared. The capitalist mode of production, for example, as an articulated combination of forces and relations, containing no inherent tendencies to its own dissolution. Following Althusser, Balibar argued that By varying the combination of these elements according to the two connections which are part of the structure of every mode of production, we can reconstitute the various modes of production, i.e. we can set out the presuppositions for the theoretical knowledge of them, which are quite simply the concepts of the conditions of their historical existence. The null result would be a comparative table of the forms of different modes of production which all combine the same factors. 181. Moreover, with the tabulation of the invariants, Balibar claimed that it was possible to explain the precise modality of the economy's causal primacy in the various modes of production. Uniquely, in the capitalist mode of production, the labor and surplus labor processes coincide in time and space. Surplus labor is extracted from the producers, laborers doubly separated from the means of production, in the form of surplus value by capitalists, non-laboring owners of the means of production, to whom workers sell their committed labor power, in the production process itself. Contrariwise, in the feudal mode of production, since the producers are not separated from the means of production, necessary and surplus labor do not coincide, and extra economic coercion is required for the performance of the latter, and hence the extraction of a surplus. The non-coincidence of the processes explains the two-stage determination exercised by the economic instance in any social formation. Its exploitative modus operandi determines which of the instances is dominant. As a function of their homology in the capitalist mode, the economy is both determinant and dominant. As a function of their disjunction in the feudal mode, the economic instance determines the dominance of the coercive political instance, the state. The post of the last instance is always occupied by the economic, but the position of dominance is permanent among the instances of the social totality according to exigencies of the appropriation of a surplus. 182. The major problem with Balibar's proposed comparative analysis, as Glucksmann pointed out in a trenchant critique of Reading Capital 2 years after its publication, is that it ultimately amounts to a theory solely of the uniqueness of capitalism. 183. What Glucksmann calls Balibar's interminable comparativism can distinguish between the capitalist mode of production, on the one hand, and pre-capitalist modes of production on the other. In the former, the direct producer is separated from the means of production, and the economy, accordingly, is dominant. In the latter, the direct producer is not thus separated, and hence the dominance of a non-economic instance is determined. However, it cannot discriminate among pre-capitalist modes of production themselves, of which Balibar cites only the Asiatic and the feudal. Arguably, this outcome was inherent in Balibar's starting point. For his procedure is based upon at least two unquestioned but questionable premises, i. that Marx's inchoate reactions on pre-capitalist modes of production can serve, unsupplemented and unreconstructed, as the raw material for his own theoretical practice, and, 2. that Marx's method completely abolishes the problem of reference, of the empirical designation of the object of a theoretical knowledge, and that historical research, Marxist and non-Marxist alike, is therefore superfluous to the construction and substantiation of a typology of modes of production. 184. Balibar strenuously denied that his was a structuralist project of an a priori science of modes of production, like Althusser asserting a categorical distinction between the structuralist comminatory and his own interpretation of Marx's combination. 185. Yet his account of the reproduction of modes of production and the transition from one to another apparently brought him within the orbit of the French ideology he disavowed. The characterization of modes of production as variably articulated combinations of invariant elements conveyed the radically anti-evolutionist character of Marxist theory. 186. They were not to be conceived, in the manner of Stalin, as self-subversive historical forms, whose quasi-Hegelian supersession, via the mechanism of inexorable laws of motion, was a matter of predetermined necessity. Quite the reverse, a mode of production was an eternity, a theoretical object with no empirical or historical existence. For his part, Althusser had criticized the structuralist couplet of synchrony, static structure, and diachrony, temporal development, for its alleged proximity to the Hegelian conception of historical time, nevertheless proposing to retain it to designate an intra-epistemological distinction. Therein the synchronic was eternity in Spinoza's sense, or the adequate knowledge of a complex object by the knowledge of its complexity, the diachronic, merely the false name for, the development of forms in conceptual discourse 187 referring in a footnote to Balibar's employment of diachrony to designate the theory of historical transition. Althusser specied that the concept and the development of its forms were involved here as well. 188 As a conceptual object, a mode of production was conceived by Balibar as a self-reproducing totality which reproduced both the forces and relations of production and their non-economic conditions of existence, that is, the requisite configuration of the other instances. The process of production involved economic, political, and ideological reproduction. 189 What Balibar called the dynamics of a mode of production were themselves to be understood synchronically as part of the eternal reproduction of, for example, capitalist social relations. Accordingly, transition could not consist of the transformation of the structure by its functioning itself. 190 In effect, the mode of production, in both its global and restricted senses, is a perpetuum mobile. As Hindus and Hurst pointed out, if according to Althusser it was possible to describe Hegel as Spinoza set in motion, then Althusser comes very close to being Spinoza once again at rest. 191 Given this, how can the transition from one mode of production to another be accounted for? Has teleology been discarded in favor of stasis? Or has evolutionism been eluded at the cost of indeterminacy? Are transition periods merely chaotic interludes, recalcitrant to theorization, in which the structures are suddenly destructured preliminary to their equally instantaneous restructuration? Balibar's proposed solution to the problem was a general theory of transition centered on the postulate of transitional modes of production. 192 In the case of such a mode, it is argued, there is a non-correspondence between the forces and relations of production. The relations, the dominant term of the pair, so transform the forces that they are, adjusted to the relations. Correspondence is thereby re-established and, with it, a new, non-transitional, mode of production. Balibar takes the example of the transition from feudalism to capitalism discussed in Volume 1 of Capital. According to him, Marx's analysis in Part 8 concerns the prehistory of the elements constitutive of the capitalist mode of production, in particular, the doubly free laborer, separated from both feudal ties and the means of production, and capital. 193 The outlined definitions it contains must be related to a different analysis which is not an analysis of the origins but one of the beginnings of the capitalist mode of production, and which does not proceed element by element, but from the point of view of the whole structure. In the study of manufacture we have a notable example of this analysis of the beginnings. 194. Manufacture is a form of transition from feudalism to capitalism characterized by a dislocation between the forces and relations of production, in that labor is only formally subsumed under capital. In the capitalist mode of production proper, machinofacture, there is a real subsumption of labor to capital. And thus a homology of the two connections, the labor and the surplus labor processes. 195 From this, a general conclusion is deduced. The form of complexity of the modes of production may be either the correspondence or the non-correspondence of the two connections, of the productive forces and the relations of production. In the form of non-correspondence, which is that of phases of transition such as manufacture, the relationship no longer takes the form of a reciprocal limitation, but becomes the transformation of the one by the effect of the other. This is shown by the whole analysis of manufacture and the Industrial Revolution, in which the capitalist nature of the relations of production, the necessity of creating surplus value in the form of relative surplus value, determines and governs the transition of the productive forces to their specifically capitalist form. 196. The unsatisfactoriness of this solution, betrayed by the catch-all law of necessary correspondence or non-correspondence which it yields, 197 has frequently been remarked. The concept of transitional mode of production cannot discharge the duties vested in it. In the words of Jean-Marie Vincent, it amounts to a squaring of the circle 198 for the general theory of transition propounded by Balibar. Requires the distinction between the theoretical abstract, synchronic, and the historical concrete, diachronic, ruled out of epistemological order by Althusser. 2. Leads to the insoluble enigma of how to theorize the transition from a mode of production to a transitional mode of production, then to another mode of production, and 3. Surreptitiously restores the very teleological representation of history, prohibited in Althusserian protocols, wherein a transitional mode of production is accorded the autodissolvent dynamic often attributed to non-transitional modes of production, but expressly denied them, and rightly so, by Balibar. Balibar tentatively explores other routes. If the effects characteristic of a particular economic structure, for example, the tendency for the rate of profit to fall under capitalism, do not in and of themselves induce the dissolution of that structure, they may nevertheless furnish one of the conditions, the material basis, of a different result, outside the structure of production, the decisive intervention of political class struggle. 199 The period of primitive accumulation offers an example of such an intervention, whose result is to transform and x the limits of the mode of production. For its duration, there is a dislocation between the different levels of the totality, in particular, between the juridico-political level and the economic structure, and dominance is displaced onto the political. This leads Balibar to conclude that in a transitional period, there is a non-correspondence because the mode of intervention of political practice, instead of conserving the limits of the mode of production and producing its effects within their determination, displaces them and transforms them. 200. The overdetermination peculiar to transitional social formations thus confirms the validity of what, for Marx, Althusser had characterized as a basic Marxist proposition: the class struggle is the motor of history. 201 Nominally Marxist, certainly Maoist, this thesis was to feature as a basic Althusserian proposition after 1965. In reading Capital, it is akin to a deus ex machina which supervenes in the implacable logic of structural causality to effect historical transformation. What Balibar himself conceded to be very schematic suggestions concluded on a positive note. Periods of transition, he conjectured, are characterized by the coexistence of several modes of production. The non-correspondence between the two connections of the economic structure, and between the different social levels during them, merely wreaks the coexistence of two, or more, modes of production in a single simultaneity, and the dominance of one of them over the other. The contours of this particular major region of the continent of history, Balibar remarks, await their cartographer. 202 If Marx opened up this region, it was Althusser and Balibar among others who reopened it, following the Stalinist closure. 203 Of greatest salience here was the distinction made by them between mode of production and social formation. In his meticulous reading, Benton has identified three different conceptual contrasts in the single terminological pair mode of production/social formation, between the concept of the economic instance and the concept of the social totality, 2. Between the concept of the social totality and the concept of the articulation of two or more such totalities within one society, and 3. Between social totalities as objects of knowledge and social totalities as real objects. As he points out, the RST2 concern varying degrees of intra-theoretical abstraction, while the third involves a distinction between the conceptual and the real historical. 204 The problem with the RST is that Althusser and Balibar engage in a logical deduction of the superstructural instances from the definition of each mode of production as a variable combination of invariants. Strictly speaking, the third is inconsistent with Althusserian epistemology, empiricist. The second, quite distinct from the standard Soviet distinction between mode of production and socio-economic formation, has, to cite Benton again, been remarkably fruitful for Marxist historiography and theoretical research. In fact, the second connotation of the mode of production/social formation distinction, in its application to all societies, not just those in transition, RST appeared unequivocally in the second edition of Reading Capital. In a footnote added to the introduction to his paper, Balibar rected, "Capital, which expounds the abstract theory of the capitalist mode of production, does not undertake to analyze concrete social formations which generally contain several different modes of production, whose laws of coexistence and hierarchy must therefore be studied." At the same time, he noted that the insufficient elaboration, in the RST draft, of the concepts which designate the articulation of the instances of the social formation, is in itself the negative cause of constant confusion in Marxist literature between the social formation and its economic infrastructure, which is itself often related to one mode of production. 205. Although not present in the RST edition, these distinctions and clarifications were made shortly after the publication of Reading Capital 206. Their cumulative effect is to differentiate between the Marxist concepts, themselves of different degrees of abstraction, employed in the analysis of any given historical/social reality and the particular realities, for example, Russia in 1917, under analysis. Rather than returning us to the conceptual prison, mode of production equals social formation, as Thompson has it, Althusser and Balibar help release us from it, to put it no higher, by emphasizing the structural complexity of the social formation per se and the combination and articulation of at least two modes of production in any social formation. Appropriately enough, a fellow historian of Thompson's has signaled the historiographic advance Althusser's reconceptualization of Marx's topography facilitates 207. This positive evaluation needs to be tempered by recognition that Althusser's propositions were problematic. With the exception of classless societies, any mode of production in the global sense invariably comprises three instances with invariant structures. This implies that there is a trans-historical essence of each practice, economic, political, ideological, prior to its articulation with the others in different modes of production, thus portraying the modes as concatenations/permutations of preformed elements. Similarly with modes of production in the restricted, economic, sense. The invariant elements, three terms and two connections, might be taken to dean an essence of the economic which is then variously instantiated in the different modes of production. Diction of the charge of structuralism or functionalism with the argument that the different combinations, and their particular articulation, determine the nature of the invariant practices and elements, Balibar's tactic, leads only to a vicious circularity which, moreover, subverts the project of a theory of modes of production as the trans-historical science of history, applicable to stone and space age alike. 208. The immortality of ideology. Something of the scale of Althusser and his comrades' project in Reading Capital will now be apparent. In Chapter 2, we saw that he elaborated what he considered a novel epistemology and ontology. Thus far in Chapter 3, we have inventoried a distinctive representation of the canon and corpus of Marxism, an original version of the dialectic, a reconceptualization of the social formation, its levels and their histories, and of the causality governing both global and regional structures, and a theory of modes of production, including a theory of transition. Anal prominent component of the Althusserian system, perhaps the one that has aroused the greatest animosity, must be set in place before offering an assessment of the whole, Althusser's account of ideology. The definition of political practice as the transformation of social relations into new social relations proposed on the materialist dialectic was left undeveloped. Althusser's characterization of ideological practice as that which transforms men's consciousness, on the other hand, was taken up in Marxism and Humanism and in an important text never published in France, but widely circulated in mimeographed form, Theory, Theoretical Practice and Theoretical Formation. Ideology and Ideological Struggle. In the earlier essay, Althusser deemed ideology as a system of representations distinct from science in that in it the practico-social function is more important than the theoretical function. As a functional ensemble of representations, ideology is an organic part of every social totality because indispensable to the existence of social formations. This holds good for class and classless societies alike. There will be no cessation of ideology under communism. It is as if human societies could not survive without these specific formations, their ideologies. Human societies secrete ideology as the very element and atmosphere indispensable to their historical respiration and life. Only an ideological world outlook could have imagined societies without ideology and accepted the utopian idea of a world in which ideology, not just one of its historical forms, would disappear without trace, to be replaced by science. Historical materialism cannot conceive that even a communist society could ever do without ideology. 209. Advertised as consonant with historical materialism, Althusser's assertion of the trans-historical character of ideology in general, as opposed to particular ideologies, is dissonant with the Marxist tradition and contrary to Marx, who did envision communist societies operating without ideology in the pejorative sense. Yet it may be that Althusser is right, Marx and other Marxists wrong. What was the rationale for his idiosyncrasy? The target of Althusser's theory of ideology was the supposed mechanism involved in the postulate of a disalienation with the advent of communism, a society whose deepest laws of motion would be transparent to the consciousness of its members in an end of ideology. For Althusser, this was a chimera. He impugned any theory of ideology as false consciousness as itself ideological, on two grounds. First, it implied the possibility of a true consciousness, whereas, epistemologically, consciousness was non-veridical by definition. Secondly, it circumscribed the social space and underestimated the objective power of ideology. For Althusser, ideology is an objective reality. Independent of the subjectivity of the individuals who are subject to it, a system of representations dominated by a false conception of the world. 210 Men are ideological animals. They need representations of the world and their relations to it in order to function as social agents. Ideology provides the requisite representation, which can be more or less conscious/unconscious, untheorized/theorized. Analytically a relative autonomous superstructural level of society, in reality ideology is a cement, sliding into all the parts of the social ethos. It permeates all human activities and practices, governing the lived relations of individuals to the ensemble of their conditions of existence. Indeed, ideology is so much present in all their acts and deeds that it is indistinguishable from their lived experience. 211 A correlate of the ubiquity of ideology is its permanence. Inherent in, coterminous with, lived experience, and diffused throughout the social formation, it is a dimension of any and every society. Its function as a factor of general social cohesion is a trans-historical necessity. Assuming the future creation of communist societies, on the other hand, its function as a cement of class exploitation and domination is a historical necessity. The termination of the latter will not cancel the former, since, in any form of society, the function of ideology is to ensure the bond among people in the totality of the forms of their existence, the relation of individuals to their tasks assigned by the social structure. For ideology is indispensable. If men are to be formed, transformed, and equipped to respond to the demands of their conditions of existence. 212 In class societies, this pan-historical function of social adaptation, hence reproduction, is overdetermined by another, the maintenance of a class order, fooled via the provision of justifications of the existing state of affairs to the exploited and rationalizations of it to the exploiters. If ideologies are opiates, the rulers are equally addicted. The role of ideological subjection in the reproduction of economic exploitation and political domination explains the falsity of ideologies' representations in class societies, yet poses the problem of their perdurable deforming presence under communism. In class societies, ideology is a representation of the real, but necessarily distorted, because necessarily biased and tendentious because its aim is not to provide men with objective knowledge of the social system in which they live but, on the contrary, to give them a misdeed representation of this social system in order to keep them in their place in the system of class exploitation. Of course, it would also be necessary to pose the problem of the function of ideology in classless society, and it would be resolved by showing that the deformation of ideology is socially necessary as a function of the nature of the social whole itself, as a function, to be more precise, of its determination by its structure, which renders it, as a social whole, opaque to the individuals who occupy a place in society determined by this structure. The opacity of the social structure necessarily renders mythic that representation of the world which is indispensable for social cohesion. 213. Whereas the tendentiousness of ideology attendant upon the exigencies of class rule is a potentially transitory phenomenon, the opacity of the social whole consequent upon its determination by a structure, which renders it impenetrable to its agents at the experiential level, is immutable. The system of coherent and obvious ideological representations will therefore remain ideological in the negative sense, namely, deforming and mystifying. The bourgeoisie can be overthrown, the ascendancy of structural causality is without term. In the conclusion to Freud and Lacan, Althusser countersigned the Lacanian theme of the decent ring of the human subject, conjecturing its construction by a structure which has no center either, except in the imaginary misrecognition of the ego, i.e. in the ideological formations in which it recognizes itself. 214 In Marxism and Humanism, he attempted to articulate the Marxist theory of ideology and the Lacanian theory of the imaginary. Ideology, he writes, is a matter of the lived relation between men and their world. In ideology men express not the relation between them and their conditions of existence, but the way they live the relation between them and their conditions of existence. This presupposes both a real relation and an imaginary, lived relation. In ideology the real relation is inevitably invested in the imaginary relation. 215. Anticipating a thesis he would only elaborate years later, in Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, Althusser is suggesting that human subjects are constituted in ideology, endowed with self-identity and the illusion of autonomy via recognition of themselves in the idealized images it offers for their inspection. This construction of subjectivity, of the subject of consciousness and experience, in ideology was the secret of its social efficacy. Everything that has been said about the social function of ideology implies Althusser's second major thesis concerning it. Although irreducible to cognition, ideology is the antithesis of science. Ideology is an ensemble of illusions and representations from which there is no deliverance for the human subjects who are, in reality, the supports of social structures. Only theoretical practice can break the ideological mirror in which social consciousness is transfixed and furnish objective knowledge of those structures. 216 Althusser allows that the nature of ideology will change under communism. 217 And he stresses that there are not only ideological regions but also ideological tendencies in non-communist societies, the antagonistic ideologies of the different social classes. But ideology, be it that of a communist state or a proletariat, is ideology. Indeed, oppositional proletarian ideology is imprisoned in the dominant bourgeois ideology, operating within its terms of reference and reproducing its forms in the very act of protesting against the rule of capital. The key to the cell is not to be found in some more concrete economic or political practice. On the contrary, liberation of the spontaneous ideology of the proletariat from the grip of its antagonist can only come with the intervention of outside help, from countervailing Marxist science. The Leninist thesis of importation is predicated on the crushing weight of ideology in general and the particular inadequacies of proletarian ideology. 218 The power of ideology dictates in response the necessity of theory and the indispensability of ideological struggle. The ideology of the working class must be transformed. The science founded and developed by intellectuals can furnish knowledge of ideological formations, but it cannot dissipate them. 219 And it can be employed to produce a new form of ideology in the masses, one subject not to bourgeois unions but to the Marxist science of society. 220 In order for this to be possible, the priority of theoretical training must be acknowledged. Without it in the past, the workers' movement would never have been won to Marx's scientific theory. Without it in the present, the masses still ensnared in bourgeois ideology would remain trapped, and the Communist Party would not progress in developing historical materialism and applying its principles. Accordingly, the training of militants to become men of science represented the decisive intermediary link. 221 Marxist criticism of Althusser's account of ideology has focused on three complementary aspects of it: I. The proposition that historical materialism cannot conceive an end of ideology; 2. The equation of lived experience with the ideological and the correlative restriction of objective knowledge to the subject-less discourse of conceptual science; and 3. The daunting implications of the above for the classical Marxist project of working-class revolutionary self-emancipation and post-revolutionary self-determination. If, as Althusser maintained, the assimilation of science to the superstructure is the symptomatic point at which historicism reveals its reductionism, then his privileging of theory in the RST and last instance is the symptomatic point at which the Althusserian problematic betrays its conjointment idealism of the intelligence and pessimism of the will. A most unusual structuralism. In his critique of Althusser's theory of ideology as necessary illusion, Rancière argued that it superimposed the Kantian or Durkheimian type of sociology, concerned with the maintenance of a cohesive social order, upon historical materialism, theory of the class struggle. 222 Therewith, scientific practice had effectively been identified as the highest form of class struggle, the only genuinely subversive principle, the motor of history, on condition that it was autonomous of the social formation cemented by ideology. Put crudely, Althusser's account amounted to the proposition, contra Mao, that false ideas come from social practice. 223, an inference deduced by Rancière from Althusser's and his own treatment of fetishism in reading Capital. Capital, Althusser had suggested in his introductory paper, exactly measures a distance and an internal dislocation in the real, inscribed in its structure, a distance and a dislocation such as to make their own effects themselves illegible, and the illusion of an immediate reading of them the ultimate apex of their effects, fetishism. 224. Rancière argued an analogous case at greater length in his own contribution. Whereas ideology is the conscious expression of the apparent motion of capital, science deciphers the hieroglyphic, grasping the real motion and accounting for its inverted, but objective, appearance to human subjects. The agents of production, workers and capitalists alike, are captives of ideology. Mystication is constitutive of their being. 225. As Kallinicus points out, the Althusserian reading of capital reduces the structure of capitalism to a structure of representation. 226. Althusser identified the concept of Darstellion, an index of structural causality, as the key epistemological concept of the whole Marxist theory of value, designating the authorless theater of capitalism. 227. Commodity fetishism was but one, capitalist, instance of an invariant feature of social formations, their opacity as a function of structural causality and, in consequence, the permanence of ideology. Thus, whereas it would disappear with the capitalist mode of production, ideology and its illusions would endure, the truth of history, its deepest springs, would never be read in its manifest discourse, effects and structures, appearances and essence, would never coincide, lived experience would ever delude. Hence the necessity of science, the theoretical practice capable of deciphering the objective appearances of reality determined by a structure of structures. Althusser's Spinozist concept of structural causality has other deleterious consequences besides condemning subjects to the eternal tyranny of ideological delusion. As employed to theorize the nature of the social whole, it serves either, I, to provide a fragile solution to the issue of economic determination. In the last instance, which cannot ward off a functionalist pluralism, or, 2, to endow social formations with such consistency, modes of production generate their own conditions of existence, that their reproduction as unities is ensured, their transformation theoretically unthinkable, the severest of structuralisms, or Spinozisms. Indicative of both, perhaps, was that the Russian Revolution as analyzed by Althusser verged on being the product of a fortuitous conjunction of a multiplicity of felicitous circumstances. The concomitant demotion of human subjects as the makers of history in the name of science was accompanied by their location as supports of the levels of the global structure. The role of the individual in history was a false problem, to be displaced by a genuine one, the concept of the historical forms of existence of individuality. The capitalist mode of production, for example, requires and therefore produces different forms of individuality, so molding and endowing individuals that they can function as supports of its processes, an extreme form of holism. 228 Althusser urged the delity of his theoretical anti-humanism to historical materialism, observing of the artist Leonardo Cremonini that he had pursued the path which was opened up to men by the great revolutionary thinkers, theoreticians, and politicians, the great materialist thinkers who understood that the freedom of men is not achieved by the complacency of its ideological recognition, but by knowledge of the laws of their slavery, and that the realization of their concrete individuality is achieved by the analysis and mastery of the abstract relations which govern them. 229. Here and elsewhere. Althusser's argument is to the effect that the emancipatory project of communism obliged Marx, and compels his successors, to disavow the theoretical pretensions of humanism in order to understand the practical modalities and mechanisms of class servitude, in order to found the science of liberation. 230 For it is capitalism that reduces people to the status of supports of its relations of production, he explained in his defense in 1975. In order to explain capitalism's terrible practical reduction of men and women, it is necessary to effect an analogous theoretical reduction, dispensing with the concept of man for explanatory purposes. 231 Whilst these propositions have something to be said for them, they do not answer the wider objections to Althusser's original theses. 4. Inverting humanism, these equated lived experience with the ideological, depicting subjectivity as functional for class subjection, and posited, Spinoza style, the persistence of mysticatory ideology, an unconscious system governing individuals, after the abolition of the other abstract relations of capitalist society. 232 For all Althusser's apparent insouciance, the dilemma is acute, where, within the cohesive, self-reproducing social whole, is the principle of its subversion and transformation to be found? What meaning can be given to the project of working-class self-emancipation from capitalism, and to the associated producers' self-determination under communism, within the machinery of structural causality? If Althusser was proposing that all non-communist human societies are subjects of the kingdom of necessity, that would be one thing. Although drastically curtailing the claims of modern socialism, such a proposition has some historical plausibility. 233 But his texts make it clear that he envisaged human beings in communist society as falling under the inexorable sway of structural causality. Given Althusser's denegation of human agency in the affirmation of structural necessity, how can we speak of communism as the realm of freedom ushered in by the conscious reconstruction of human society? 234 Althusserian austerity ruled such talk out of scientific order, Althusser characterizing communism as the installation of a new mode of production. His relinquishment of any normative totality. 235, even of any indictment of capitalism's inhumanity and injustice, may be partially explicable in terms of organizational constraints, the PCF's identification of the USSR as the norm, or conjunctural considerations, there was a lot of normativity about in 1965. Yet it is surely also symptomatic of that disenchantment and latent pessimism in Althusser's thought which has led Martin J. to describe his and Adorno's philosophies as representing the Marxism of a more sober and disillusioned time. 236 Nowhere is that sobriety more apparent than in the Althusserian conception of history. Counteracting the evolutionism and historicism supposedly regnant in Marxism hitherto, Althusser and Balibar sought to redress the balance by propounding what, in the RST edition of Reading Capital, the latter termed a most unusual structuralism. 237 As Dewes has noted, The Althusserians campaigned on two fronts, against the phenomenological assumption that history possesses a distinctive dialectical form of intelligibility, and against the Levi-Straussian assumption that structural intelligibility is not characteristic of history. 238 Althusser argued that in the Levi-Straussian scheme of things, diachrony is reduced to the sequence of events, and to the effects of the sequence of events on the structure of the synchronic. The historical then becomes the unexpected, the accidental, the factually unique, arising or falling in time for purely contingent reasons. 239. Simultaneously, he suggested that Levi-Strauss's concept of the synchronic was a variation on the Hegelian conception of historical time. 240 Althusser sought to elaborate a theory which avoided the reductionism of historicism and the contingency of structuralism, without slipping into an eclectic interactionism or the empiricist ideology supposedly dominating historiography. 241 The duty of a scientific theory of history, in no wise recalcitrant to rigorous knowledge, was to produce the concepts that could explain the complexities of the historical process and of concrete societies, and not to take refuge in the alibi of the richness of life, the poverty of theory. 242 Yet Althusser's own propositions meet the structuralists more than halfway, insisting that, for Marx and Marxism, the understanding of contemporary bourgeois society, far from being obtained from the theory of the genesis of this historical result, is, on the contrary, obtained exclusively from the theory of the body, i.e., of the contemporary structure of society, without its genesis intervening in any way whatsoever. 243. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, on this occasion at least, Althusser possessed irreproachable pedigree for his formulation, which reproduced Marx's sometime conversion of the distinction between the genesis and the structure of the capitalist mode of production into the hermetically sealed partition between its prehistory and contemporary history. 244 If we were never structuralists, Althusser contended in 1974, we can now explain why, we were guilty of an equally powerful and compromising passion, we were Spinozists. 245 Admission of Spinozism does not automatically compel acquittal on the count of structuralism. And it had been apparent some time before Althusser's confession, already anticipated, of course, not only in reading Capital, but in front of the Société Française de Philosophie. In any event, given that it was equally powerful and compromising, the consequence of Althusser's affiliation was to undermine his project for a Marxist theory of history. The claim that there is no history in general, but specific structures of historicity, based in the last resort on the specific structures of the different modes of production, 246 was simultaneously aimed at Althusser's Marxist antagonists and his, unholy, structuralist allies. Balibar's attempt to develop it, however, reproduced some of the shortcomings of both. On the one hand, transitional modes of production are teleological constructs, thus restoring an illicit Marxism. On the other, they lead to an innate regress, therewith repeating the Levi-Straussian division between a synchronic necessity and an untheorizable contingency. 247 As to non-transitional modes of production, for Balibar both their statics and their dynamics were synchronic. The historicity of structures was denied in the assertion of their structuredness, history salvaged only at the cost of structurality. The total discontinuity between modes of production that resulted was intended as a counterblast to the facile economic evolutionism into which Marx's theory had petrified. Retrospectively, it is probably more accurate to conclude with Andrew Levine that, insofar as Althusserianism converted Marxism into a materialist sociology, it was part of a revolt against historical materialism. 248, the historical materialism not only of Stalin, Bukharin, and Plekhanov, but of Marx and Engels as well. In order to rescue its founders from the distortion they had suffered at the hands of their successors, Althusser and Balibar so amended past bias as to introduce their own, despite their disclaimers fundamentally revising Marx when they professed to be returning to him. As French communists writing in the early 1960s, they had no choice but to represent themselves as faithful disciples, rectifying archaic theoretical forms the better to reveal their revolutionary theoretical content. 249 Moreover, revision is no crime when its outcome is superior to the original. But the substitution of Spinozism for Hegelianism generated as many theoretical problems as it resolved, stripping Marx's theory, an integrated theory of history and capitalist society 250, of central tenets, a vision of the general, progressive course of history, an internal principle of historical change, an explanation of how capitalism creates the potential for socialism and communism, and so forth, and putting little in their place. For better or worse, Marx did belong to the 19th century, the century of history and of evolution, to make him acceptable to the 20th, or rather the Paris of its 6th decade, by recasting historical materialism as a most unusual structuralism, is, in the last instance, perhaps to kill with kindness. In the years following the publication of For Marx and Reading Capital, many of the problems touched on here were to be acknowledged by their authors. Yet whatever the us in Althusser's reconstruction of historical materialism, and however tenuous its title to orthodoxy, it represented, and was widely experienced as, a liberation. If Althusser's constructions were problematic, the majority of his criticisms were pertinent and powerful. They released Marxists from more than one conceptual prison, re-establishing historical materialism as a research program, one whose potential had been negated rather than exhausted in the enumeration of iron stages and laws, the incantation of derisory formulae, the reiteration of famous quotations. If there is one sense in which Althusser's re-theorization of Marxism did not represent a recommencement of historical materialism as such, there is another in which it did. And the extremism which discouraged it was vital to the efficacy of his intervention. The danger in bending the stick was that it might snap. But by so doing, Althusser reminded Marxists that there was a continent waiting to be explored. What, Nally, were the political implications of Althusserianism? Ranciere's retrospective is persuasive. Reading Capital logically entailed a left-wing critique of the PCF's political perspectives 251 in the event. The apex of Althusser's radicalism, in public at least, was the assertion of the necessity and autonomy of theory, enclave of freedom in a world of ideological servitude. If it was important to avoid idealism, the divorce of theory from practice, it was equally if not more crucial to escape pragmatism, the treatment of theory as a servant of politics. The former was ultimately less noxious than the latter. Thus, at the end of our analysis, we rejoin the cardinal principle with which we began, the distinction between science and ideology. 252 In La Leçon d'Althusser, Rancière suggests that the national political conjuncture after 1962, a quasi-absence of history, helps to explain Althusser's theoreticism, what Althusser might have called a "ite forward in theory." 253 Subsequently, the time of theory and the time of politics were to meet, and miss. Chapter 4. The time of theory, the time of politics. As Mao says, never forget the class struggle. Louis Althusser, Marxism and Class Struggle. In a review of For Marx and Reading Capital dating from 1966, Eric Hobsbawm noted, "Their success has been startling. It is no reaction on the very considerable gifts of the author, to observe that he has been lucky in the moment of his emergence. The atmosphere of the Althusserian Latin Quarter is the one in which every self-respecting secondary schoolboy is a Maoist or at least a Castroite, in which Sartre and Henri Lefebvre are ancient monuments and the self-lacerations of the intellectual ex-communists of 1956 as incomprehensible as the opportunism of Waldeck Rochaith and Roger Garaudy. A new generation of rebels requires a new version of revolutionary ideology, and M. Althusser is essentially an ideological hardliner, challenging the political and intellectual softening around him. 1. The Althusserian challenge rapidly brought its protagonist into conflict both with the leadership of the PCF, anxious to curb its turbulent high priest of theory, and the young pro-Chinese rebels, impatient to push their mentor further along the oppositional road than he was prepared to go. Trapped, as it were, between the hammer and anvil, Althusser temporist. It will be necessary to be fortiter in re, suaviter in modo, Marx informed Engels regarding the International Working Men's Association in 1864. To oversimplify somewhat, Althusser's career between 1965 and 1975 can be characterized as proceeding fortiter in modo, suaviter in re. For on the one hand, he effected a leftist radicalization of his theoretical positions, implying continued opposition to the opportunism of the PCF, while, on the other, he submitted to the political authority of his party, rendering him an irritant rather than a threat. That the Maoist word, moreover, was no more compelling than the conformist deed is a conclusion which regrettably imposes itself. The purpose of this chapter is to illuminate the relation between what, in 1974, Althusser called the internal, intra-theoretical, and external, extra-theoretical/political, logics of his ongoing labor of auto-critique and rectification from 1967 to 1974. 3. Our RST task will be to return to the mid-1960s in order to examine Althusser's solidarity with certain pro-Chinese tendencies in the PCF and to recount the course of the events leading up to his refusal to break with the party, despite strong, and increasing, Maoist sympathies. Next, the new definition of Marxist philosophy and conception of historical materialism propounded in these years will be surveyed. Thirdly, the major contribution made by Althusser to Marxism after 1965, his theory of ideology and ideological state apparatuses, will be discussed. And finally, again departing from chronological order, Althusser's reaction to the May events and the part played in them by the PCF will be detailed and interrogated. The China Syndrome. As was noted in Chapter 1, Althusser's pro-Chinese inclinations did not escape the leadership of the PCF. In the opening paragraph of On the Materialist Dialectic, he himself allowed that communist critics of contradiction and overdetermination considered it theoretically and politically dangerous, for Althusser proceeded to compound the peril, making Mao a theoretically respectable Gur. If the published information is correct, at his trial on November 30, 1963, Althusser missed his critics by adopting the tactic of distinguishing between the theoretical value of Mao's concepts in on contradiction and their utilization by the CPC in the current conjuncture to sanction false political positions. His accusers, he retorted, were guilty of a theoretical pragmatism inverse but akin to that of the Chinese, impugning genuine theory as a result of its conjunctural exploitation. Althusser upheld the authentically Marxist nature of Mao's theses on contradiction, but abjured their deformation at the CPC's hands, affirming the correctness of the PCF's own international line. 5. This did the trick, for the time being at least. Suspicion of Althusser was not misplaced. Not only did his writings enhance the PCF's intellectual constituency, they provided theoretical backing, a basis even, for the oppositional role played by his own students, and many of their peers, in the party's strife-torn student organization, the Union des Étudiants Communistes, UEC. Very schematically, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, under the impact of de-Stalinization and the Algerian War, the Official line faced challenges in two directions. On the right, a substantial body of opinion, strongly influenced by the PCI's positions and by Cazeneuve Humanisme Nouveau, pressed for further measures of liberalization and modernization. On the left, Maoist and proto-Trotskyist factions waged a covert struggle against the PCF's opening to the right. The Loyalist center failed to hold. By the early 1960s, the Italians were in the majority. It was then that the Maoist left entered into a de facto alliance with the center to combat the perceived rightist threat. For pro-Chinese Althusserian militants, this involved campaigning against the revisionism sponsored in the UEC's journal Clart. The reverse side of the coin was public compliance with the PCF leadership on directly political matters. Althusser's Problems étudiants, written 1 month after the confrontation with the La Pensée Committee, is a product of this moment in the history of French communism and a significant text for the evolution of his students. An intervention in the controversy that had arisen between the PCF and the Union Nationale d'étudiants français, UNEF, regarding their divergent perspectives on higher education. Althusser's article sought to establish the priorities of communist students. Their RST duty was to develop their knowledge of Marxism-Leninism and conduct the scientific analysis that would yield objective knowledge of the University. 6. Against the position adopted by the UNEF, Althusser argued that what mattered to Marxists was less the form in which knowledge was disseminated, the pedagogical relationship, than the quality of the knowledge itself. For the vocation of Marxist intellectuals was to discover new scientific knowledge capable of illuminating and criticizing the overwhelming ideological illusions in which everyone is imprisoned. 7. The real locus of class division in the university was not inequitable relations between teachers and students, but the content of the teaching, the division of the knowledge taught into science and ideology. This was the true fortress of class unions in the university. It is by the very nature of the knowledge it imparts to students that the bourgeoisie exerts the profoundest unions over them. 8. Since the revolutionary cause is founded on science, communist students should prioritize the demarcation of science from ideology, the defense and promotion of the former against the latter. 9. As regards Marxist science, they were under two obligations: its assimilation and its dissemination, defense and illustration. 10. Antipathetic to the slogan of contestation global, Althusser concluded by underlining the Leninist distinction between a trade union and a communist organization, and reminding communist students of their responsibility to aid the party in its struggles. 11. In his highly critical discussion of Althusser's text, Rancière remarks that Althusser's project of defending the autonomy of theory against the political encroachments of the PCF dictated this particular tactical intervention on its behalf. 12. In any case, at the time Rancière and his comrades of the UEC cell at the École Normale Supérieure, the Cercle d'Ulm, took their cue from Althusser and made the defense of Marxist theory against any contamination by the humanist ideology of the UEC's leaders their battle cry, somewhat to their surprise ending themselves temporarily aligned with the Politburo. Following Althusser, top priority was assigned to theoretical training. To this end, in January 1964 the Normalians had commenced a rereading of the Marxist classics guided by Althusser's own protocols at what was called the École Parisienne de Formation Théorique. In February of the following year, the RST issue of Caillat's Marxists-Leninists, devoted to science and ideology, appeared, emblazoned with its Althusserian watchword, "Marxism is all-powerful because it is true." At the 8th Congress of the UEC in March 1965, the right-wing leadership was unseated and a new Bureau National loyal to the PCF installed. Accounts were now settled with the Trotskyist left, open opposition to communist support for Mitterrand's Atlanticist presidential candidacy led to the disciplining of the Lettres section. The Althusserians, preoccupied with the seminar that produced Reading Capital, declined to adopt a public position on the Mitterrand issue. The diverse pro-Chinese currents in the PCF were divided between those who believed the eventual foundation of a new Marxist-Leninist party openly affiliated to Peking to be necessary, and those who deemed internal struggle, for the reformation of the party the most appropriate course of action. Among the latter were Althusser's students and disciples, who proposed to combat the PCF's current orientation by defending and disseminating Marxist theory. With the PCF's Argenteuil Central Committee meeting in March 1966, some of them were to cross their Rubicon. Hitherto, political caution had been the order of the day. A double issue of Caillat's Marxists-Leninists in February 1966 entitled Vive le Leninisme, bore little obvious relation to the celebrated Chinese polemic of the same name, whatever contemporary conclusions its powerful theoretical reconstruction of Lenin's break with Menshevism implied. The next number was devoted to Althusser's own historical materialism and dialectical materialism, an extract from a projected popular manual of Marxist theory intended to replace stereotyped Soviet and French products. 13. Argenteuil, product of and response to the theoretical and ideological ferment within the PCF's ranks, spelt the doom of the autonomy of theory. A succession of writers has alleged that at Argenteuil Althusser was summoned to order and that, as a result of the criticisms addressed to him there, he arrived at a compromise with his party whereby he would be allowed to pursue his research in return for recanting the claim to autonomy and recognizing the PCF's political authority. The truth is rather more complicated. The Althusserian initiative had already provoked an extremely hostile response from its opponents at an assembly of communist philosophers at Choisy-le-Roi in January 1966. The proceedings, never published, took place in the presence of the Politburo and Central Committee and were marked by a long and virulent attack on theoretical anti-humanism from Garotti, supported by Muri, and a counterblast from Macari, the only direct culprit in attendance. To say the least, Robert Geerland has written, the debates at Choisy were impassioned. 14. The leitmotif of the contributions to the Central Committee debate 3 months later was the inadmissibility of the theory of theoretical practice. Although Althusser's critics affected to be concerned about its hyper-Leninism and dogmatism, the true reason for their antagonism was the confiscation of a leadership prerogative by a philosopher, the adjudication of theoretical positions. Not everyone was as indignant as Garotti, who roundly denounced Althusser on behalf of the authentic humanism of our time, namely, Marxism, one corresponding to men's most beautiful dream. Seve, occupying the semi-official middle ground between Althusser's theoretical humanism and Garottism, criticized the former's stance on the Marx/Hegel relationship, complained about his valorization of non-Marxist French philosophy at the expense of the French Marxist tradition, and referred pointedly to the fraternal critique of the party. Michel Simon voiced his fears over the doctrinaire effects an uneducated reading of Reading Capital might induce, bemoaning the absence of any reference to party literature, such as Thérèse, in Althusserian texts and the implication that, minus Mao, nothing worthwhile had been produced by the international workers' movement since Lenin. The long resolution adopted by the Central Committee stated that there is a Marxist humanism, the humanism of our time, rehearsed the application of the theory of state monopoly capitalism to the French social formation, and affirmed the PCF's affiliation to the pro-Moscow orthodoxy of the international communist movement. At the same time, the freedom of intellectuals to pursue their research was acknowledged. In his summing up, Le Marxisme et les chemins de l'avenir, Waldeck Rochath RMLY repudiated the anti-humanism of the CPC and cautioned French communists against the slightest complicity with it, announcing that communism without humanism would not be communism. The PCF's policy of la maintenu was confirmed. 15. The only references in Althusser's written work to the deliberations at Argenteuil are positive. In the French version of an interview conducted by the Italian communist Maria Antonietta Maxiacchi in November 1967, and published in La Pensée in April 1968, Philosophy as a Revolutionary Weapon, Althusser informed her that he set great store by the criticisms made by militants of the revolutionary class struggle. As an example, he alluded to some made in March 1966, though without instancing any of them, which had been a great help. 16. Several years later, in reply to John Lewis, he noted that at Argenteuil the right of party members to carry out and publish their philosophical research had been recognized. 17. At the time, Althusser maintained a public silence. In contrast, the response of the Cercle d'Ulm was immediate, and dramatic. A meeting 3 days after the Central Committee's, March 16, adopted a text entitled Le Marxisme n'est pas un humanisme, which argued that, in liquidating Marxist theory, the Central Committee had forfeited the allegiance of militants, concluding, against the Central Committee resolution, defense of Marxist-Leninist theory. 18. This was followed in April by the dissemination of the impeccably Althusserian pamphlet, Faut il reviser la théorie Marxiste-Leniniste, 19. A clandestine meeting of Marxist-Leninist cells of the UEC was held in July 1966 at Andrécy to discuss the situation. 20. It was resolved not to affiliate to the Mouvement Communiste Français, the forerunner of the Parti Communiste Marxiste-Leniniste de France, taxed with anti-intellectualism, hyper-Stalinism and revisionism, but to remain in the PCF, waging an open internal struggle and attending to theoretical training in preparation for secession and the creation of a new party. In the interim, the PCF's 18th Congress was greeted as a Congress to terminate communism. The dissolution of the Cercle d'Ulm by the PCF, and expulsion of many of its members, prompted the foundation in December of the Union de Jeunesses Communistes Marxists-Leninists, UJCML, which counted among its number Robert Linhart, Jacques Rancière, Pierre Victor, and Dominique Lecourt. Balibar and others, by contrast, followed Althusser, persevering in the PCF. By the time of the split, the Cultural Revolution had exploded in China. From its 14th number onwards, November/December 1966, Kaya's Marxists-Leninists became the UJC's theoretical and political organ. The RST of 3 issues devoted to the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, among the unsigned articles it contained was one entitled On the Cultural Revolution, singled out by the PCF's Claude Prévost as a dire warning of the extremes to which Althusser's Marxism could lead in youthful hands. The article was in fact by Althusser. 21 On the Cultural Revolution confirms that, contrary to his own depoliticized account in Elements of Self-Criticism, Althusser's most serious irritation was neither with structuralism, nor Spinozism, but Maoism. Its sentiments are unequivocal, its enthusiasm unqualified. The Cultural Revolution was a historical fact without precedent of enormous theoretical interest. In the form of a rhetorical question, Althusser endorsed a thesis tirelessly repeated in Chinese polemics. Is the future of socialism in a country 100% guaranteed, definitively, with no going back, by the simple fact that it has accomplished a dual revolution, political and economic? Is it impossible for it to regress to capitalism? Do we not already possess an example of this phenomenon, Yugoslavia? Can a socialist country, then, not retain, even for a considerable period of time, the, or at least some, external forms of socialism, economic, political, whilst imparting to them a quite different economic, political, and ideological content, the mechanism of capitalist restoration, and allowing itself to be progressively neutralized and utilized politically, then dominated economically, by imperialism? At a certain stage in their history, the argument runs, socialist states end themselves confronted by a choice between 2 roads, the revolutionary road and the road of regression. China is at this crossroads. In order to progress on the road to communism, it has elected to undertake a third revolution, the mass ideological revolution, which will furnish it with an ideological superstructure corresponding to its socialist infrastructure and state. Once equipped with this superstructure, the threat of capitalist restoration will recede. 22 Taking up the perspectives on revolutionary transition and the durability of ideologies outlined at the end of Contradiction and Overdetermination, Althusser offered the thesis of potential regression as congruent with Marxism by virtue of the non-evolutionist and non-economistic character of historical materialism. Going further, he argued that social classes are not defined solely by the objective location of social agents in the relations of production, but also by their members' positions in political and ideological relations, which remain class relations long after the installation of a socialist, economic, mode of production. Political and ideological class struggle persist in a socialist country, and social classes are essentially defined according to the part they play in them. Having indicated that the economy retains a determinant role as a result of the survival of, for example, petty commodity production and the existence of large inequalities of income, Althusser comes to his essential point. The thesis of regression presupposes that in a certain conjuncture of the history of socialist countries, the ideological can be the strategic point where everything is decided. Hence the crossroads is situated in the ideological and the future depends on it. The fate of a socialist country, progress or regression, is played out in the ideological class struggle. 23. This thesis was justified by reference to the theory of overdetermination, both the Althusserian distinction between determination and dominance and Mao's categories of contradiction. A socialist economic and political revolution does not automatically transform the bourgeois ideological superstructure, Althusser contended. The bourgeois adversary remains in place and must be dislodged. No novelty of Mao's, this necessity had been recognized by Marx and, above all, Lenin. What was new was the practical implementation of a classical tenet of Marxism, something which would in turn yield theoretical fruits. Althusser's suggestion that the Cultural Revolution represented the application of Marxist principles regarding the nature of the ideological might be amended to read Althusserian principles. As read by him, the Chinese experience varied the theory he had advanced in 1965. Ideology comprised systems of ideas, representations, theoretical ideologies, and attitudes, behavior, practical ideologies. An ideological revolution concerned both, for example, styles of leadership, technocratic, bureaucratic, and so on, as well as theoretical humanism. 24 The non-bureaucratic organizational means employed in the People's Republic were also of the greatest significance. The creation of non-party, mass organizations of ideological struggle was a decisive and commendable innovation in communist strategy. After a revolutionary seizure of power, the Communist Party, or its equivalent, would assume responsibility for running the state for the duration of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Therewith a partial but inevitable fusion of party and state apparatus would occur, which posed the serious problem with which Lenin had wrestled just before his death: how to regulate the relations between party and state in such a way as to avoid the faults of bureaucracy and technocracy, and their grave political effects. The CPC was responding to this dilemma with the Cultural Revolution, with the mass movements mobilized in it, whose main task was to challenge such retrogressive tendencies within state and party. The non-party organizations undertaking the third, ideological revolution were, and must be, distinct from the Communist Party, so as to compel it to distinguish itself from the state. 25 Althusser concluded by affirming the relevance of the great lessons of the Cultural Revolution, not only to the other socialist countries, but to the whole international communist movement and every communist. Perhaps the most noteworthy implication drawn from them was that great revolutions can only be the work of the masses, and the role of revolutionary leaders, while providing them with the means to undo their bearings and organize themselves, and imparting Marxism-Leninism as a compass and a law, is to go to school with the masses in order to be able to help them express their will and resolve their problems. 26. According to Balibar, Althusser perceived in the Chinese experiment the RST example of a socialist revolution criticizing and rectifying itself. His illusions on this score, and some of their consequences, will be discussed in chapters 5 and 6. For now, it is enough to register 3 facts. First, as Rancière points out, Althusser's views on China were well nigh indistinguishable from those of the UJC in whose journal he expressed them. He drew identical political conclusions from his theoretical principles. Secondly, however, in contrast to some of his students, Althusser did not break with the PCF, judging it inopportune to do so. Yet, prior to May 68, this did not mean an irrevocable theoretical and political rupture with them. Balibar has suggested that Althusser never seriously envisaged leaving the party himself, but that his position at this stage was still ambiguous. 27 The publication of a positive evaluation of the Cultural Revolution in a Maoist journal exemplifies that ambiguity. Thirdly, Althusser's partiality for the uninterrupted revolution in China was to persist for another 7 years or more, profoundly influencing his work, to such an extent that it constituted a theoretico-political paradigm. In consequence, it became increasingly discrepant with the national and international perspectives of the party to which he paid his dues. Althusser's text of 1966 reveals a sympathy for the Maoist experience quite irreconcilable with the post-Stalin orientation of the PCF, as Garaudy's contemporaneous Le Problème chinois reveals. May 68 was the moment of this truth. But it was a turning point at which Althusser failed to turn, even as workers and students declined the role allotted them in the authorless theater of contemporary French capitalism. Thereafter, Althusser's career affords the curious spectacle of the China syndrome in uneasy coexistence with communist observance. The class struggle in theory. In his laudatory 1966 review of For Marx and Reading Capital, Nikos Palantzas noted that Althusser's attempt to resume Marxist philosophy was only the latest in a long line. The question of dialectical materialism had haunted Marxist thought. 28 Althusser's writings from 1967 to 1974 are largely taken up with producing a new definition of Marxist philosophy and a revised account of the relations between it and historical materialism. Under connecting pressure from party and left-wing critics alike over the theory of theoretical practice, Althusser retracted it, acknowledging an erstwhile theoreticism, the failure to treat the union of theory and practice within political practice and positivism, the failure to differentiate between philosophy and science, to appreciate the organic relationship between philosophy and politics. 29 Althusser's attempt to correct his error essentially consisted in conceiving, and practicing, philosophy as a political intervention in theory and a theoretical intervention in politics. The novelty of dialectical materialism was no longer thought to reside in its scienticity as a theory of science, and its history, but in its partisan, materialist practice of philosophy. Marxist philosophy, Althusser will argue from 1967 onwards, no more produces knowledge than any other philosophy. Rather, it states and defends theses, intervening conjuncturally in theory on behalf of revolutionary politics to protect the sciences against the intrusions of ideology, and in politics on behalf of a science, historical materialism, to defend correct political positions from deviations. Although deprived of its erstwhile scientific prestige, dialectical materialism was recompensed with very considerable prerogatives, and did not cease to haunt Althusser's thought. 30 Rancière has condemned Althusser's redefinition of philosophy as a prize de parti for the party, the PCF. To borrow a Maoist dictum, it was left in form, right in essence, an annexion to the left whose function was the neutralization of the student/leftist threat to the PCF's political, and Althusser's philosophical, authority. 31, Althusser was a latter-day Koski or Plekhanov, ostensibly defending Maoist theoretical orthodoxy, but in reality a revisionist recuperating Maoism and underwriting reformism, for Mao, read Mark Heiss. Rancière's complaint is that Althusser was not enough of a Maoist. In contrast, this chapter will argue that if Althusser's revisions are to be faulted, it is more properly for their Maoism. The new Althusser must be criticized not for his patrician aloofness from Maoist politics, but for straying too far in the direction of the Oriental Stanovism propagated from Peking in reparation for his aristocratism of theory. The political significance of this development will be examined in the next chapter. Here, we shall chart Althusser's overreaction to the criticisms made of him, his renunciation of the autonomy of theory and substitution of politicism for theoreticism, a shift which not only produced serious internal inconsistencies, but also resulted in a noticeable overall decline in the power and originality of Althusser's work. In the foreword to the 1968 Italian edition of Reading Capital, Althusser signaled the unilateralism of his RST definition of philosophy and promised a forthcoming rectification. 32 The assimilation of philosophy to science and construction of dialectical materialism as a rationalist epistemology had constituted a derogation from Marxism. The rectification came in two installments, 1967-8 and 1972. The RST stage of Althusser's revision thus postdated the Cultural Revolution, but preceded the May events. Without taking the form of an explicit self-criticism, the introduction to the philosophy course for scientists held at the École Normale Supérieure between November 1967 and May 1968 revoked earlier positions, offering a new view of the relations that philosophy should maintain with the sciences if it is to serve them rather than enslave them. 33 Only published in 1974 as Philosophy and the Spontaneous Philosophy of Scientists, this text was circulated in mimeographed form. 34 What became known as the second definition of philosophy was made available to a wider audience in Philosophy as a Revolutionary Weapon, which introduced virtually all the themes, as well as the characteristic idiom, of Althusser's later work in this eld, among them, the following thesis. Philosophy represents the class struggle in theory. 35 In a lecture on Lenin and philosophy delivered to the Société Française de Philosophie in February 1968. This non-philosophical theory of philosophy was developed via an analysis of Lenin's great philosophical work, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. 36 In his address to a conference on Hegel held in April of the following year, Lenin before Hegel, Althusser summarized the essentials of his new conception, asserting that all its basic components were to be found, explicitly or implicitly, in Lenin's intervention of 1908 and indicating that all he had done was to make them more explicit. 37 The terminus of Althusser's meditations on the subject of philosophy was reached with its definition, of Maoist provenance, as in the last instance, class struggle in the eld of theory in reply to John Lewis, 1972-3, 38 In Elements of Self-Criticism, written at the same time but published 2 years later, Althusser explained that, if his original reduction of philosophy to science had represented a conjointment theoretical overestimation and political underestimation of it, the propositions advanced in 1967-8 had represented an improvised solution, a semi-compromise which still failed to do justice to the last instance, class struggle. 39 The theoreticist, unilateralism of the RST definition had only been palliated by a bilateralism in which philosophy was doubly determined, by science and politics, both of which it represented equally. To turn now to the RST group of texts. The earlier identification of philosophy with science was repudiated. 40 Philosophy was not a theoretical practice as deemed in on the materialist dialectic. It had no object and produced no concepts. Its theses and categories did not yield knowledge. Nevertheless, it retained a privileged link with the sciences and its relation to them was constitutive of its specificity. 41 What Althusser called the materialist thesis of objectivity forged the link between the two. This comprised two propositions, formulated by his pupil Dominique Lecourt as, I, the primacy of being over thought and, 2, the objectivity of knowledge. 42 The stances adopted by various philosophies towards it provided a principle for the classification of philosophical discourse. The history of philosophy could be reduced to a struggle between two tendencies, the idealist and the materialist. 43 Philosophies of the RST tendency rejected the materialist thesis or ordered its components incorrectly. Philosophies of the second both subscribed to, and observed the priority of, I. The struggle between these tendencies was endless, because the issues at stake could not be scientifically decided. Philosophical theses were amenable to rational justification, but unsusceptible of scientific proof. Philosophy, accordingly, was a Kampfplatz over which the guns would never fall silent. Indeed, unlike the sciences, philosophy had no real history, being an interminable discourse, a succession of variations on two basic themes which were really only one. 44 This did not mean that it was inconsequential. Quite the reverse. The privileged link to which Althusser referred was, in reality, the relation between a modern affiliate to the materialist tendency, Marxist philosophy, and the sciences. Grounded in the materialist thesis, dialectical materialism was the philosophy which represents the spontaneous